Championships and round 2 of the SRCP Pod Championships. My normal co-commentator, Rod Garrett, unfortunately is indisposed today, but I'm very, very happy to be joined in commentary by Stephen Oliver. Stephen, welcome.
Good morning.
You're an entrant today. Obviously, the weather changed your mind on where you prefer to be. Yes, I think it's your seat in the house. Absolutely atrocious out there, although having said that, the sun's sort of poking its head through, but really very, very wet, cold conditions. I think it's probably still about 8 degrees. Rain's probably stopped at the moment, but the track's very, very wet. Bikes on track at the moment for the first qualifying session, which is the Formula 3 Formula Basketball and Golden up to 500. Unfortunately, we've already on the open lap had a bike go down. It's Emma Reid, who's lost some money at the bottom end of the Esses. Emma's remounted and is circulating again now. She's making her way back to the pitch. But Stephen, that's probably a bit of a sign of a very, very cold wet track. These wet tyres, although they are very sticky and they pump water away well, they do actually have an operating temperature. So you do want to do a couple of laps just to get a bit of warmth in them. And maybe that's what's caught Emma out, we don't know. But most bikes out there are treading pretty carefully at the moment, as you need to. Taking a little bit of time to get a bit of feeling, but really, as we keep saying, it's awful conditions. Very, very cold to ride. It's even get waterlogged. And I think, as you said, Stephen, it's the reason why you and I are up here today. So timing is coming up. Actually, it hasn't actually posted the time yet. We'll find that very, very soon. No. Time is still waiting to come through. Good to see Emma Reid. She's come back onto the dummy grid. Just team having to give the bike to make sure there's no danger issues. It'd be good to see Emma rejoin, and she is, because she's been running very, very well in the basketball. I think a strong chance here today to take out the win. Stephen, you're in just 3 months Supersport today?
No.
Supersport. Great.
And production lights.
Oh, of course, you've got both bikes, so...
I just finished doing my KTM.
Ah, yes. Very, very good race bike.
Yeah, they're getting a few, but a few dropped off the other day, I believe, with engine problems or mechanical problems of some sort.
Yes, I know Doug Watson was a withdrawal, unfortunately. The Rainmaster, he seems to like the wet conditions, but unfortunately a withdrawal today. Good numbers here this weekend. We've got about 73 entrants, I think. So it shows that the State Series and Tas Road Racing is still going very, very strong, although I think there's probably a few people who are wondering why they're doing it today. You get out of bed and it's 6 degrees and raining and a forecast for rain all day, and you really wonder. But despite that, walking around the pits, still a lot of positivity and smiles on people's faces, and I guess that just shows the strength of our road race community, Stephen.
Yeah, I'll take my hat out off to them to be out there today. Yeah.
Yes, it's... I don't know about you, but often the worst part is just getting ready. Once you're on the bike and out there, you think, oh, maybe it's not so bad, but all the lead up to it, you're still looking at the sky thinking, oh, geez, there's somewhere else I'd rather be than road racing today. But look, as I say, once you get your helmet on and get out on track, usually it's not so bad. The sun's actually poking its head through, so I don't know how long for. But all we're seeing at the moment is a lot of mist, sun reflecting off a very wet track. Certainly a fair bit of standing water around. Good to see Emma Reid is out there circulating again, so no problem at all with that little front ender she had. So time's actually now up. Jonathan Hughes, no surprise, has gone fastest already on his VFR 400. He's running in Formula 3. He's gone through it at 67.82. Behind him, Lockie Curtis. He's also in Formula 3, 68.2. So should have a really good contest between those two during the day. Peter McEldowney been going very well as well. He's gone through at a 68.35, also in Formula 3. Daniel Briggs on his 2013 Morawaki GP250. He's running Formula 3 as well as the Lights GP in the other class. He's gone through at a 71.8. Then we've got Rob Scott, very experienced Formula 3 campaigner on his SV650, 73.78. And then James Gibson, first season for James, I think, is it, Stephen, in F3?
It is indeed. He's just finished building that bike.
So has been running around in Superbike. Capable rider, so it'll be interesting to see what James can do here today. Heading up Formula Basketball, Nathan Toll, 75.33. And of the Golden Era under 500, Reece Tan, coming off the back of a great ride here last time round at Basketball. Probably got my vote for Ride of the Day, and showing his class again. His fifth outright on track, but certainly well and truly clear in Golden Era under 500. He's gone through at a 72.3 on his CBR 250, so he's certainly one to keep an eye on. Well, I'll tell you what, Stephen, in the warmer commentary box with a bit of sun out there, maybe it's not as bad as we're thinking. Poke your head out the door, though. It's probably a bit of snow and hail, not too far away.
Yeah, it's still about 7 degrees, I think.
Yeah, what is it? Let's have a look. So for anyone at home listening, I think you're at the right place. Stay home. Today, 7 degrees and showers. There you go. Hopefully our live stream's working so you can keep an eye on what's going on track. Yes, Stephen's showing me the app. 7 degrees on a very, very wet racetrack. It's not much fun. Lockie Curtis just goes P1 outright. So he's gone through it at 65.8. Almost a second clear of John O'Hughes. So certainly throwing down the gauntlet. John O'Hughes, as we know, is a very experienced racer. Goes well in both the Formula 3 class and the TAS Supersport class. So I really think we're going to see some great racing there come race 1 later this morning, Stephen.
I think we will.
Peter McEldowney, certainly not too far off either. He's only, 66.9, only 0.2 of a second behind John O'Hughes. That's an outstanding effort.
Yeah, I was talking to him this morning and he was pretty focused on getting out there today and having a good time.
Yeah, well, it's good to hear a positive attitude. I mean, it's a big part of doing well in a race, having a positive attitude. But like I keep saying, having a positive attitude this morning with the weather conditions wasn't that easy. But look, so far he's doing exactly what he needs to do.
I just watched him go past then and he was looking quite quick.
Well, everyone seems to be doing what we said. They've started out a little bit slow just to get a feel for the conditions. And at the moment, as you just said, some of them are starting to look quite quick. Those times, 65.8 from Lockie Curtis. Now, you come out here on a public ride day, a lot of guys struggle to do a 65 on a dry track. It's not a bad time, is it?
No, not at all.
Let alone a wet track when it's 7 degrees. Does, of course, tell you how good the wet tyres are on motorcycles these days. We see in MotoGP people getting their elbows and knees down on a wet track. It seems to defy the laws of physics, but they do it. One thing we do find, though, is that as sticky as these tyres are, they do wear out quickly. And you were actually talking about that before, that you didn't really want to throw a set of wets at your bike and destroy them in one day.
No, not a great thing to do.
So Lucky Curtis still heading the field. Still with that 65.8.
And Emerita is improving her time. She's dropped quite a few seconds since having that fall.
So that's really good to see. Hopefully that means Emma understands what went wrong, because as a racer, the hardest thing to bounce back from is a crash you do not understand. If you know what you did wrong, you know what you can do to avoid it. But certainly when you just fall off and you think, what happened there? It's very hard to get your confidence back. But having said that, first lap out on a cold, wet track, you usually know what happened. And that is you went a bit too fast too soon. That's the end of the session. Checkered flags out. So it looks like Lucky Curtis is going to take pole position for that group. Certainly the fastest of the Formula 3 bikes. In fact, Formula 3 bikes locking out the first 5 positions. Then we have Reece Tan on the CBR 250 heading up the Golden Era up to 500. Then the first Formula basketball bike is Emerita. What a great effort that is. That's a bit like Marc Marquez. Fall off a bike, jump back on it and go out and set pole position. Fastest lap in her group, so great effort, Emma. So 15 bikes in that group. It's certainly going to be busy. And of course, one of the problems on a wet track in a large group of bikes is, you're probably familiar with, Stephen, is the spray you get on the first couple of laps. It can be very, very difficult to see where bikes are in front of you. A lot of jostling for position. And unlike cars, motorcycles don't have windscreen wipers.
And also, if you're probably having problems with your screen fogging up.
Well, that's right. That is a big issue on a cold day. And what we've got at the moment with the sun out is you get a little bit of mist on your visor, or a few droplets, and that makes it even worse with the sun coming through. It can be very, very hard to see. I suppose the one saving grace at the moment is there's no wind. We saw at the 2 hour last year, we had a combination of wet weather with strong wind, and that was very, very hard. Not conditions you want to ride in. And of course, what was worse for the people in the 2 hour itself was they were riding around on slicks on a wet track. About as bad as it gets, I think. Next group up, Stephen, Tas Supersport. Certainly been one of the standout classes this year. I think, well, certainly the class you were entered for.
Yeah, the field is certainly on the increase.
What would you put that down to, do you think?
Affordability, and it's a really fun class to race in. It's very close. Last time I raced down here, there was probably 12 of us within a second of each other out of 17 or 20.
It certainly has produced some great racing, but since it's been split from Tas Superbike, it certainly seems to have taken off.
Yeah, because we just feel it's a lot better with it split.
Yeah, look, I think you're right. I think ideally every race group would run by themselves if they could, because you're always getting, well, certainly in the case of running 1,000 in with a 600, they can block you through the corners and you can't get past them on the straights. So it can break up your race group. But oh, look, there's another rider down already at the bottom of the S's. Certainly treacherous conditions. I don't know who that is. Is it Jono Hughes maybe on the? I think it might be Jono on the Triumph.
It does look like his leathers and his bike.
Well, that's interesting because Jono was just out in the previous group, so he's certainly familiar with how the track feels. But that could be a case of his wets aren't up to temperature yet.
I was talking to people in the pits, and some people like putting tyre warmers on low on their wets, and some won't put them on at all. was a bit of debate about it. Not sure which way is the best, but I think a bit of warmth would help.
I think you're right. I guess the jury's probably out on it, but as I was saying before, I think wets do want a bit of temperature. They certainly don't run the same temperature as a dry tyre. But when you're going out on a cold racetrack,
I think everything helps.
I think everything helps. You're absolutely right. And it may be what just caught out John O'Hughes there. It's first lap out, same with Emerita. Maybe these wets just want a little bit of temperature.
I know Simma didn't have any tyre warm-ups on hers before she went out, and neither did maybe Jono. But I didn't see Rob Canatelli had warm-ups on his.
Who knows? But that's all I can. That's all I'd guess, I think. John O'Hughes remounted as well. He's just coming down the straight at the moment. Is he going to enter the pits? Oh, again. Unbelievable. No. He looks absolutely fine. It was a little rear ender.
And then, yeah.
But I tell you what, it shows that this track is really, really, really greasy. He didn't even look to be going that fast. I thought he was going to come back into the pits. But very dejected, I think. 2 crashes in...
would not be a happy camper.
Fortunately, he looks absolutely fine, doing the right thing and getting away from the bike and getting over the rail, but he'd be very disappointed because he was in a good position in the championship. Of course, notable omission today is Mitch Hawksley, who's competing in Victoria. He's the series leader. So it would have been a great opportunity for John O'Hughes to score some valuable points. And at the moment, with his bike lying on its side, exactly what he does not want. He does have a spare bike. I think it's fitted with dry tyres, but he can always change the wets over. Unless he jumps on the wrong bike, Stephen. Maybe that's the problem. It's got slicks on it.
I don't think you do that.
No, I don't think so. Bit of a challenge there at the moment with the yellow flag waving. It makes it very difficult to put in a qualifying lap. But not much we can do about that.
Hamish is setting a good time around the track. I just saw him go past. He's doing 105.
Yeah, interesting. Hamish, by his own admission, is not a big fan of a wet track, but certainly not showing it at the moment. At 105,
he's out the front.
He's out the front. Matthew Long is the one to watch. We know he did a 59 here in the wet.
I think they're all very cautious of this track today.
For good reason,
yes.
It would appear. But Martin Long, Matthew's dad, in P2 ahead of Matthew. So there's bragging rights there in the Long family. Martin actually is not a bad wet weather rider, so it could be his day. P2 is not bad at all. So we've got behind him Matthew Long. He's gone through to 65.17. Let's back to Peter Bellchambers, another very experienced rider, 67.7. Matt Carey, Luke Van Egdom, Marcus Delaney, David Bartels.
Hamish just dropped quite 3 seconds in. He's down to 102.
Wow. So that's... he's obviously feeling very, very comfortable.
Yeah.
Rob Carnicelli there, just noticed him getting a little bit of spin up, just going past the fallen bike of John O'Hughes. So it's still tiptoes out there at the moment. But that time, not bad, 62. It shows the grip's there, but you've obviously got to wait for it to come to you and for those tyres just to get that bit of temperature in them. Hamish Sellers, 2.1 seconds clear of Martin Long. I'm a little bit surprised by Matthew Long, to be honest. He revels in these conditions. He's just coming over the start-finish line now. Let's see if he improves. He does. He goes. No, he doesn't actually. His dad Martin.
He's still in front.
With the 63.4, that's super impressive. I think Matthew jumped into P2 for a moment, but with his dad Martin right behind him, Martin went straight back into P2. Marcus Delaney has been a very good campaign here in the wet in the past. I remember 2-hour qualifying a couple of years back. He was outstanding, running around 59s. Unfortunately, had a very untidy high side over the start-finish line. Not a place you want to fall off, Stephen.
No, not at all.
It's pretty quick over there, probably about 100 mile an hour, something in that vicinity, 160 k's. Fortunately for Marcus, it was a fairly soft landing to slide up the track, but
Hamish has gone and dropped another second.
wow, 61.15. No, not to put the mockers on him, but that would suggest to me that he's getting good feel out of the bike. You don't just do these things on trust. You've got to feel comfortable and be getting the right feedback to know that you're not overstepping the mark. And Hamish is a very good rider. Group of riders coming around at the moment. In fact, one pulling in, I think it's Matt Carey, but Rob Carnicelli with Peter Belchambers right behind him. They're going through about a 67, so 6 seconds a lap off the pace. Rob Carnicelli hasn't ridden here raced here at least for probably 3 or 4 years, I would have thought. Had a very good meeting at Simmons round 1. I don't know if you were there for that, were you, Steve?
Yeah, I was there.
I think he picked up the C grade.
He did, I think.
Yeah,
yes.
Very, very happy.
I think he did a PB. I'm not sure.
I think I heard that. So he's come back very, very strong. Had a bad accident there a few years back through the sweeper there at Simmons in a race practice or something, I think.
ASBK round.
It was too, that's right.
Into the wall. He fractured some vertebrae in his neck.
Yeah, it's probably one of the corners we most fear. It's falling off because it's so fast.
And it's a concrete wall.
Well, Matthew Long hasn't disappointed. He did actually step up as I thought he would, and he's gone P1, 61.1. So he's half a second quicker than Hamish Sellers. Matthew Long caught up in a bit of traffic at the moment.
And Marcus is a bit comfortable. Martin Long just pipped him.
Yeah, so Matthew Long, we've got a 61.15. Hamish Sellers, 61.7. Martin Long, 62.7. Marcus Delaney, 62.7. Luke Van Egdom, 65.6. So the first 4, throw a blanket over them. Unfortunately, John O'Hughes, he would have been in that group, and he's going to have to dig deep to find some confidence and get back amongst it. It can be very, very hard when you've had 2 falls in succession, as he has, to go back out there and put it on the line for race 1.
And it does knock your confidence around a little bit like that.
It can't not, unless you're Mark Marquez. I think in the case of John O, I can't speak for him, but I know if it was me, 2 crashes within 2 laps, you'd just be wondering what's going on today.
Yeah.
Maybe I should not have got out of bed. But look, you just got to try and put that behind you. For an experienced racer, you know what should happen, what you need to do, and try and clear your mind. David Bartels just re-entering the pits. He's gone through, he's currently holding P8, 67.4. Talking about Mitch Hawksley being a notable omission, he's probably glad he is, because last time out on a wet track here, he had a terrible day, much like John O'Hughes. Fell off in qualifying, I think, at turn 1, and just could not get any confidence or feel after that.
No, not at all.
That's exactly what you're saying, Stephen. You just your confidence does struggle, and you need to dig very deep to build that speed up again. Everything about self-preservation tells you not to do it.
That's correct.
Well, look, honestly, I think the standout performance there for me is Martin Long.
He's just on a 1.97. 10097.
Sorry, his dad, Martin.
Oh, yeah. But Matthew's dropped his time a little bit more.
Yeah, we know Matthew can do has done a 59 around here, but at the moment the track is cold, so that's a great time from Matthew. But Martin to be doing a 62.5 on the older CBR 600, he's finding a bit of a purple patch, Martin. We won't get into ages, but there's certainly two people ahead of him, or in that group, that are young enough to be his son. One of them actually is his son. It's a very impressive performance. But that concludes the session. We're going to have a bike to collect there, being John O'Hughes. He's just jumping back over the guardrail there. Right at the outside of the sweeper, where bikes are re-entering the track, is where his bike's parked, lying on its side. So as I said, he does have a spare bike. Hopefully that means he'll be able to put some wets into that and get back out. But he's going to be starting from the rear of the grid. And no doubt at all, feeling like he's up against it today. So that's the conclusion of the Tas Supersport qualifying. Coming up next, we've got the Here Safe Tasmania Tassie Juniors, which has been growing in numbers. This is the second year we've been running the juniors. Quite a few graduates from last year moving into the lights production class. Got about 6 contenders here today. It's producing some really, really good racing. But look, given we have a bike to collect, maybe we'll just have a quick break, Stephen. Come back when the Tassie Juniors are on track, ready for their qualifying session.
Yep, very good.
Okay, that bike's now been collected. So our Tassie Juniors on the dummy grid and going out for their qualifying session. One withdrawal out of today's meeting is young Gus O'Halloran, which is a bit of a shame. Been riding very well, but that leaves us with 5 bikes on track. We're taking it pretty easy, I would have thought, given what's happened in the first couple of sessions, Stephen. I think it's Tom Turner leading the pack around. Can't quite pick who's behind him. It's probably... no, can't tell. You can see Ava Connell just heading up the hill. Jet Pryor behind Ava, having his very, very first race meeting. Enthusiastic young man. You remember your first race meeting, Stephen?
I do, but I wasn't a young man. I took it up late in life.
Did you?
I did indeed.
Well, I won't get into what year that was.
I'll say the year, but not how old I was.
Okay, well, I know it was after me, so...
I think it was around 1998.
Well, that was 10 years after my first race meeting here in 1988, I think it was. I can certainly still remember the excitement. So, Brodie Curtis it is, who's leading the field around from Tom Turner. So, 2 of the main protagonists so far this, well, certainly from the last round and from last year. They look to be tipping with a bit of confidence there to me, given they're on road tyres.
They are not having any problems with it at all.
Yet. So Ava Connell and Jet Pryor just crossing the start-finish line. They're taking it a bit more tentatively. Nothing at all wrong with that. It's a long day and they're not out there to race at the moment. Just to lay down a lap time for qualifying. So we don't have any posted times yet. The leaders coming down the start-finish straight at the moment. Sorry, not the start-finish straight, the back straight. So it looks like it's Brodie Curtis from Tom Turner. Entering the sweeper now, so coming around close to the first time of the day for the Here Safe Tassie Juniors. Tom Turner all over the back wheel of Brodie. Should be some good racing between these two here today. Tom Turner actually picks up the fastest lap time at 1 minute 21.0. Brodie Curtis 1:21.3. That's the advantage of getting a tow from somebody. Got to say, I'm a little bit surprised how much lean angle they're carrying, given these guys are on sports road tyres compared to the full wets of the Supersport bikes we saw go out previously. They look to me like they're getting as much grip as what the guys were on the wets. David Coward just crossing the line. He's third fastest at the moment, 1:38.4. Jet Pryor goes through 1:40.8 and Ava Connell 1:43.6. Jet's dad Dennis telling me yesterday that Jet was actually looking forward to a wet track. Doesn't mind the bike moving around. You look a bit sceptical on that one, Stephen.
What is he, ex-motocross racer, is he?
Yeah, maybe hasn't tasted the bitumen as often as you and I have either, so that could play a part. But look, great to see him out there having his first race meeting. Big smile on his face. That's actually the ex-Chad Wiley bike, I believe. So Chad campaigned that quite successfully last year in the junior class.
He's now moved up out of the junior class.
He is. He has a Ninja 400, I think, in the lights production class. The bike's a little spread out at the moment for our 2 lead bikes. Oh, coming down the straight at the moment. There we go. So Tom Turner's got through on Brodie Curtis. I don't know if Brodie let him go or if Brodie had a moment, but he's probably got a few seconds lead there now. Probably not a bad thing if Brodie does want to try and pick up pole here. He's got Tom only just up the track a little. Now, was that Tom Turner trying to crack his visor? It looked like he might have been having some visor misting problems. The bike's actually starting to group up, coming down through the S's at the moment. Look at the extra speed Tom Turner's carrying. Rides around the outside of O'Connell. Now they've got Jet Pryor just...
Oh, they're a bit busy there.
Yeah, looking for a way through, a safe way through. Of course, all these machines are same make and model, so not much difference in horsepower down the straight. They've got to make... Oh, look out, there's a bike down. That's Brodie Curtis up at Suckers, on his feet straight away, but good place there to lose the front end. The front of the bike gets a little light as you go up over the...
So the actual bikes these guys are running are?
There are Yamaha R15s.
Oh, right, okay.
Yep. So let's hope Brodie's bike's going to be okay. As I said, he was straight on his feet. But it'd be good to see him back out there for race one. Tom Turner slowing up. He's decided he's done enough. But may suggest, Stephen, that they were testing the limits of traction for those road tyres. We were wondering about their level of commitment. Maybe Brodie did find the limit. Having said which, that's what road racing's about, isn't it?
It certainly is.
So yes, Tom Turner does re-enter the pits. He's posted the fastest time with a 1:18.22, and given that Brodie Curtis is now parked up at Suckers, we can't see that time being beaten, given that the next quickest time in P3, David Coward, a 1:35.5. Then we're back to Ava Connell, a 1:39.6. And Jet Pryor, 1:39.7. So Ava Connell and Jet Pryor look like they're in for a bit of fun this afternoon. So we did have a bit of a reprieve from the rain there. Sun had been out for a while, but now coming up through the valley, it looks pretty rainy again. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're in for another shower here very shortly. Good to see John O'Hughes walking back through the pit area, waving, telling us everything's okay. But as you said, it's probably a bit of a confidence issue to get over there after a couple of unfortunate offs this morning. But with Jono's experience, I'd be expecting him to be out there come race one and on the money again. So here's Safe Tassie Juniors, still out there circulating. Jet Pryor goes over the start-finish line. He does not better his best. Ava Connell goes through. Likewise, she still is at 1:39.62, so she doesn't improve. So I dare say that order will remain unchanged, unless, of course, Jet Pryor can elevate himself up to P4. He's only, 1/10 of a second off Ava Connell. So that's all that is up for grabs here. Not that one grid position makes a big difference in a field of 5, other than bragging rights. I'm just looking at how much time's left. It's only 25 seconds remaining, so unless Jet Pryor can find something on this lap, I think those positions will remain. So the field just coming through Calvin's now, making their way down the back straight. So it's actually Jet Pryor coming over the hump now, under brakes at the end of the straight. O'Connell a little way further back, so this will be interesting. Can Jet improve on that time, 1:39.7? Just coming through the sweeper, about to cross the start finish line, so nope, he doesn't. And O'Connell about to cross the line. No change. So that last lap through was actually 1:41.3 for Jet, so a couple of seconds off his fastest from the session. But that does conclude our Here Safe Tassie Juniors qualifying session. And as I say, that rain starts to fall again. How's our temperature looking? Oh, good. 8 degrees still. I'm pretty happy that we've got the best place in the house today, Stephen. Air conditioning going. Good motorcycle racing to watch.
Yes, it is a bit warmer up here than out there.
Yeah, very, very difficult going out in these conditions. Not so much that racing on a wet track is necessarily so hard, it's just uncomfortable. These guys are going to have wet leathers, wet gloves. They won't get the chance to warm up or dry out, and it just seeps through you during the day. There's some very cold, tired people by the conclusion of this race meeting. Not to mention, oh, there you go. Jet Pryor did get another lap in. Didn't manage to improve. 1:41.3. And O'Connell is coming through at the moment. She goes through 1:40.8. So that those positions will hold. P1, Tom Turner. P2, Brodie Curtis. P3, David Coward. P4, O'Connell. P5, Jet Pryor. I was actually going to do a big shout out to our flag marshals out there. Would be very, very difficult conditions for them. They don't get a chance to be moving, and at least as a rider, you're moving around on the bike and generating some warmth. But our poor old flag is sitting there completely stationary. Rainy conditions and 8 degrees. It's a tough day. The only consolation is they are trackside and get to watch some fantastic motorcycle racing. But I'm still comfortable being up here.
Yeah, so am I.
So with the conclusion of the Tassie Juniors, that'll bring up our big bike class, our Tassie Superbike class. Could be interesting. We know Brett Simmons is the man to beat, reigning champion. Goes very well, wet or dry, at whatever track. Having said that, last time here in the wet, I think Jason Wiley challenged Brett on the Ducati Panigale. So we know that Jason rides very, very well here at Basketball in the Wet. Never discount Jason Spencer. Very professional outfit and a very capable rider. So of those three, we've got three of the very few A-graders in the state, all going head-to-head. Great to see Quentin Blaisley returning to Basketball Raceway as well, another state A-grader. Hasn't been here for a while, so it'd be unfair to expect Quentin to run with that group initially. I don't know if he got any track time yesterday, but if not, it's probably been a little while for Quentin running around Baskerville, so this warm-up qualifying session is going to be crucial for him. But well, we've got about a field of about 8 or 9 bikes, I think, in Superbike. But despite that, I think there's every chance of being a good contest at the front.
Yeah, the wet will certainly make things a bit closer in some ways, maybe.
Well, they do say it's a leveler, don't they? It certainly evens out any horsepower advantage, particularly at a short circuit like Baskerville.
It certainly does.
These thousands they find it hard to really show the difference in horsepower at a little track like this. You do see a little bit down the back straight once they get going and into gear. Sorry, not into gear, but upright, going through the gears is what I was trying to say. But really, it's a very, very small difference they make. A good 600 can lap almost the same times.
Also, I noticed the difference is when they go up the hill towards Suckers, they quite notable the difference.
Sorry about that. Just had a commentary box visitor giving us a few updates. But as I was saying, our Taz Superbike's going out shortly. I think if I was in this group, Stephen, what I'd be thinking is I've seen crashes in each qualifying session so far. I think first and foremost, I'd be wanting to make sure I get through a one piece. A small field of 9 bikes. I think as long as you're qualifying front row or second row, that's going to be good enough to make sure you're actually are in one piece and can make the start. A couple of very obvious, quick, easy crashes have happened this morning, and that can destroy your day before you even get into the racing. I think the leaders, though, the lead riders in this group, most have spare bikes, don't they?
They do indeed.
Certainly Jason Wiley does.
Jason, and Brett.
That's right. I don't think Quentin Blaisley does. I think he's just got the one.
He's got 2, but he's got someone else riding that. Their first time here in the wet.
Oh, who's that?
Young motocross rider. He's making his debut down here.
By the name of? Gotcha, haven't I?
I can't remember. I'm waiting for it to come up on the screen. He raced in the Clubman up north the other week on Quinton's second bike. I raced against him on it.
Yeah, well, tough introduction to basketball on a cold, wet track, but you know, it's the same for everyone, as people say. Good to see Mark Delante making a return to racing here at basketball as well. Had been out for a while after a pretty nasty incident coming out of the hairpin at Symmons Plains. Do you remember that one, Stephen? Where,
yes, he tried to launch himself over Cody Travers' bike, who looped out on the hairpin.
That's right, yes.
Decided he was going to jump him. And, yeah, it wasn't so good.
So, interesting thing to note, Brett Symmons is going out on his older CBR 1000, not the more current one.
So, the young guy I was talking about is actually Thomas Jones.
I did notice Thomas had a good ride at Symmons. So, it'll be interesting to watch how he goes. So, that's one of Quentin's bikes, okay.
It is indeed.
But I guess the thing about...
he got down to 61s on that bike at Symmons the other week.
So Brett Symmons on his older Honda, that means there's no electronics on that bike. I don't know how much difference that's going to make on a wet track. Jason Spencer, the first bike over the start-finish line. That's not a flying lap, so we don't have recorded time yet. But his first bike, or leading the pack around. Mark Delante, Wade Schrader, next bike over. Then Jason Wiley on the Panigale. Jeremy Huddleston and Brett Symmons. So Brett already looks to be on the pace, so he's not struggling with grip at all at the moment. And look, as we've seen with like Matthew Long almost doing a 59, the grip's there. I just think it's a matter of letting your pace build and getting a bit of tyre temperature up. So Jason Spencer coming through the sweeper now. He'll post the first time for this Superbike qualifying session. He goes through at a 65.2. So it'd be better to come from Jason yet. That's only the first lap. As I was just saying, the Supersport bike's getting around in the 61s. Jason Wiley looking for a way through on Mark Delanty. Over and under. Finally gets through on the inside. Brett Simmons, I'd say, yes, by far the fastest so far, 61.8. That's a quality time for the first time lap of the session. No surprise, as I was saying before, he is a very, very good competitor, wet or dry. Shows his class whenever he gets on a bike, and certainly is a very, very, very deserving of his A-grade status. Jason Spencer just goes through. Yeah, just notice Thomas Jones. So assuming he's on track, I don't know if his transponder's picking up. So if that's the case, Timer will pick it up manually, and we'll see his position jump up shortly. But just looking for where he actually is on track. I haven't actually seen him go through. Have you, Stephen? Oh, maybe that's what it is. Jeremy Huddleston just coming over the start-finish line. Jez is a very experienced lights bike campaigner. Taking his time just adjusting to the R1 in these wet conditions. Quentin Blaisley going through there looking pretty good too. He's gone through it as a 71. So 10 seconds off what Brett's doing, but as I was saying, it's a long time since Quentin's raced here. So I think he's doing exactly what he should be doing, just giving it time. He's a very capable racer, so you'll see his times continue to drop down. Jason Wiley, 62.9, so what's he, about 1.8 seconds off Brett Simmons. With Brett right behind Jason on track now, so this will give Brett the opportunity to really size up Jason Wiley. Is he going to show him a wheel, Stephen? Or is he just going to follow him around?
He thought of it.
It's the opportunity to either stamp your authority early.
It's got a fair bit of horsepower up that hill, that Ducati.
Yeah, and down the straight. We're about to see that. The older Honda against the Ducati. But, of course, as we say, look at that. Hardly any difference. And Brett will go through under brakes. Yes, he does. No, not quite. Shows him the wheel. But just goes to show, as we were saying before, it's a real level at a wet track.
Oh, he's decided to come in.
So Brett's posted at 60.7. Jason Wiley 61.6. And look at who's third. Wade Schrader 62.9. On 2007 R1.
Well, there you go.
That is a super time. In fact, Brett Simmons has not come in. He's only come into the pit lane, having a chat to team manager Dad, Eric Simmons. So Brett's looking like going back out. No, turning around. So maybe
Thomas has now posted a time.
All right, well, let's have a look for bike number 74, Thomas Jones. That's a tough gig, learning a track.
In the wet.
In the wet.
And 1,000.
And 1,000.
He bypassed the 600.
That's hard. Jason Spencer just going around the outside of Quentin Blaisley over the start-finish line. Jason Spencer picks up the P3.
Here he comes now.
Bike 74, okay. Well, I think he's doing an outstanding job there.
Well, he just posted a 110. And that's what Jeremy did.
Well, there you go. First time here, so
it's pretty impressive.
It's super impressive. So maybe a bright career there. Certainly looks like a talent. Now, Jason Spencer, is that setting up? Looks like he may have decided that's enough. That will put him third at the moment. Certainly enough. Still on the front row. Looks like Jason Spencer is coming into the pits. Quentin Blaisley with Mark Delante right behind him, coming over the start-finish line. Quentin Blaisley goes through to 69. Jason Wiley still second. He's gone through to 61.45. That's his quickest time so far, but he's still 0.7 off what Brett Simmons posted earlier. So at this stage, with a little bit of traffic in front of him, I can't see Jason pipping Brett for P1. Wade Schrader re-enters the pits with a very solid P4. That's a super time, 62.9. He's a rider that's improved in leaps and bounds in the last 12 months. Wasn't that long ago he was running around in the minute. Now he's doing 56s in the dry, and there you go, 62.9 in the wet on an older model R1. He was holding down a very good place, strong position in the 2 hour as well before I think the end up with a hole in his engine case, which put paid to his day. Jason Wiley re-entering the pits, so that's definitely going to mean Brett Simmons is safe in P1, at least from Jason Wiley. Jason Spencer, I think he's in as well. Thomas Jones coming over the line, he goes through 74.8, so he's a bit slower than his best at a 70.82. Jeremy Huddleston still on track. Beautifully presented R1. That's actually an ex-Brett Simmons machine with a different colour scheme. Jezza coming over now. He goes through at a, well, that can't be right, 1 minute 43. He looked faster than that, unless he had a run-off somewhere that we didn't see. He's looking like he's going a lot faster than 1 minute 43. Mark Delante still on track. P5 at the moment, 70.06. Quickest time, 68.39. At the moment, though, Stephen, you'd be saying it's pretty hard to see Brett Simmons being beaten.
Looks like that at this stage. But anything can happen with the weather.
Well, absolutely. And in road racing, as we've seen so many times. Checkered flag out. So Jeremy Huddleston coming around to complete his last lap. See if he can do better than 1 minute 43. Certainly does. Actually goes fast. His fastest time, 69.3. So I don't know what happened that previous lap. I think he must have had a run-off somewhere. So I think Mark Delante may be the last bike to... Has he already seen the checkered? Is he coming in? Yes, he is coming in. So that means those positions will hold. P1, Brett Simmons from Jason Wiley, Jason Spencer, Wade Schrader, Mark Delante, Quentin Blaisley, Jeremy Huddleston, Thomas Jones. What's important there is that puts Wade Schrader as the first place C grader. Because of course there's it's not just outright placings, there's also B and C grade championships. And that's a really, really top effort there from Wade Schrader to put himself up into P4, I think, did I say? Timing screen's changed now, so I think it was P4, but as a C grader, that's a great effort. Next group coming out is our combined Lights GP, Lights production. Biggest race group today. I think there's almost 25 bikes, so it's going to be pretty busy out there. You're meant to be there, Stephen.
I am.
Still time.
But not in the wet.
Still time. So you have raced the KTM?
No.
Not yet, at all.
Haven't even done a track day on it yet.
Oh, wow. This would have been an ideal baptism for it.
It would have indeed.
So that must mean the only KTM in the field is Dane Griggs, is that right?
Yes, I think so. I was talking to Dane yesterday. That is fine.
As I said earlier, Doug Watson is a withdrawal because of... Oh, and of course, Scott Cleary, another KTM campaigner, he's a withdrawal as well. Both having bike issues, so not a great advertisement for the KTM.
Issues with the heads on them.
Yeah, I did hear the early models had head gasket problems, but I thought that had been resolved.
Oh, it was to do with the way they machined the heads in the factory in India. They rushed them a little bit, and
Is that right?
They had a high spot. So the first thing you do when you buy one is to pull them down and have the head lapped down.
Yeah, right. So obviously Doug's and Scott's bikes hadn't been done.
No.
Daniel Briggs just going out on track. He was one of the few bikes or riders to get out on a wet track yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Daniel Briggs put in a good showing here today. He's already pretty familiar with the wet conditions. And already been out in the first qualifying session as part of the F3 group. So certainly a rider to watch. Production bike-wise, the man to watch who's likely to be heading up the field is Jesse Woods. He's just leading the group round the sweeper at the moment. He's got Taran Ocean right behind him on the GP bike, and they often have a great battle between them, production versus GP, but despite that, have some great contests on track. And who's that third through the sweeper? Is that Nathan Green, maybe? Front of Reese Tan. A bit far away to see, but I think we're going to see some really, really good racing throughout the field. You get that in big fields, but light bikes in particular, they not big on horsepower. There's a lot of contests through the corners. Grant Boxall just heading out on his TZ250. The beautiful era of racing, wasn't it, Stephen? The 250 GP bikes.
It certainly was.
So some great Australian riders come through those classes. So Jesse Woods about to post his first flying lap. Actually, Taran Ocean right behind him actually pips him for P1 at the moment. So Taran Ocean 71.7, Jesse Woods 71.9. Then it's Reese Tan 72.0. Mark Young, that's a good effort, 73.4. And Nathan Green, I think it was in that group, 74.3. Nathan having a really good race meeting here earlier in the year on the GP bike. So good to see Nathan back out competing. So just thinking, when you started racing in, what did you say, 98, 250 GP was still a national class?
It was indeed. I went to a few of those meetings with a former Tasmanian racer here, Trent Gibson. He was racing an R6, and there was still a lot of GP 125s and 250s racing in that era.
Yeah, I'm wondering what year they actually
Stopped them.
stopped 250 GP.
Can't remember, but I remember when they stopped making all the two-stroke motorbikes to a degree. It wasn't so long after that they stopped that class.
As a national class. Yeah.
They're pushing for 4 strokes.
Yeah, I guess to the purist, you'll never get any better than those the two-stroke GP bikes.
And even the MotoGP 500, the 2 strokes.
Yep. I know it sounds like we need to move on, but anyone who I think who's ever went to a GP and watched a 500cc GP bike live, they were something else. They were that violent. They look like people were going to go to hospital at any moment. As I think it was Wayne Gardner used to say that you squeeze that throttle just that little bit too much, and the next minute you're into orbit.
Yeah.
No electronics, very peaky power, and very light bikes, but incredibly entertaining to watch. Back to on-track action. Terran Ocean, 66.8. Daniel Briggs, I was saying earlier, is one to watch, 67.4. Reece Tan, 68.3. Jesse Woods relegated. He's in P5.
P6 now.
Yeah, we've got a incorrect spreading at the top there,
Okay.
on Patouche. So that's going to make, where are we?
Okay.
Jesse Woods, he's going to be P5, 68.3. Not much between them. And of course, we need to remember that they're running different classes. So the fastest production bike there is, it's actually Reece Tan, isn't it?
It is on the CBR 250 RR.
Wow, what a great effort. He had an outstanding ride here at round 1 of the club championship. And while we don't have a Rider of the Day award, I'll say in commentary that was my vote for the Ride of the Day. I was very impressed with the ride from Reece, and he's doing it again at the moment. So good on him. He's about to go over the start-finish line, right on the heels of Jesse Woods. Nothing at all between them now. 68.3, 68.7. But got to remember that Reece is on a 250. Jesse Woods on the Ninja 400. Of course, they run the Flash DCU, don't they, with lower revs?
On the
Ninja 400s, they have to have a Flash DCU.
Yes.
Yeah. But despite that, it's still going to have the legs on a 91 CBR 250.
They do rev, though.
They do rev. And look, as we keep saying, wet weather racing is a real leveler. It might be a beautiful little package around here in the wet. Daniel Briggs just goes through. He doesn't better his time. He's still at a 67.4 in third place. So the timing has been corrected. Terran Ocean heads the field, 66.1. 1.2 seconds clear of Daniel Briggs from Reece Tan. How about that on that CBR 250? Tell me that's not impressive.
That certainly is impressive on a 91 CBR 250.
Now, is that a rider about to enter the pits? Looks like they are. Can't pick who that is. I don't know if it's Leah Renton, is it? Coming over the line at the moment, Chad Wiley, nicely placed up there in P5. We'll talk about Chad earlier as a rider who a graduate from the Hearsay Tassie Juniors group from last year. Not sure if that was Leah Renton. Yes, it is. Just re-entering the pits. So Leah...
Chad's posted a reasonably good time there. He's not far behind Jesse Woods.
No, I was just saying that. Just saw him come through. Actually, just changing subject there for a moment. Terran Ocean just coming back in, and Daniel Briggs has relegated Terran to P2. So Daniel Briggs, P1 at the moment. So my early prediction may have be playing out. That practice that Daniel put in yesterday in the wet is paying off. There goes Chad over the line now, and he goes up to P3. So there you go.
Look at that. He's looking good.
And that's P1 in the production class. So that relegates Jesse Woods to P2, Reese Tan to P3 in production. So it's all happening. And is that Daniel Briggs coming in now? I think it is. So 65.8, 0.3 of a second. So that would... Well, I'm sure Daniel will be absolutely delighted with that, and it really is a great effort. John Kranz is crossing the line. Bike, where is he? John Kranz. Bike 314 in P17 outright with a 75.9. Nathan Green. P6, that's a good effort too. 68 flat. I don't know who I'm most impressed by there. I don't know. I think still Reese Tan for me on that old CBR 250. To be up there in, what is he? P5. Outright.
Certainly is a levels the playing field a bit with the wet conditions.
It does. Chad Wiley re-entering the pit, so he's P3 outright. And he leads the production class. 67.0 from a 67.7 from Jesse Wood. So Jesse's got a bit to find there if he's going to pick up P2. He's still on track, crossing the start finish line now. It's not enough. He's got... I did have a bike in front of him. In fact, that's the checkered flag. So I don't know if that came out after Jesse had gone through. It looks like he's slowing up.
Oh, okay. Well, he might have tried to squeeze another one in.
Definitely slowing up. So I don't think that would have been predicted, that Daniel Briggs would head the field and that the fastest production bike out there would be Chad Wiley.
You'd think the GP250 would be a good thing here?
You certainly would. Don't know, as you say, the wet's a leveler, and sometimes a bit of softness in the suspension can be a good thing on a wet track, and maybe some of the GP bikes are a little bit hard. We don't know. Mark de Jong just coming back in. He down in P12. He started out fairly strongly in that session, but probably maintained that pace where everyone else continued to improve. I think we're certainly in for some good racing in that class, though.
Certainly we would class.
Disappointing not to see one S. Oliver in there.
Next time when it's dry.
Next time when it's dry, okay. Well, looking forward to seeing that. And that'll take us into the last qualifying session this morning, which is going to be for Golden Era over 500cc, pre-modern Supersport and pre-modern Superbike. It's certainly a combination of race classes that I've been looking forward to seeing, because there are some really interesting bikes and very good riders, all lapping around the same time. Unfortunately, the wet weather is probably going to throw a bit of curveball through that. I guess just to recap this, the Golden Era takes or includes all bikes built up to the end of 97, and then pre-modern goes from 98 through to 2005. So Golden Era is split between over and under 500cc, and as I just said, the over 500s are what's in this group. Then you've got your pre-modern Supersport and your pre-modern Superbikes. So from bikes built from 98 through to 2005. So there's some really good race bikes built in that era. very affordable way to go racing as well. Would you agree, Stephen?
It is indeed. There's a lot of great bikes built in that period.
So we're talking about, let's say, R1s from 98.
And they were the dominating force in that first stage of the era.
Absolutely. In fact, the old pre-modern class lap record is still held by Len Bester on one of those bikes. It's a 56.5, so demonstrates that those bikes are still very capable, and that's now going to be one of the older bikes in that pre-modern class. We're meant to have Bob Sellers going out on an R1, but I can see him walking through the pits very apathetically, shaking his head.
They don't look like leathers, Bob.
No, they don't look like leathers at all, unless he's going to do a Superman and go into a phone box.
Yeah, I think he thought better of it.
He might be looking for the ring in and put Chip on there instead. No, denial. Denial. But look, going back to what I was saying, we've got some great riders and bikes in that class. We've got Oscar O'Donovan. He's on the, I think he's on the CBR 600 now. He's, for mine, probably the rider to beat in this class. Although the wet weather, who knows? Matt Carey, he's been going very well as well. He's on a, I'm not sure of the year, but that's a pre-modern CBR 600, I believe. But James Ryan is on the Golden Era FZR 1000. Now, James is always a hard charger. Doesn't mind the wet.
Yes.
That'll be interesting.
I have got a golden. One of my bikes has turned to Golden Era now.
What's that?
CBR 600 F3, 95.
Okay, so
that was my first race bike I bought.
Well, there you go. There's another one we should be watching you circulating on instead of standing up here with me. My poor old Golden Era 750 hasn't turned over for about 2 years, I think. In the back of the shed gathering dust.
There's a bit of a story with my F3 600. Was stolen after a race meeting at Simmons one year, about 5 years ago, and disappeared for 5 years. And it turned up in buy and sell. And
right?
Jason Spencer sent me a message saying, your bike's for sale. And yes, I got it returned after 5 years of being stolen. And I fully rebuilt it. So.
And what sort of condition was it in?
A bit rusty, being a steel frame. It had looked like left under some trees in the paddock on a farm out near Pine Garner for 5 years. And being a Honda the way they are, strong as, I got it going again and put it on the dyno and produced 110 horsepower. So
maybe somebody did a bit of an engine rebuild.
Oh, you can't blow them up.
Put cams in it, high compression pistons.
I did a rebuild on it. You can't blow them up. They go forever.
All right, well, bikes are on grid now. The one of the competitors I left out of that mix is Stuart Bugg on the ZX7R. Beautifully presented bike. He's another one who's very capable of running that field. Peter Bellchambers, there's another one. It really could be a great race class. Regular campaigner Karen Webb as well. She's well suited up there. Got the wet weather gear on over the top of her over the top of her leathers. Wise decision today. So I'm going to go Oscar O'Donovan for P1 here. Any thoughts?
What's he riding?
He's on a
2005 ZX6. Yes.
Oh, he's on the ZX6. I thought he was on the CBR 600. Okay, I'm still going to go Oscar. Definitely the youngest rider in the field. I think he's only 15, maybe 16 now. That youthful enthusiasm that might get him through. Mark Eagling going very well as well, so wouldn't be counting him out. And Don Fenton, how did he go at Simmons round 1? Did you notice?
I'm not too sure on that CBR.
It's a 2004 CBR 1000, so probably the most capable bike in the field. But again, as we keep saying, the wet track is a leveller. But even so, that'd be a very nice bike around the circuit. Assuming it's half reasonably set up, of course. 95 Mark Eagling. He's certainly one to watch. Tim O'Halloran copping an earful this weekend about choosing the wrong tyres early on and causing all this bad weather. But did get a bit of practice in the wet at the 2 hour running around the Lights 20 lapper on a KTM RC390. It's actually our club bike.
You did.
Tim.
Oh, Tim.
Had an absolute ball, despite the bad conditions. I thought he was going to be a convert, to be honest, onto the smaller bikes, but here he is going around on his regular, what is it, a GSR 600? Yeah. So Stuart Bug crossing this line now, Oscar O'Donovan behind him, so this should be interesting. Whether Oscar's just getting a little bit of a tow or about to go through, looking to...
Yeah, I think Steele's going to be giving a bit of a tow around.
There we go, Oscar just slipping down the inside and the top of the S's. Nice smooth move, it wasn't rushed or forced. So quickest bike on track at the moment, James Ryan, 65.1 on the Golden Era FZR 1000. Can't say I'm that surprised by that. He's a very capable rider, has a lot of race experience on that bike now, and despite the weight of that older bike, they were still a very handy race bike in their day.
Top 3 are Golden Era bikes, which is interesting.
It's very interesting, isn't it? So Oscar O'Donovan in P4, but a fair way off at the moment. James Ryan, 65.1. Oscar O'Donovan in P4, 71.7. Just having a quick change of commentary here. Stephen's going to have a bit of a breather and a drink and be replaced by Matt Allen, one of our hard-working club officials. Welcome to commentary, Matt.
Yeah, good morning, Chris. Thanks for welcome. Certainly a new experience up here for myself.
Well, we were just saying, probably the best seat in the house, I reckon. There's a lot of black sky coming through from Hobart direction at the moment. Have a look up here. It's black as the ace of spades.
Yeah, definitely dark up there over those hills, and certainly this morning when I was heading out, there was a decent blanket of snow down the mountain.
What's the temperature like out there? The sun's out at the moment, surprisingly.
Yeah, no, the sun is keeping things warm. I'm perhaps a little bit isolated. I've got the full thermals on this morning. So,
look, big shout out again to the flaggies out there. It's really tough conditions. There's a bit of sun out at the moment, but when that sun goes away, or when this weather comes through, which is coming our way, it's going to be hideous out there.
Yeah, well, myself having spent a few hours in the flag boxes, I certainly say big shout out up there to Flag Point 4 at the top of the hill. The breeze comes up over there and just cuts right through you.
It certainly does, and there's no getting out, no hiding from it. But look back to the action on track. James Ryan still holding down an absolutely fantastic fastest time at the moment, 65.1. He did that very early on. Laps, it must have been about his second lap out.
Yeah, I can't. A lot of new names for me there. I mean, certainly some of the people who've been around for quite a while there. Matthew Coward, Karen Webb, yeah, Stuart Bug, Peter Bellchambers. So it's actually nice to be able to have a bit of a closer look at how they actually ride around.
It is entertaining watching our road racing out here. James Ryan re-entering the pits. Got a bit of a buffer there over P2, Peter Bellchambers. He's got a second on him, but he wouldn't want to be complacent. Peter Bellchambers is certainly capable of are still pipping him for P1, but James has decided that's enough.
Yeah, well, I guess if you feel like you've put in a reasonable lap, better off perhaps saving it for the racing. I mean, certainly we know poor Jono didn't fare so well on his Daytona out there today.
No, Jono Hughes, that's right. But one thing we were talking about earlier is these wet tyres don't have a lot of longevity, particularly on a damp track that we're seeing at the moment. They're going to tear up pretty quickly. So it may well be that James is just saying, well, that's enough. I'm on the front row. I'm going to save my tyres for the racing.
Yeah, well, we certainly saw that yesterday in the dry, wet, dry day that we had. And certainly the racers weren't keen to go out and throw money down the drain on their wet tyres and destroy them before today.
And the other problem is people can't buy wet tyres at the moment, along with many other things because of COVID. There's just a shortage of supply. And I know at least the Bridgestone tyres, there have been multiple orders cancelled out of Japan. So people are really struggling for tyres, and that could play out today as well.
Yeah, well, certainly there were plenty of people scrabbling the last race round leading in. Rod was left a bit short. The order was turning up just after the race round, and yeah, people were putting perhaps not the tyres that they were actually wanting to put on their bikes, but myself, I had to put a 200 rear section on a 600. But anyway, it worked.
You do what you have to do. So as we're talking, the rain starts again. We're getting bits on the window of our commentary box. That black front that was moving through, it's actually lightened a little bit, but there's certainly some rain behind it, I think. So I'd be expecting at least probably race 1 and 2 to be in falling rain, given that this is the last qualifying session. James Ryan's still holding down P1. Still with that 65-1. Peter Bellchambers 66-1. So look, come racing. Oh, gee, that's going to be interesting. The FZR 1000 should give James a slightly easier time of it, but Peter Bellchambers, very experienced campaigner on that golden era GSXR 750, and it's not a slow bike either, so wouldn't be surprised to see some good racing between the two of them.
Yeah,
and look, again,
certainly Stuart Bugg there, he's sitting 0.6 per second slower than Peter Bellchambers, so they may be able to have a little bit of a dice there as well.
Golden era first, second and third, which is what Stephen was just saying. It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of a group further down as well, and then even the last 4 bikes aren't that far apart, so over the course of a race, you never know what could happen there. Could be some nice racing towards the back of the field as well.
Absolutely. And the one I picked as chance for the race wins, and P1 here today is Oscar O'Donovan. He's in P4, 67.7, 3 seconds off the leader at the moment. So a little bit more time to find, but I don't know that Oscar would have done a lot of laps on that bike in the wet, so I think he will find that time.
He's certainly come through quite handily as a young rider. He made the transition from the smaller bikes to the 600 really well, so he'll be one to watch for the future.
Absolutely, and that's what you're saying, the youngest rider in the field. I think he's only 15 or 16.
He's also, it's been great to see that he's been helping out the juniors quite a lot as well, and sort of trying to, I expect to be mentoring them somewhat, and certainly helping them out with setting up their small bikes and encouraging them quite strongly. So that's a very admirable trait to have amongst our riders.
Without a doubt. I was actually just talking to Jet Pryor's dad, Dennis, yesterday, and he was just saying how appreciative he is of the support he's got out of this club, that everyone has been so helpful in getting Jet up and racing. Even leading into this event, Jet didn't have a back protector, so Dennis put a post on our Facebook page asking for a back protector, and he had 4 to choose from. It just speaks to the fantastic. Sorry, I was watching a bike going up the inside of somebody else into turn 1. It looked a little bit tight. The community spirit we have, it really is a fantastic race group we have here in Tasmania for road racing, and I think that's a big part of what's making our sport so strong.
Yeah, well, certainly yesterday I know that there were some people lending some gear, some people coming down from up north for their first track day, and recently moved to Tasmania and didn't have all their ride gear. Put a message out on the Facebook page, and yeah, people are coming forth with the gear so that they can ride. So if everyone was willing to do that kind of thing, and particularly asking for the help, that's another big one. Then yeah, a lot more people could be doing a bit more riding than what they perhaps have done.
Yeah, that's the community spirit certainly very obvious down there. Even on, I guess it shows itself on a day like today where there's every reason to be coming out and feeling pretty glum. It's cold, it's wet, it's miserable, but the number of smiling faces I saw out there this morning, people supporting each other, it's really great. And north and south, our Southern Club, the SRCT, Sports Rose Club, and the Northern Club, the Tasmanian Motorcycle Club, they both clubs work very, very well together. Got a strong community north and south, and I think the results of that are in the strong entry field.
Yeah, well, I certainly put a sort of a call for help heading up for where we're going to have the Superbikes coming to Symmons Plains. So if anyone that is or inclined to be helping and would like to help out, certainly I know the TMCC have put their hands up for a fairly substantial event, and particularly could use all the help they can get. I'm sure they're quite capable, but yeah, certainly getting as many qualified officials, and myself and Matt Phipps would be very keen to help other people that are interested in obtaining their officials accreditation.
That, of course, being the Australian Superbikes, the ASBK, coming to Tasmania again. So that's one to definitely mark out on your calendar. You do not want to miss that. Best road races in Australia on the best bikes. And the rain now is falling. Not heavily, but I tell you what, it looks cold and miserable out there. That's dark. The sun's gone away. What's the temperature?
Cold.
Still 8 degrees. Sorry, 9 degrees. It's warmed up. That might have been the little bit of sun we had. But first race group on the grid now for race 1. So that is the Formula 3, Formula Baskerville, and Golden Era up to 500.
Yeah, and a nice variety of bikes happening out there in the field today. Some older bikes and some more modern bikes.
It's a really good mix, isn't it? You get, like Formula Baskerville is pretty much whatever bike you want, provided you don't go too fast.
Yep.
Golden Era up to 500. Golden Era, as I was saying before, is all bikes built up to the end of 1997. So, Matt, under 500 bikes in there, you're going to get, what, CBR 250s, VFR 400s in that era?
Yeah, no, certainly. And certainly, just, I'm not sure what group they're actually going up to 500, but the SV650 seem quite popular out there as well.
Yeah, that's in the Formula 3 class, so a different category again. Yeah. But as far as Golden Era, you probably get a few of your older GP bikes in there as well. I think Grant Boxall's out there on his TZ250, so that would be Golden Era 500. Yeah. But you're right, Formula 3, plenty of SV650s in there.
Yeah, I was very fortunate to have a go on Bob Sellers' SV650 that his young boys have put round, and that was definitely an enjoyable experience that will stay with me for a long time.
Oh, so too is Bob put around in a 59, no less.
Yeah, well, hats off to you, Bob. Far outside my capabilities there on your bike.
So, first bike onto the grid is Jonathan Hughes on his VFR 400, or I think owned by Graham Keys, is it not, that bike? I don't think it's Jono's, but Jono, as we were saying before, 2 spills this morning off his own Supersport bike, so he's got a few mental barriers to get over. Nothing like the first race to do that though. Put it out of your mind, get into a bit of a flow in the race, and suddenly that bad morning session he had will be hopefully out of his mind.
Yeah, well, certainly the rest of the grid's forming up there. Reece Tan on number 39. We should be expecting some good things from him again in the wet.
Absolutely outstanding. CBR 250. But the pole sitter, Lockie Curtis on the Craig Johnson VFR 400. So hard to see him being beaten. John O'Hughes after his little issue this morning. But anyway, in the starter's hands, ready for race 1. The red light is on. And racing, beautiful start. I think that's Peter McEldowney who got the jump, but Lockie Curtis will actually hold on for the run into turn 1. Sure enough, he does. 2 bikes coming together. It's John O'Hughes and Trevor Renton maybe. Yeah. Jono got pushed wide now. He's trying to recover his position around the outside.
Pulling up, getting ground there.
Certainly wasn't afraid there, was he?
No, I mean, it was a clean through turn 1. The exit of turn 1 might have got a bit messy with Jono, but
yeah, he certainly came together with another bike. It might have been Trevor Renton. I'm not sure. They almost took each other off onto the grass, which is not where you want to be on a wet day. But no. It's Lockie Curtis who got away the best and now heads the field through Calvin's down the back straight for the first time. And I think that's going to be Peter McEldowney right on his heels. And sure enough, it is. Now, who's that in third? That's Daniel Briggs, who put out a beautiful qualifying session in the lights class this morning. I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel's right in the mix in this. VFR 400, John O'Hughes put all his morning issues on the Superbike out of his mind, and he's right on the back of Daniel Briggs. So 4 bikes, nose to tail across the start-finish line. Boyd Whitson, don't count him out either. He's a very, very experienced campaigner around Baskerville. Reece Tan, look at that, all over the back of Rob Scott, is it? I think it is Rob.
Oh, he's pushing the way around the outside. He's got it.
He's having a great ride on that little 250. Probably all to no benefit though, as SV650 will swallow it up the hill, will it? Sure enough, Rob's got up the inside. No, Reece holds on and back around the outside over Calvin's. Over Suckers.
Yeah, we expect him to go round on the straight there out of Suckers, out of Calvin's. But, Reece will come back hard at him through turn 1 and into the S's.
John O'Hughes up the inside of Daniel Briggs under brakes on the bigger bike. That's brave. So the leaders' positions hardly changed. Lockie Curtis still holds on. Peter McEldowney right behind him. John O'Hughes now through on Daniel Briggs, but that's lead 4. Not much between them at all. Boyd Whitson, timing's wrong there. They've got him in P2. But he's gone through at a 66.1. So Boyd's almost, well, he's certainly as fast as the lead bike, but he's not fast enough to be closing them down.
Reece Tan going around the outside again through turn 2 into turn 3.
I'll tell you what, despite the cold, miserable conditions, I think those 2 guys would have a smile you couldn't jump over. They'd be loving it out there. And look at the Gaggle riders further back. Who have we got there? So that's back from, let's try and work that out. Cameron Rowell, that'd be James Gibson, Trevor Renton, Nathan Toll, Larry Eaton in there as well.
Yeah, Emma Reeder would be working on her confidence again after the spill through turn 3 in qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. Although she did bounce back pretty well. She went through and qualified fastest in Formula Baskerville.
Yeah, certainly I was speaking with her earlier on and she was very buoyed, still very keen about racing, so she'll be giving it all she has.
Well, unfortunately, as you and I both know, Matt, falling off is part of road racing. If you're not prepared for it, then unfortunately you're not going to last very long, because it will happen.
Yes, and certainly myself, I tend to back off. I'd rather come home in one piece. I'm probably a bit soft in that way, but certainly there are other people out there that they've got their eyes on the prize, and that's racing.
I'll tell you what, this is a great race group out there at the moment. There's a lot of on-track action, despite the miserable conditions. Plenty of overtaking. Just looking to pick up our leaders again. Must be on the back straight now, are they? Yes, coming down the straight over the hump under brakes. Lockie Curtis still holding off Peter McEldowney, but not by a lot. There's probably only half a second between them. And John O'Hughes, what a great effort to bounce back. He's right on the tail of them now, and I would not put the win out of the question for Jono.
Yeah, well, certainly after the ground he lost on the opening lap there, and then remade through on the exit of turn 2 into turn 3.
Absolutely.
He's done a fantastic job to get up into third place. and seems to be closing the gap actually to towards second.
He's right on the back wheel of Peter McEldowney. Now, I don't know if what the speed difference would be between the SV650 of Peter McEldowney and Jono Hughes. I think the little 400 is just a little bit slower, but the way Jono's riding that, I don't think Peter's going to hold on to second for much longer.
Yeah, well, certainly Peter McEldowney's SV is a second-gen SV, and fuel injected, so it won't be lacking in the power department either.
No, and you're absolutely right there, Matt. Look at that. Peter now all over the back wheel of Lockie Curtis, so this is going to be interesting as well. There's going to be a challenge for the lead before long, and Jono Hughes not far off either.
Mm.
You can see Jono does lose a bit down the straight, but makes it up through the sweeper here and through the S's. But getting very, very squirrely into turn one. Jono not scared at all.
Yeah, well, 3 laps remaining. Certainly those first 3 positions are a little bit open. There's a little bit of room there, and we're coming up on lap traffic now.
And that always plays a part. It's going to... Oh, look, who knows? It can be your friend or your foe, depending on where you find your lap rider. And look at that, Jono Hughes, exactly at the wrong time.
Yeah, always tough, but
not the lap rider's fault.
No,
it's just the way it plays out.
Yeah. So it would seem that Rob Scott has broken Reese's tan and pulled away. Reese Tan heading up the hill, by himself there.
Oh, well and truly. I don't know if Reese has had a moment because there's quite a 5-second gap between them now.
Yes.
And look, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to be... Oh, who's that?
That's our leaders.
That's our leaders.
Dicing it out.
And they're coming up now behind... who's that?
Emma.
That's Emma. So that's going to be a hard bike to get past because it's a 600cc bike on the straights. They're going to have to do it in the corners.
And up this hill. Emma's going to have a bit of poke up this hill, but she may have given them racing room there.
I think you're right, Matt. She's noticed they're coming through and not going to try and challenge, which is very nice to see. There's really nothing worse than when you're trying to overtake somebody on a faster bike and they're holding you up and they keep outgunning you on the straights.
Yes, I certainly can appreciate that frustration. Where in some of the racing categories I've raced in on my 250 against 600s.
So look at this, leaders coming over at the moment for last lap board. So Lockie Curtis holding on by a whisker from Peter McEldowney. This will be interesting.
Closing up through turn 1 as well.
What's Peter going to try and do here?
And lap traffic will play a part in this final lap.
Jono Hughes is out of the contest now. He's that lap traffic on the last lap has put him well back and still in third. But he's actually got Boyd Witzman right on his tail. So Jono's still got plenty on his plate with Boyd breathing down his neck. But back to the leaders. More lap traffic now. Oh, Peter McEldowney just scraping through under that lap rider. So they're still nose to tail running down to Calvin's. I'm going to put... I'm going to go with Peter here. I think the extra speed of that SV650 is going to give him the opportunity to get past down the straight.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, I tell you what, it's going to be tight though. It's going to be a big move, isn't it?
We will have lap traffic.
He's going for it.
In the way. Oh, he's dived up the inside and he's got the position.
Oh, around the outside goes Lockie
but he's fighting back around the outside.
Peter McEldowney fires it up the inside and will hold on. Nothing in it. Nothing.
I think... Peter has just got maybe less than half a bike length.
0.03 of a second, Peter McEldowney. What a fantastic race.
That was an epic last lap. Through lap traffic in tough conditions. They're congratulating each other.
Absolutely outstanding racing. You don't get much tighter than that. 0.03.
And certainly not to take away anything from any other riders that are pushing hard in... testing conditions out there today.
Oh, not at all. That was outstanding racing throughout. Especially that man, Reese Tan, just crossing the line now. He's gone through P7 outright on a CBR 250. Interesting that the top 6 bikes there were Oh, and look at that. Boyd Witzman, we missed, got the better of John O'Hughes. So John O''s going to be a bit despondent after that.
Yeah, that's another close finish there between those two. 0.25 or 0.26 of a second.
Oh, I'm sorry we missed that. We were so excited about the leaders that we missed great battle further back. But
now it looks like Trevor Renton and Larry Eaton have had a bit of a battle, late battle in the race there. They've come across the line, not separated by too much at all there.
Well, I'll tell you what, racing does not get much better than that. Despite these conditions, as we've said a few times already today, weather can be a real leveller, and we saw some fantastic racing there.
I've got to say, the view from up here in the commentary position is an awesome spot. There are very few places on the track that you can't see. It's certainly quite a nice change. And yeah, as much as I'd like to be out there racing today, I'm enjoying the view from up here.
Well, the truth is that I think Basketball Raceway has some of the best spectator viewing of any racetrack in Australia. You get up there on the hill on the spectator area where there's a few cars have braved it today. I say braved it because I've seen cars actually get bogged or slip down the hill in these sort of conditions. But the view from up there, you see almost the entire racetrack. It is not only is it a fantastic racetrack from a competitor's point of view, but as I say, spectators, you see the whole track. You can sit in the comfort of your own car. And it's a great way to spend a day, I believe. Sit there and watch some fantastic motorcycle racing. Free entry out here at Basketball Raceway for our motorcycle racing. People do ask why we don't charge more, given it's the most exciting form of motorsport. Period. I'm not going to get into arguments about that.
I think enjoy the fact that it's free and make the most of it. There's very, very little in life these days that isn't costing you one way or another, and all this is going to cost you is your time to come out and enjoy the racing.
Time well spent. Tas Supersport bikes filing out, gridding up. Beautifully presented bike there from Rob Carnicelli. I was saying earlier in qualifying, great to see Rob back here at Baskerville.
Yeah, Rob was actually a name that was sitting in the back of my head and couldn't quite ever picture him. And then suddenly it's like, oh, sort of asked around. Oh, you know, he's out from racing from injury for quite a while, and it's fantastic to see him back.
Well, this one's going to be another cracker. With, I think you have to say Matthew Long on his wet track experience shows that he's very confident. Has done 59s around here on the damp track. Now, a full wet track is going to be something a little bit different, but he was very close to that this morning.
Yeah, and certainly young Sellers, Hamish Sellers there.
Yep.
Not a slow rider by any means, and Marcus should be reasonably quick as long as he gets his confidence back from yesterday.
And Matthew's dad, Martin, right in the mixer as well. What an outstanding qualifying performance for Martin Long.
Yeah. I think maybe the son has braved a red flag in front of his face there, and it's like, oh, I won't let the young whippersnapper get so far ahead these days.
No. And it shouldn't be forgotten as well that Martin's on the older Honda CBR 600. The bikes around him are much newer and more competitive, so we know where the racing's a leveller, but look, it just goes to show what a great job Martin's doing.
And certainly he's been around the track for quite a while there, and he's got some racecraft under his belt. I've raced against him and on several occasions. I can't stay with him these days, but yeah, he certainly knows where to place the bike on the track to make it harder to get past.
Look, I have to say, last time I was riding around here on a ride day in the over 500 race group, I was super impressed with Martin and how much he's progressed. I was following him down the straight and noticed that under brakes he was getting the back end of the little CBR 600 pretty light and squirrely. I thought, wow, Martin, you've come ahead in leaps and bounds. It wasn't that long ago that we'd laugh, but whenever I would lap Martin, it was always at the same spot up at Calvin's. Up at Suckers, every single race. no chance of doing that now. He's a front runner, well and truly.
And certainly with ambitions there, Daniel Briggs, very keen to be showing his skills out there today, as always.
Ready for a start, though. Red light is on. Nice start there from
Hamish.
Hamish Sellers got away.
Yeah.
I think they all seem to pop the clutch at the same time, but Hamish got the better drive from it's Matty Long in third, is it not? And that must be Marcus Delaney second.
Yes, Marcus seems to have sorted out his launch control now. He was having all sorts of dramas last race round, but that was a nice, smooth launch for him.
So Hamish Sellers away the best. All the field through cleanly at the moment as they run up the hill into Suckers for the first time. Hamish Sellers gapping Marcus Delaney at the moment. Matty Long's probably going to have to make a move pretty quickly if he's going to stand a chance of running with Hamish. He's certainly very capable of doing that, but he's going to have to get through on Marcus very shortly.
Oh, front wheel lifting nicely off the hump there. But, they're closing up again on the leader. But,
at the moment, Hamish, I'd say it's probably a second lead. We'll find out pretty soon. But Marcus Delaney second, Matty Long right behind him, and then we've got Peter Bellchambers. I don't know what happened. Martin Long got swallowed up in that lead opening lap. Yeah, it's still Hamish Sellers. Probably still a what do we have? It was a 1.8 second lead. I'd say that's probably still the same. Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, well, it might actually be stretching out a little bit more. It's always a bit deceptive once they start heading up the hill and bikes have to catch back up again. But, well, we've got a rider down at the top of the hill.
That's Marcus, is it?
Again.
It is Marcus Delaney, yes.
Yeah, it looks like he's lost the front end on the exit of Suckers.
Yeah, it looks like he's on his feet. Yeah, sitting on the tyre wall, but be very, very disappointed. These guys are fighting for championship points here, and as I was saying earlier, with Mitch Hawksley out of the mix, points are crucial. So yeah, that's no good for Marcus. It's a very easy place to lose the front. They do get light up over there.
And Hamish now has a substantial lead over Matthew.
Oh, just as you say that, he spins it up out of turn one and out of the seat.
Nothing is set.
Not at all. So now it's a matter of what Matty Long can do about bridging that gap, which is 3 seconds. So it's Hamish's race to lose. The risk is he looks over his shoulder and thinks he's got a bit of a break, so he backs it off. And he can't afford to do that because Matthew Long is going to be absolutely on it. We're going to get some true reflective lap times next time round from Matthew. Hamish went through it at 60.9. Matty 62.4, but that was potentially getting mixed up with Marcus Delaney, who, as we said, has just fallen off up at Suckers. This time round it'll be interesting. Coming through the chute now. So Hamish Sellers, he goes through to 61.9. Matthew Long 61.8, so almost identical. That's not enough for Matthew to really put any pressure on Hamish.
And Martin comes through with a 64.4.
Yep. So off his qualifying time, maybe he just found something this morning because he was in with a faster group. Is that Daniel Briggs making his way through the field? Up the inside of who would that be? Daniel Briggs, David Bartels, I think.
Yeah, it's a tight group of 4, but Daniel's moved through cleanly.
And Luke Van Egdom in that mix as well. 4 riders. But Daniel Briggs looks to be slowly making his way through. Back at the front, Hamish Sellers making his way through the sweeper at the moment. Still looking fast and smooth, but I'll tell you what, in that wet, you just never know.
No, and that gap seems to be staying rather consistent, maybe fractionally closer.
2.4 seconds. So last time through, Hamish was 61.4, Matthew Long 60.7. So look, there's 0.7 of a second faster from Matty Long. So how long have we got left? 4 laps remaining. It's doable.
Yeah, further back the field, we've had Daniel Briggs lose a place.
From who's that? Is it David Bartels? Yeah, that's a great ride from David because Briggs has been performing very well here in the wet today. He put the Lights GP bike on pole, I think. Of course, swapping between bikes is not easy. But look at this, back to the leaders. That
gap is closed.
Visibly closed. Hamish Sellers goes through at a 61.2, 60.27 from Matty Long, a full second faster. We do know that Hamish has backed it off a little, but mostly it's Matty Long who's up the pace. So, as I said, this is very doable for Matty. 3 laps remaining. Yellow flag still waving up there at Suckers. The leader's just filing past Marcus Delaney right now. Marcus sitting on the fence watching.
Now, certainly David Bartel seems to be pulling a gap out there on Daniel Briggs.
Definitely. And Luke Van Egdom not far off Daniel Briggs either from Rob Carnicelli. But back to the front. Hamish Sellers just tipping in at the end of the back straight. Now Matthew Long only probably 0.3 of a second behind him.
And I guess with there's going to be 2 laps to go. Yes, look, it's doable.
Very
Definitely
doable. 0.6 of a second gap. So it's close enough that it's really anyone's race. What is Hamish Sellers going to do? Does he even know he's there? As I said before, it's you can look over your shoulder with a 2 or 3 second gap and think, oh, I've got plenty of room, and before you know it, you've rolled it off and you haven't realised it.
Yeah, well, I'd say there's less than a second in it now, like well and truly.
Oh, without a doubt, Matthew's all over his back wheel. So running down into Calvin's at the moment. It'd be interesting to see the speed down the back straight. I know Chip's bike in front is very, very stock, but so too Matt's. I don't think Matt's even got a quick shifter on that, so they're probably very comparable.
Yeah, certainly as far as R6s go, I don't believe that that bike is putting out
last lap
any crazy horsepower, but certainly very capable hands guiding that bike around the track.
Gee, I tell you what, there's nothing at all between these guys. Matthew Long, where's he going to do it? I'd be guessing under brakes at the end of the back straight, but I'm sure Chip is aware he's there now.
Yes, you'd have to be aware. You can hear the bikes when they get that close. So.
Last time through, it was Hamish Sellers 60.7, 60.5 from Matty Long. So they're both running similar lap times. It's going to be a big ask from Matthew Long at that, running those sort of lap times to put a move on.
Yeah, it's going to be the late breakers at the end of this straight here.
Got to try and get your nose up the inside and control that track, but I don't know that Matty's long. Yeah, Matty Long's close enough. No, he's not. So it's a matter of whether or not Chip can keep it composed for the run through the sweeper. Very hard when you've got somebody breathing down your neck, but so far it looks like he's going to do that. Yep. He holds on for a fantastic win from Chip Sellers.
Clean win to young Hamish Sellers there.
So further back, we've got Peter Bellchambers just coming over the hump at the moment. He's holding down third. Rob Carnicelli. No, sorry, that's Martin Long in front of
Matthew Carey.
Matt Carey. They're just coming through the chute at the moment. And then we've got David Bartels from Luke Van Egdom, who's looking for a run up the inside, and we'll get it, I think.
Yep.
Get the move done on. Back up the inside goes David Bartels. What an over and under pass that is.
Yep. And managed to get the power down and keep pushing.
Fantastic. And then Daniel Briggs holds off Rob Carnicelli.
Yes, it wasn't a free pass for Daniel there by any means.
Once again, though, what fantastic racing here at Baskerville. It certainly turns it on, this racetrack.
Yeah, big thank you, shout out to the recovery crew, both first-time volunteers. Certainly makes life a lot easier when you've got dedicated recovery vehicle crew instead of running around trying to get fellow competitors to go recover vehicles.
Yeah, I expect the van heaters running overtime today. But what a great race. particularly with those lead two riders. Shame for Marcus Delaney. I'm sure he'll be bitterly disappointed, but main thing is he appears to be okay.
Yeah, he's definitely moving freely. I can see him pushing his bike now, so he's got the bike upright.
Yeah, as you well know, Matt, sometimes you're never really sure until you cool down what hurts and what doesn't.
Yes.
Still be carrying a bit of adrenaline and while you're still warm.
Yeah, I can't comment on crashes at the track, but I have certainly had a couple of stacks on the road. And yeah, shock is a wonderful thing for a while there until it wears off.
Yeah, there's been plenty of people who have fallen off and managed to break something, and then it's only when their leg doesn't work that they look down and they realise they probably shouldn't be running on it.
Yes. And I will say a thank you to Ambulance Tasmania for being out here today to take care of any injured riders. We're lucky to have people such as themselves to help look after us when we come unstuck.
Yeah, safety certainly a very important thing in the sport. It goes without saying that guys and girls out there take some risks, but having said that, they do wear very good protective equipment. The race circuits are as safe as they can be. Well, I guess you can always make things safer, but our track owners, Motorsports Tas, try and maintain a high standard, and with the ambulance on site, we want to cover off on any risk as much as we can.
Yeah, and certainly the technology for the safety gear trickling down from MotoGP. Several riders out here in the field today are running the airbag suits. I know for a fact Marcus is wearing one at the moment. He got to test that one out yesterday.
Yesterday or today? Did he fall off yesterday?
Oh, sorry, this morning.
Did he? Marcus Delaney?
Sorry.
Jonathan Hughes?
No, sorry. I'm getting Marcus. Yeah, Marcus came off through turn 2. Yeah,
Marcus Delaney.
Yeah.
So he's fallen off twice today.
It might have been yesterday. So I'm getting confused on what day it was, but he certainly this weekend anyway. This is his second off for this weekend.
Right, did not know that.
Yeah.
Has a spare bike though, I assume.
Yeah, that was the spare bike.
Just while that bike's being collected, we're just going to have a very, very quick break. We'll be back very shortly.
Wants to know whether he joins now. I'm okay with it. Yeah, well, they have to speak to you if you're happy with it. Yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah, as long as they're happy with it. Okay. Yeah, Delaney and Delaney. Yeah, so what? Yeah, like that's his second charge.
Okay, welcome back from the commentary team here. Warning, I've been left unsupervised. Oh, Chris is coming back to check on me. But the juniors have just headed out on track for their sighting lap. Coming around to grid up shortly.
Sorry about that. Took the advantage of the opportunity of a short break just to duck out. But as you say, Matt, Tassie Junior's back on track. Looking for Brody Curtis just to make sure that he is a runner after his little off in qualifying.
Yeah, well, certainly, I wish growing up that there was a junior program available to me. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to join even the circuit-based racing until I was in my 30s, and I look back on the wasted youth that I could have been incurring massive debts with motorcycle racing over the years.
Yeah, look, I was only having that conversation with somebody the other day that the majority of us came through road racing. You had to start at 18, didn't have the opportunity to start at 13 like these guys. So it's fantastic to see road racing now embracing junior racing, and it's coming on pretty strong. And we're seeing some very exciting on-track action, particularly from this guy coming up to grid up, Tom Turner.
Yes, good Tom. Well, his father's been throwing it wholeheartedly into the racing as well, so I wouldn't expect anything less than from this young man.
No, not only in this class, but on the lights production class as well. It's been, I know he took it up to Mark de Jong last round. Well, Mark is probably wondering, who's this guy? Where does he come from? But,
yes, and while certainly there may be a slight weight advantage to one of those riders, it's still Mark de Jong is not a slow rider.
Good to see Brody is back out there, taking up his position at P2. So obviously that fall up there at Suckers was not a big deal. But as we've been saying, it just puts that little bit of doubt in your mind as to how hard you can push. But unlike Tom Turner, who's just had a perfect start to the day, taking up pole position, in the starter's hands now. Red light is on and racing, and Tom Turner gets away with best. Brody Curtis not too far behind him. David Coward also on the R15 brings up third place, a little further back. Ava Connell gets away better from Jet Pryor, but the field reasonably well bunched up as you'd expect for the first lap. Tom Turner though down through the S's for the first time. Brody Curtis not too far behind.
No. And certainly the pace these lead two bikes are carrying is nothing to be sneezed at. They're pushing quite hard there.
Oh, without a doubt. That's all saying in qualifying. The lean angle they're carrying on what are sports road tyres is pretty impressive.
Now, I was quite amazed at how narrow those front tyres are on those bikes. Sort of it's close to half the width of what the 600s are sporting these days.
Yeah, and how good is it to see young Jet Pryor out there having his very first race meeting?
Oh, the butterflies would be in, but no, young and enthusiastic.
Yeah, but look, get through today okay, and you'll be absolutely bouncing off the walls. It's nothing like it. As you say, you have the butterflies and the nerves and everything that goes with road racing, but have a good meeting, and there are very few things that beat it.
Yeah. Tom Turner coming around for the end of the first lap with a substantial lead, looking very comfortable heading into turn one.
Yeah, I'd be thinking Brody's probably just taken a little bit away from that off this morning. May have taken the edge off him a fraction, and that's perfectly understandable. You don't even know what the condition the bike's like. The bike is in either. You could have bent handlebar or. But at the moment, Tom Turner is the man.
Yeah, well, certainly I re-scrutineered his bike, and it's looking quite reasonably straight and came through just a few scrapes. So, yeah, they're doing a great job out there.
Yeah, just looking at both bikes down there on the grid, to the naked eye, it looked actually like Tom Turner had a wet in the front of his, and Brody may have had a normal road tyre. Now, that could be completely wrong.
Yeah. Certainly gives a mountain of confidence getting on a wet race tyre. I was taken quite by surprise how much more lean angle and how much harder you can push than just a normal wet road tyre.
Yeah, I was just chatting to Brett Simmons very quickly, who's I think set the quickest time of the day so far in qualifying, and he said, yeah, he had a few moments, but it's a normal wet racetrack. There's nothing particularly different about it. As we're saying, you need to go out there and ride it as you do. Wait for that bit of feel to come to you and the tyres to warm up a little bit. But Brett was thinking that there's no real reason why we've seen a few riders falling off other than it's a wet track.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I can see sprinkles happening in some puddles out there. It seems to be getting heavier just as we speak. But certainly, while the track is wet, there's no sign of standing water.
That's why you're talking there, Matt. Just noticed Jet Pryor put a move up the inside of O'Connell at the end of the back straight. So Jet already challenging. As we're saying, first race meeting. Absolutely fantastic to see him elevating himself up one place. Now, it would be good to see if Ava can respond because she had a fantastic race meeting. First round of the club championship here. But,
yes. You know, she did have a very impressive ride last race round.
Except for falling off on the last race, I think. But good to see her back out.
Yeah. Here comes.
Yep, Tom Turner over the start-finish line.
For the last lap. Just been shown the last lap board there.
So he goes through with a 1:18.06. That's his quickest lap. I'm not sure what the qualifying laps were, but he doesn't look to be backing off at all. It looks like he's on rails out there at the moment.
Yeah, like he's looking very good through the S's there.
Look, I'd have to say, Matt, that looks like it's on full wet race tyres. The amount of lean angle he's carrying.
That's incredible to watch that bike through there.
And I wonder if that's the difference. I'm wondering if he does have wets and Brody doesn't.
Well, especially looking at the lean angle that Brody seems to be carrying through there compared to what Tom did.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. We'll try and catch or have a look as they come back in off the after this race down the Pedentry Road. But David Coward, he's still holding down a nice third place. He just crosses the line now. He goes through with a 1:35.3.
Yeah, definitely. I know Dad's very proud of his son racing.
Checkered flag. Jet Pryor will hold on just from Ava Connell. Ava did respond well there, but Jet will hold off to claim the position. So
yeah.
Oh, sorry, they're still in their last lap.
This is Tom coming round for the win here.
Yep, they were keeping the checkered flag ready, and I thought that was the last race. But Tom Turner, fantastic.
Congratulations, Tom.
And goes through with his quickest lap of the race on the last lap, which is 1:17.96.
Yeah, that's certainly not leaving anything in the bag for these juniors. They're pushing as hard as they can, and they're doing a great job out there.
Great to see Brody come through and take second place after his little spill this morning. So second is better than nothing, which it could well have been if there was any damage taken out of his little crash. So back to third place, David Coward just coming over the hump on the back straight at the moment. Not under any pressure at all, but what's going to be interesting is further back to Jet Pryor and Ava Connell. And Ava's got past Jet, so how did that happen?
Oh, yeah, out of sight. We were sort of, but she's pulled a big gap.
I don't know if Jet's lost focus a little bit there, maybe ran wide, but whatever's happened, there's been a change of position on the last lap. And in fact, I thought Jet was going to re-enter the pits, but Ava Connell, wow.
Yeah,
I wish I had seen that. So they must have had a bit of fun at the back. But Tom Turner, he's our man. He's coming down the Pedentry Road at the moment. Let's try and get a glimpse there, Matt, when he comes past to see if we can pick up if they're wets from that bike. A bit hard while the bike's moving. But and it's going to stop. I'd say they are.
Yeah, I'm not wearing my glasses today,
No.
Chris. I'm not going to make that call.
You're sounding like Rod Garrett now. He uses that excuse for everything.
Look, big shout out to Rod Garrett. Not here today, unfortunately, but he's done a wonderful job in the commentary position with you over the last couple of years, Chris.
Oh, the classic call from Rod not wearing his glasses apparently was calling Chip Sellers Brett Simmons' daughter. I don't know how he got that one so far wrong.
Yes. Well, if he's making those calls, he definitely should be not allowed in without his glasses.
No, definite. What is it, Specsavers moment?
Oh, undoubtedly would make a fantastic ad for those.
Sorry, Rod, we do miss your commentary and your gaffs. Not sure you'd like to be here as well, but not to be, not today. Other priorities.
Yes. And certainly, what wonderful priorities to be having for him at this stage in his life.
Yeah, yep. Rod and partner Marita just welcomed another baby into their life. And even though both already have children, they apparently had forgotten how hard it is.
Well, I suspect, particularly with Rod, that there may be 20 years in between, given time for the memories to fade somewhat. But anyway, we have
after the lights, we have Superbike.
Ah, awesome.
So this will be interesting. Certainly, as we are used to seeing, Brett Simmons sets the fastest lap. But I'll tell you who impressed me this morning qualifying is Wade Schrader sitting down there on bike number 420, the zebra striped Yamaha R1.
Yes, and certainly the wet conditions sort of leveling out some of the horsepower differences between some of these bikes.
They do, but having said that, I saw Brett Simmons on the older Honda actually get up alongside the Ducati Panigale of Jason Wiley down the straight. So, look, I can only assume that was a problem the Ducati was having with wheel spin.
Yes, well, these racers are certainly braver men than I. The idea of jumping out on a 200 plus horsepower bike, even in the dry, puts a shear up my spine, Chris. I think my 100 horsepower on the R6 will be plenty for me.
Yeah, look, you're absolutely right, but I guess in truth, these modern bikes pretty much go as fast as you want them to go. They have pretty linear power, so you can dial it in. The challenge is to know how much to dial in, because I do have plenty on tap if you ask for it. But generally, you jump on them and ride them around, and they're pretty easy to ride. It's only ride them fast is the issue. The man who shows us how to do that time and time again is Brett Simmons, reigning Tasmanian Superbike champion,
Outright lap holder.
lap record holder, yes. I can't remember exactly what that was, but it was as close to a flat 53 as you'll get. So Brett sitting there on P1, as I was saying just a moment ago, he was telling me only a few minutes earlier that the track feels quite okay. He's on the older model Honda.
Yes, and Jez is on the rebuilt R1. The bit of a change from the 125 that he rides around.
So red flag is in, the lights on. Ready for a start.
Brett gets a good start.
Beautifully. Yeah, Jason Spencer, big long wheel stand. Didn't really work to his advantage very well.
It was tight through turn one. Wiley.
There was some congestion there. Now Jason Wiley looking to go around the outside of Jason Spencer through the S's, but won't get that done, will he, or not? He'll push through on the inside. That's going to be tight. Oh. But all worked beautifully to Brett Simmons' favour. Now he's already got a 5-second at least advantage over the two Jasons, fighting it out for second and third. Jason's Wiley up the inside of Jason Spencer into Suckers, both through cleanly.
But certainly Brett Simmons has pulled a big gap on second and third.
But I tell you what, Brett Simmons is known for his good starts, and these guys in second and third were not thinking very well about that at all, trying to fight for position and letting Brett get away again.
No, Brett getting plenty of air off the hump there underneath the front wheel.
Jason Wiley now pulls a couple of bike lengths over Jason Spencer. I think Brett Simmons too far up the track to do much about that, but time will tell. Wade Schrader holding off, who would that be? Quentin Blaisley, is it? Yes, it is. Notice Jason Wiley's timing transponder hasn't picked up, nor Brett Simmons, so they'll be manually timed at the moment, and we'll see those positions correct in no time, I expect.
Well, certainly with the bright colours that they're both sporting out there, we shouldn't have any trouble differentiating the two.
No, not at all. Just interesting to see what the lap times are. Brett Simmons, another big wheelie.
Yeah.
Now, Jason Wiley, I don't know what's happened there, but he seems to have lost a lot over
Brett. I don't know whether what level of electronics Brett's running in his CBR there, but certainly he's getting a lot more air over the hump for much longer than what the Ducati of Jason Wiley is.
I can answer that question. None at all.
Well, I suspect he's just backing the throttle off then. Sorry about that. We're back now with the commentary. Brett Simmons still leaning, entering the sweeper with a clear lead over Jason Wiley.
Very, very comfortable lead, actually.
And Jason seems to have dropped Jason Spencer as well. There's a similar gap between first to second and second to third. Perhaps slightly more second to third. With Quentin Blaisley coming around in fourth place.
Yeah, good ride there from Quentin Blaisley, although he's got Mark Delante right on the back of him, hasn't he?
Yes.
So Mark's putting in a great ride too.
My apologies, that was Wade Schrader in third place. Fourth place. Sorry.
Yeah, Jason Wiley, we're still looking for his time to be corrected. So too Brett Simmons, on timing running 7th and 8th at the moment, but that's not the case. They're actually first and second. Brett Simmons coming over the line at the moment. Fair way back to Jason Spencer, so Jason's really... There you go, Brett Simmons, 58.7 on that old Honda. Not bad at all, is it?
No, that's an outstanding ride there on a older bike in testing conditions. But he has got a lot of experience under his belt and put an awful lot of laps in round here. So Quentin Blaisley is just still leading Marcus Delante.
That's Mark Delante, not to be confused with Marcus Delaney.
Yes. And Jezza coming through over the line now.
Jeremy Huddleston, yes, in 7th. And Mike 74.
About to be lapped by Brett Simmons.
Yep, Thomas Jones having his first ride here.
Clean pass into turn 1.
Very, very rough baptism there for Thomas Jones to be going out there on a wet, cold track at basketball, first time here.
Yes.
But, doing an outstanding job.
But I've certainly been passed by Brett Simmons many times, countless laps in fact, and he's always come back and given plenty of racing room, and particularly been overtaken over the hump, having his front wheel pass me at head height. Yeah. Very pleasant experience.
Well, the truth, of course, is that it's to Brett's own benefit to give plenty of racing room, because if he manages to hit you, he'll probably go down as well. So Brett doing an outstanding job there, running 58s. Goes to show that old Honda, he's still an excellent race bike. 59.9, so he's backed it off a little, although he has had a bit of flat traffic.
Looks like Jez's might be having, I don't know, he's just letting him through.
Yep. And of course that same bike, the older, it's not a 2019 that our timing's showing. I can't tell you what age it is. It's the previous generation. But Brett's also done a high 53 on that same bike on a dry track. So it just goes to show what a good thing that model of CBR 1000 was.
Yeah. And while I guess it goes to show that while the electronics packages have come a long way in the right hands, if a bike is set up correctly, they can still put in a very fast time.
Well, look, it's something that's often last lap forward now for Brett. You often hear people say it around the pits that a fast rider will typically be fast on anything, and Brett's showing that right now. There'll be people out there who say, what's the point of getting an old Honda like that? Because people such as Brett have got faster bikes. Well, Brett's on an older Honda right now, and he's showing you he can absolutely dominate on an older bike.
So Wade Schrader's continuing to impress there. He's got a nice ride in there in 4th position.
Oh, without a doubt. P4 outright, and he's gone through at a 62.3. He's 1/10 of a second off Jason Spencer. It's a brilliant ride. Quentin Blaisley still holding off Mark Delante.
Then Brett comes through for the win.
Yeah, that was a super impressive ride there from Brett. Good ride too there from Jason Wiley, but yeah, it's got to sting a little bit being absolutely pantsed by somebody on an older CBR 1000.
Yeah, look, the day's early. Hopefully the upcoming races things might be a little bit quieter. There was some big gaps there. Close racing at the start, but certainly as the race progressed, the gaps got bigger. Coming down the back straight, still fighting it out for a position here. Mark Delante hoping to catch Quinton through the sweeper, but
it's going to be
close.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very tight.
Oh, just
not quite. I think Blaze just got the better of him. He did.
Yeah, just. Or sort of, they're both getting wider out towards the edge of the track, and I suspect that made Mark have to back off fractionally.
Interesting that Jason Wiley did another lap there. I don't think he saw the checkered flag last time round. Yeah, I did expect Brett Simmons to come under a bit more pressure in that. I think the two Jasons got mixed up the first few corners of lap 1, gave Brett that gap, but even so, it's not as if he just backed it off after that. He still set the fastest lap of the race without any pressure on from behind, which is the way that Brett likes to do it.
Yes, well, I mean, I personally tip my hat to all the racers in this race. I mean, Brett set a faster lap than I've ever managed in the dry, so yeah, credit where credit's due. But certainly they're starting to form up for the next race. Let's have Lights GP, Lights Production.
This is going to be interesting. Big field.
An awesome field. Last year I would have been out in this field myself, and Jesse's lined up first. We were expecting him to be towards the pointy end of the field.
I think what was interesting was that Chad Wiley out-qualified Jesse Woods.
Well, that's no mean feat, because
not at all, but
he's not slow.
look, I'd still be putting my money on Jesse for the lights production win here, but great effort there from Chad. As I said earlier, graduate from the Tassie Juniors class last year.
Yeah, there's actually a few juniors that have moved through this year that have really moved up in their pace and being able to get on perhaps some slightly bigger machinery. Certainly, the smaller bikes do suffer from a lack of power up the hill and drive out of corners, but yeah, the young fellas tend to have a few kilos less than the older guys, and
They do.
it can make a big difference with the small horsepower that we're dealing with.
Now, the other two worth keeping an eye on, Taran Ocean and Daniel Briggs. I think Daniel was actually the fastest qualifier, he was. So they're both running Lights GP. So, but for the outright win, Taran Ocean or Daniel Briggs, gee, I think I'd be going Taran Ocean.
Yes, and certainly the massive difference in power delivery between the two strokes and the inline fours and the parallel twins are out there on the track today at the moment. I'd imagine we'd be expected to see the usual push or balance bike start from Marc de Jong off the line, but he always, by the end of turn 2, he's made up a lot of places that he loses off the start, so he knows how to find a gap through the field.
Yeah, so Jesse Woods was the first bike around to form up on the grid. It will be interesting. Actually, just being overtaken there through the sweeper.
He seems to be testing his brakes out a bit there, Chris.
By Reese Tan. Now, Reese has had an outstanding meeting so far on the older CBR 250. It's going to be very interesting to see what he can do.
Yeah, certainly. You can't imagine that all the ponies are still in that 20-year-old bike that it came out of the factory with.
Well, in the first race, he was taking it right up to Rob Scott in Formula 3 on Rob riding the SV650, and we know Rob's not slow.
No.
Well, who's your money on? Outright win here, Matt?
Oh, well, outright win. Daniel Briggs put a very good lap in, but it'll be tight between, I think, Daniel and Taran Ocean.
You can't.
Oh, I can't discount Jesse Woods either.
No, you can't have a foot in each camp. Which one is it?
Oh, look. I'll stick my neck out. I won't sit on the fence. I'll go with Daniel.
Yep, I think in Taran. Okay. Red flag is coming in. Started just climbing the fence. Red lights on. And racing. And Chad Wiley's got an absolute flyer on the four-stroke. So too Jesse Woods, but it's Chad Wiley who will actually lead the field for the first time.
And I have picked the back runner. It seems that Daniel has stalled on the grid.
Well, you put the mockers on him. Look at Taran Ocean right around the outside of Jesse Woods through turn 2. Daniel Briggs is pushing off to the side, so hopefully he has time to get that bike parked and over the fence before the field comes round. I think he will. But Chad Wiley, what a blinder of a start from him.
Yes, he's pulled a big gap on the 2 strokes.
And the problem for Jesse Woods is he's now got Taran Ocean in front of him, so he's going to have to get past Taran before he can get to Chad. Unless, of course, Taran manages to get up to Chad and past Chad. But so far, Chad Wiley doing the business out in front. Nice little gap too.
Yeah, certainly showing Dad how it's done.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jason. But Chad is doing an awesome ride out there at the moment.
He certainly is, as we keep saying, tricky conditions. But at the moment, out there riding beautifully. Still Taran Ocean, a few bike lengths back. Jesse Woods right behind him. Then Reese Tan, another outstanding ride from him. Then we've got Nathaniel Green, and that would be we've got
Is it Tom Turner?
No,
on
it's it is Tom, is it?
Tom
Wow.
Turner on a CBR MC19, I believe that has passed through several hands in the last couple of years.
What a great ride, though. Tom Turner. Big field. Big group of bikes all filing down through the S's and up the hill at the moment. But back to the front, Chad Wiley must be just about coming through Calvin's onto the back straight.
Yeah, well, certainly in the next lap or so, I would be expecting
Taran Ocean to challenge?
Yes. Yeah, well, maybe not even two. Might be before the end of this lap. We'll be seeing a bit of dicing going on. He's pulling the gap.
He certainly is closing down on Chad. He's pretty much on his back wheel now as they come over the start-finish line.
Oh, turn one. It should be okay. Won't quite get him there, but turn two down into turn three might be a different story.
Yeah, he's certainly quick on the GP bike down through the S's here. Right on Chad's back wheel at the moment. But for a young rider, what a great job Chad Wiley's doing out there in front.
Yeah, up the top of the hill, there's still a bit of a gap. But
what's interesting is talking to Jesse Woods this morning, he thought his challenge was likely to come from Brodie Curtis. No one saw Chad Wiley coming.
No. And Reece Tan on that CBR 250RR doing an awesome job in fourth place.
So back to our leaders. Still Chad Wiley holding off Taran Ocean.
Yeah, the gap seems to have opened up again.
Jesse Woods about 5 seconds in arrears from Chad Wiley. So Jesse got caught up in that earlier traffic, but no, take nothing away from Chad. I think he's, let's have a look at the lap times there. Chad Wiley 65.3, Jesse Woods 66.9. So Chad's simply got more pace. Taran Ocean just holding station there at the moment behind Chad Wiley. I think he's probably just looking for a clean way through. I fully expect he will get there.
Yeah, well, we've got about 4.5 laps remaining for these front runners, so he's got time on his side.
And of course, they're running in different classes, but they still like to be P1 outright. Now, looking for a run around the outside this time, Taran Ocean.
He's got a fantastic run out of the sweeper there, Chris.
Not quite enough speed to get the move on though, but all over the back wheel now, Chad Wiley. I think into turn two he'll look for a run. No, looks like a couple of straight drives up there. Well,
yes. Looking to move around the outside. He's got the pace and he's done it.
That's a hard way to do it, around the outside through turn two, but did manage to get it done. Now it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. Can he actually pull a bit of a gap? I think he can.
Yeah, well, we'll see a back marker lapped on the exit of Suckers. They'll get past cleanly there.
What's interesting is that Taran's quickest lap so far is about 0.4 of a second quicker than Chad's. So look at the moment, Chad Wiley hanging on nicely. Look at that.
He's got him.
No, he's still behind him. But he hasn't lost any ground. I tell you what a ride from Chad Wiley. Still all over the back of Taran Ocean. So I don't think this one's done at all. Oh, Chad running a little bit wide there. Yes, fraction wide. Just lost a little bit of toe off Taran. Oh, is that Reece Tan parked up there at Suckers?
Yes, it is. Actually, I recognise the colours.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah.
Having an outstanding ride, but
I don't know whether he went down or whether he's had a mechanical there, Chris.
Oh, I think where it's parked, there's every chance it's gone down. It's an easy place to crash in the wet.
Yeah, it would be his first time through the dirt up there.
Just looking back for our leaders again. Probably still much the same. Taryn's got maybe a second. Rain falling again though, Matt.
Yes, it has increased. It might be just the direction, but it's certainly falling on the windows
Some
up here in
pretty
Coventry.
big fat drops too. So can Chad do anything about this? He certainly hasn't given it up. Jesse Woods still holding out third, but now 8 seconds in arrears.
Tom Turner coming around the sweeper past some lap traffic.
That's Leah Renton, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yep. It is Leah. So the field's starting to spread out a little. Brodie Curtis not having the best race meet. Not finding maybe the wet track to his liking.
Yeah. Dane Griggs, not sure whether he's having a slower race round this round. Might have expected him a little bit further up the field.
Yeah, he often gets challenged by Doug Watson on a wet track. So
yeah, unfortunately, Doug swapped the motor out on his bike, but on non-compatible wiring looms, it would seem to be the problem.
Yeah, he's having lots of problems there. Just looking at the leaders coming up on lap traffic as they come down through the S's. I don't know if this is going to work to Chad's advantage. No, Taran Ocean does get through, so now it's a matter of whether or not it works for Chad. I think Chad's lost the toe though. He's probably 2 seconds in arrears now, so
yeah,
it's now up to Taran Ocean just to hold it together. Last lap board, I don't know if it was shown to the leaders last time round. It must have been. So it's probably checkered flag time this time round, I think, is it?
I can't quite tell.
Just looking for Taran Ocean. Must be coming down the back straight now. He is.
Yeah, 3 bikes in front of him coming into the sweeper, but the gap should be big enough back to Chad.
Yeah, look, I expect so. I think it's at least 2 seconds there. Taran looking for a run around the outside, as long as he doesn't get caught up with them, and he doesn't. Very, very good race win there from Taran Ocean.
Yeah, some great racing between those two earlier on. Just with the gap developing the last three sort of laps or so.
Got to say, it wasn't that long ago that you could flip the coin on whether or not Taran would end up in the dirt by his own admission, but hasn't he matured as a rider? Look at that. Tough conditions.
Yeah, his consistency has certainly improved greatly on the finishing of the races. Certainly a disappointing start out there for poor Daniel Briggs with a stall off the start line.
But like I say, you look at what Taran's done in that race. Didn't get the best of starts, made his way through the field, no dangerous moves, didn't put a foot wrong.
Yes, lots of clean racing. Certainly things were thick and fast through the first couple of corners off the opening lap, but it always is.
So just running you through the field, as Leah Renton just crosses the line. So Taran Ocean, Chad Wiley, Jesse Woods, Marek Von Bertouche, Nathan Green, Tom Turner, Grant Boxall, Brodie Curtis, Dane Griggs, Michael Green, Mark de Jong, Heath Fielding, John Cranz, Ben Boxall, Harley Phipps, Christian Riley, Leah Renton, DNF, Reece Tan, Daniel Briggs, and the first lights production bike, Chad Wiley.
Yeah, and certainly if we look at the gap between Nathan Green and Tom Turner on the timing here, we've got like 0.3 of a second, so a close finish between those two.
That was a pretty busy race. Lots of bikes, lots of contests, battles everywhere.
Yeah, well certainly with this being my first time up in the commentary box here, Chris, I've got to tip my hat off to you. It's not easy keeping track of where everything's happening and where the battles are on track. It gets easier to get spun round in this room.
Yeah, it does, and unfortunately, with only one set of eyes, you often miss some of the best action. That's where TV's good. Go back and have another look at it, but we don't have that opportunity. Sometimes you see there's been an incident or an overtake, as we saw with, who was it, Jet Pryor and Ava Connell.
Yes.
Didn't pick up what happened.
No, suddenly big change in position there.
But even so, it's as Matt was saying before, great view from up here. The only thing we can't see very well is Calvin's Corner, the corner where they run onto the back straight because of the Tilford Auto Group pedestrian bridge.
Yeah, so all the alternative, the great run onto the paddock area when you cook it going into Calvin's.
Well, true, absolutely.
But there's plenty of paddock out there. I've only done it a couple of times myself, but there is plenty of room to keep running on and wash off that speed.
Yeah, just on a day like this with wet grass, it's not good for race tyres.
The front brake is not your friend on the grass, Chris, that's for sure.
No, you pretty much just hold your breath and just hope you don't run out of paddock before you find the other side of the racetrack.
Yes. And our lovely brown gravel trap is certainly no friend either to be making our way through at any pace in the wet.
No, well, the only advantage when it has been rain is it's very soft. makes for a softer landing than when it's rock hard.
Yes.
Just a bit of a delay while pick up a bike. So I think might just have a couple of minutes breather, Matt. Come back very shortly.
No worries, Chris.
Yeah, because it's a race for a start. But you've probably been in the world. Yeah, but it's okay. Yeah, you can try something during commentary. Put someone on the spot. Yeah. Just like we don't usually do competence, but it's an exception.
Okay, so bikes on track now, going out to complete the last race of our first set. So this is race 6, being Golden Era over 500, pre-modern Supersport, pre-modern Superbike. Certainly a race group that I've been looking forward to watching. I think good mix of bikes. Golden Era, as I was saying earlier, for bikes built up to the end of 1997, and then pre-modern for bikes through to 2005. But what we're seeing is in these larger capacity bikes that it produces some good racing, and it's a really good mix. Fastest qualifier was actually somebody from the Golden Era on an older bike, the FZR1000, the very experienced James Ryan, and I should say also hard charging. He's always riding that bike very hard. It's always exciting to watch James. But right behind him, Peter Bellchambers on the Golden Era GSX R750. So how can I pick between those two? I don't know. I'd be giving to James. He's a confident rider in the wet, but Peter Bellchambers too, very experienced. Stuart Bugg in there on the ZX7. Oscar O'Donovan. He's on the ZX6R, pre-modern Supersport. Mark Eagling. Unfortunately, we're missing Bob Sellers, who was going to be on a pre-modern Superbike, a Yamaha R1. That would have really rounded it out, but already we've got a fantastic race group here. It's anyone's race to win, really. Just waiting on Matt to come back and join us. He's just off running an errand, but I'll run solo here for the moment. Red flag is in. And off to a start. Stuart Bugg actually got the best start. He's just headed up Peter Bellchambers. James Ryan right behind Peter Bellchambers. James going around the outside into top of turn 2, but it's Stuart Bugg at the moment. He leads the field down through the S's. James Ryan right behind him, Peter Bellchambers, and then Oscar O'Donovan a little further back. Now behind Oscar, I don't know who that is. A bit hard to pick from here, particularly with a bit of spray coming off the wet tyres, but Stuart Bugg still holding onto the lead. A bit of congestion there behind him. Bikes, looks, James Ryan, yes, through on the inside of Stuart Bugg down into Calvin's. It's a brave move on a wet track. But as I was saying, James is a confident rider in the wet, so now opens the taps on that big 1000. Peter Bellchambers through on Stuart Bugg as well, and now Oscar O'Donovan right onto the back of Stuart Bugg. So, as I was expecting, 4 riders in a group at the front. This is going to be fantastic. James Ryan over the start-finish line. Peter Bellchambers right behind him, looking for the way through on the inside into turn 1, but no room there. James Ryan covers his line quite well. Oscar O'Donovan now all over the back. Oh, we've got a red flag. There must be a bike down somewhere.
Can't see it anywhere, Chris.
No, nor can I.
Suckers.
Suckers.
Rider on the wall.
Rider on the wall. So, Suckers has claimed another one. It's tough. It's, you know, a wet track, cold track. As I was saying before, the front end does get light there. It can very easily close underneath you, and next thing you know, you're on your backside.
Yeah, I can't tell which rider it actually is up there, Chris.
It's red and white. Peter?
No.
No, look, it's a bit hard to tell because we haven't had the whole group through yet.
No, there's Peter coming down the back straight. Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Stuart Bugg.
So the pickup van is going out. That means we've got another race start to look forward to.
Going out for pickup. We certainly aren't wearing tyre warmers, so I'm surprised they're being sent back to the pits at this point in time.
Yeah, it depends on the length of time it takes to pick up, I guess. But look, since that's happening, we'll just take another break until our bikes are back on track, give our voices a bit of rest, and you will rest from us. Back very shortly. Okay, so that bike's now been collected and bike's back on track. Just heard that after this race we'll be having a lunch break, so the last race of the morning. Interesting to see a bit of blue sky up there over Suckers, Matt.
Yeah, certainly. Perhaps the poor flag marshals out there might be looking hopefully up at the blue sky. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to coming in for a lunch break, stretch legs, and perhaps get a hot coffee.
I think so. There's not much sun coming through it, but it is a bit of a break in the weather for the moment.
Yeah, I can still see some drops hitting the puddles in the pit area, so it's certainly the rain's not over for the day.
Absolutely no way. Just a short pause, but enough to get this race over and done with, I think, without much rain falling, which would be great. So first bike through the chute to line up, it's going to be Peter Bellchambers, who's putting a very strong race in part one of this race, right on the heels of James Ryan. James now coming through to pick up his position at P1. Inside front row of the grid. And Oscar O'Donovan showing some good pace as well as Stuart Bugg in that first race.
So is James Ryan, is he riding a FZR 750 or
1,000?
It's
1,000. So I think it might have been Don Fenton, 76 is that who fell off. But anyway, in the starter's hands, lights on. And once again, Peter Bellchambers seems to get the jump. Big wheelie from James Ryan. But Peter Bellchambers this time, first into turn one. James Ryan right on his wheel.
and followed by Stuart Bugg.
And I think that must be Oscar O'Donovan fourth, is it? Yes, it is. From Mark Eagling, I think. But James Ryan now through to the front. So pretty much an action replay of the first race, except it was Stuart Bugg leading for the first half a lap at least.
Oscar O'Donovan put a move up the inside there of Stuart Bugg, up leading into Suckers there. He's picked up a place there.
Yeah, he'll be one to watch. Now he's got a clean racetrack in front of him. It'll be interesting to see if he can peg back these leaders, James Ryan and Peter Bellchambers.
Certainly these old bikes are no slouches on the track there, carrying some nice top final speed there.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still probably pulling over 200 kilometres an hour down the straight. James Ryan heads the field over the start-finish line for the first time. Peter Bellchambers right on his tail. And Oscar O'Donovan a couple of seconds back, but as I said, clean track in front of him now. It'll be interesting to see what Oscar can do about it. Stuart Bugg a little further back from Oscar. And then we've got Mark Eagling, Daniel Mulholland, Matt Coward, Tim O'Halloran and Karen Webb. James Ryan's transponder's not picking up at the moment. He's showing as not having completed a lap, so that'll correct very, very shortly. But we can see on track that James is very, very much in the lead. Maybe gapping Peter Bellchambers there a little bit, I think, Matt, as they run down there into Calvin's.
Yeah, I've been finding the field a bit further back, so see as they reach their terminal velocities down the back straight where things are sort of lying. Yeah, you might be right there. He might be starting to gap him slightly.
Well, Peter Bellchambers is pretty strong under brakes, but I think they're pulling out on Oscar O'Donovan a bit.
Yes, Oscar seems to have dropped back fractionally.
Interesting to see the lap times this time through. But Peter Bellchambers certainly still within striking distance on the back wheel of James Ryan.
Closes up through turn one, but definitely too far away to make a move in turn 2, 3.
So lap times, James Ryan 65.0, Peter Bellchambers 64.8, Oscar O'Donovan 67.3, and Stuart Bugg 68.7. So really, no one's going to contest or challenge the front two at this rate. They're out to probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 second gap over Oscar O'Donovan, but Peter Bellchambers still right on the back of James Ryan.
Yes, and Oscar's got a comfortable gap over Stuart Bugg there in 4th place, with another substantial gap back to 5th and 6th.
James Ryan doing it very nicely though, showing his experience and class.
Yeah, no rider really gaining any advantage over the other three here. They're staying a fairly consistent gap.
No, the question here is, can Peter Bellchambers do something? And if so, where's he going to do it? It's not slow, that 750, but it's not going to have enough horsepower to go past the 1,000 down the back straight. So it's up to Belly to find somewhere through the turns to under brakes, and that's a little more challenging in these conditions. In fact, Oscar O'Donovan, he hasn't got that much of a margin over Stuart Bugg. What are their lap times? Stuart Bugg's actually done a faster lap last time round, only by a little, half a second. So, interesting to see if Buggy can do much about that. They've probably got a 3 or 4 second margin to make up, so it's probably safe enough for Oscar, but worth watching anyway.
Our leaders close up again into the sweeper.
Yeah, not much of a change there. Peter Bellchambers still sitting on the back wheel of James Ryan.
Gap seems to have gotten a little bit bigger there, Chris.
Yeah, last time through, James Ryan, a flat 64, Peter Bellchambers 64.3. So you're right, Matt, you picked that. 0.3 of a second difference in their lap time. Just doing what he needs to do there at the front, James Ryan. So far, from where we're standing, not putting a foot wrong. Hasn't given into the pressure and just keep it nice and smooth. 64 lap, the second lap time is nothing to be sneezed at all on a big old FZR 1000.
No, it certainly wouldn't be the lightest of bikes, and take a bit of effort to transition from side to side.
Yeah, I guess it's what you're used to. You jump off that onto a modern bike and they feel featherweight, but after you've done a few laps on that, you probably think, what's the big deal? I mean, back in the day, everyone wanted one though with the bee's knees. Yeah. Certainly starting to gap Peter Bellchambers now. It's out to 1.7 seconds, so it may have been enough to break the toe. In fact, 63.45 was James Ryan's last lap, so he's actually up the pace.
Yeah, I don't think Peter's going to be able to break him in this race. He's saying that sitting up here in the nice dry commentary position, but
yeah, I think James is looking pretty solid here. His lap times are continuing to improve though, so he doesn't really need to do that unless he's feeling very confident in it. He can probably button off a fraction and just keep that pace.
Yeah, well, certainly putting in 63.4s in the wet on a bike of that era and that mass.
63.4 again.
Yeah, can be very happy with that. Peter Bellchambers has put in a nice 63.8.
Yeah, well, it's good to see him respond. It's probably just not enough, though. He's not going to close down James Ryan at that rate. Only how many laps to go? 2 laps to go, so bit of a lonely ride there for Mark Eagling. Quite a long way back from Stuart Bugg, but holding down 5th. And then further back to Matt Coward.
Yeah, I think Matt Coward would be happy with his 68.5 there.
Yeah, I think so. He's got Daniel Mulholland for company. Daniel pretty close to the back of Matt. Certainly in a position to challenge.
Yeah, there's just enough time there. Like down through the S's. A bit hard to tell whether the gap's closing, but yeah, so again, James Ryan coming across the line with low 63, and Peter Bellchambers slightly slower with a high 63 there.
Yeah, last lap, I think James has pretty well got this in the bag as long as he doesn't do anything silly. He looks to be riding very smoothly and looks very comfortable there.
Yeah, well, Chris, I think he should be pretty right out there. I own silly and I haven't lent any out.
Well, I'm usually not very good at picking race winners, but today I'm doing okay. I was backing James for the win in this, and I backed Taran Ocean in the previous.
Yeah, well, my apologies out there to Daniel Briggs for putting the
Yeah,
markers
you
on him
did.
there.
You absolutely did.
I just virtually flicked the kill switch on him.
Yep. So James Ryan coming around the outside of Karen Webb, pick up a very well-deserved victory. Well done, James Ryan.
And a nice second place to Peter Bell Chambers.
Yep, 2.4 seconds in arrears. Then we're back to Stuart Bugg, who's just under brakes at the end of the back straight now. Sorry, no, it's Oscar O'Donovan who's coming through the sweeper now. So he'll go through. Very impressive third place there from Oscar on the smaller 600.
Yes, followed with a bit of a gap back to Stuart Bugg over the line now.
So a nice ride though from Buggy. And then we're back to Mark Eagling, who's just coming through the sweeper. As I said, lonely ride there for Mark, but still very important points in the bag in the pre-modern Supersport Championship. Matty Coward, he's dropped off Daniel Mulholland. I thought that was going to be a bit of a challenge there, but no, Matty's done well. He's held on.
Yeah, certainly I enjoy watching this race group. I've got fond memories of my carbureted GSXR 600. Definitely a different feel to the fuel-injected bikes. But yeah, I do have a soft spot for the old ZX 7Rs.
Tim O'Halloran crosses the line, and Karen Webb just coming round. Actually, she enters the pit, so that will complete the field. That completes the first race group. We are breaking for lunch. Just been advised by Clark, of course, Peter Woods, that due to our event running a little bit behind because of the number of pickups we've had, reduced race number of laps this afternoon. So all categories other than junior will be reduced to 6 laps. That will be after lunch. Matt, my stomach's telling me it's time to eat. I think we'll have a quick break and be back soon.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. Okay, so welcome back to commentary. We've got the third round of racing for the day about to start. They're on the Domer grid just filing their way out for their sighting lap. Chris Price is about to join me back in the commentary team. Yeah, the day seems to have dried out slightly here, Chris. The drizzle seems to have stopped. There's a bit of blue sky over the hills. I can even feel the gentle kiss of sunshine.
The sun might be shining there, Matt, but it's still very cold out there.
Yes, I can attest to that. I've only just come up here myself.
Yes, no rain falling at the moment, and as you say, the sun is poking its head through, but still very cold. And I tell you what, people out there are doing a great job because tough conditions.
Yes, thanks again to the flag marshal standing out there in that rather chilly breeze. I can see the weather vane spinning quite rapidly out there.
So first race group of the second set, Formula 3, Golden Era up to 500, and Formula Basketball. Some great racing out of race 1. I think it was Lockie Curtis who took the win, was it not? With
yes.
From was it
John?
Peter McEldowney, wasn't it? And then Jono Hughes a little further back because he got caught up in turn 1. Looks like Grant Vauxhall late onto the grid. We'll have to start from pit lane, I would assume.
Yes.
Yep.
He's being held up there for a pit lane start.
So we're in the starter's hands. Red flag's still out. So Grant's allowed to go to the top of pit lane, and I expect we'll join the field from the rear once the field is filed past. Now the one to watch here, I think, is Boyd Witzman, who did put in a great ride in race 1, no surprise, all the way through from the back of the field through to, I think, claim Jono Hughes at the end. Yep.
And the starter's off the line. Just a reminder, we've been reduced down to 6-lap races.
The red light is on. Racing, and I think Lockie Curtis has got the whole shot there. Big wheel stand from Trevor Renton. But sure enough, Lockie Curtis will lead the field. And Jono Hughes ran the outside of Peter McEldowney into the S's. So Jono Hughes, a bit between his teeth this time. He's out for the win.
Yes, he was carrying plenty of corner speed there through turn 2.
Now, what sort of start did Boyd Witzman get? Struggling to see there at the moment. He must be about midfield. We'll keep an eye on Boyd. But Lockie Curtis at the moment leading the field up through and over suckers. Jono Hughes right on his hammer. Peter McEldowney, and who's that fourth?
I can't quite tell from here, but it's a nice group of 4 at the front there.
It is. We'll know shortly because they're about to come into view as they come down the back straight. Peter McEldowney blasts past Jono Hughes.
Oh, it's Boyd.
It is Boyd. What a start from Boyd.
Boyd has a little look up the inside, can't make a pass.
All right, well, with Boyd Witzman in the mix, we're in for some entertainment. He certainly won't finish the race wondering where he could have finished. Up the inside he goes. Oh, I'll tell you what, there's lines left, right and centre going into turn 1, but still Lockie Curtis comes out on top.
Yeah.
Jono Hughes ran the outside of Boyd Witzman.
Cuts in tight.
Jono having none of it.
The SVs are showing their legs down the back straight, though.
They certainly are. It's hard for Jono on the little 400. He gets the big bikes go past him, and there again.
Swallowed up the hill.
But he's certainly making it work well for him through the S's. Change of lead at the front. Peter McEldowney on the outside of Lockie Curtis into Calvin's. That's a big move in the wet.
Yes. But he's got a nice little lead coming down the straight now. Oh, Boyd, up into second.
Nice move from Boyd Witzman. Look, my money's going to be on Boyd here, I think. I know what he's like.
He hasn't been doing much racing out here lately.
Lockie Curtis ran the outside.
No ground given.
What a great battle here in the Formula 3 class.
As I was saying, Boyd has been absent from racing for a little while, and it's fantastic to see him back out.
Yeah, he loves his racing, and he's a great competitor. John Hughes round the outside of
Outside.
Boyd Whitson again. There's no
Boyd
room
won't give
there.
him room.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot going on there in that lead group of four. But just going back through the field, we've got the first 8 positions are all Formula 3 bikes. Then we're back to Emma Reeder, who heads up Formula Basketball. She's in P9 outright, ahead of Nathan Toll, who's also in Formula Basketball. Then we're into Cameron Rowell, who's the first of the Golden Era up to 500 classes, P11 outright, ahead of Ben Boxhall, also Golden Era up to 500. But
Okay.
back to our leaders.
Yeah, Boyd has edged out into second place again. He's looking around the outside here through the sweeper.
Peter McEldowney, though, doing a fantastic job out in front. Boyd Whitman looking for a run up the inside into turn 1. I think he'll go
it's
for
going
it.
to be
It's
tight.
going to be very tight.
Boyd gets
just
him.
squeezes through.
And undoubtedly, Jono will be pushing hard through turn here as he is every lap. But
John Hughes, he's looking for a way through. Lockie Curtis was looking to go around the outside of Peter McEldowney, but no way through there. But Boyd Whitman off and flying at the front. They're going to have to dig deep here because I know what Boyd's capable of once he gets a bit of clear track. Boyd Whitman down the hill into Calvin, so this is going to be interesting. Run down the straight. The SV650 probably should have legs. I don't think the other bikes will close in that much. What's Peter McEldowney's also on an SV650. So
Boyd has pulled out a substantial lead.
So they've got their work cut out now with Boyd giving his head at the front. But Peter McEldowney, Lockie Curtis, John Hughes still waiting probably to put a move on. I think Lockie Curtis might come under a bit of pressure from John Hughes. Further back, Daniel Briggs having a great dice there with Rob Scott. Both in the Formula 3 class. James Gibson having a good ride too in P7, as I was saying this morning, ex-Superbike rider. Trevor Renton, bit of a lonely ride. Emma Reeder.
She seems to be actually just slowly gaining ground on Trevor.
Yeah, different classes, but doesn't really matter. She's enjoying her racing, and I just spoke to her before. She didn't have any issues with her little front end lose this morning. Picked the bike up and kept going. So she's out there still enjoying the day, which is absolutely fantastic.
Last lap board has been shown to...
Boyd Whitman coming over the line now. He'll pick up the last lap board.
Oh, he must have a 3-second lead there.
Yep, doing it easily.
But second, third, fourth, not decided at this point for sure.
No way. John Hughes looking probably coming into his hunting ground. Down the inside, Lockie Curtis, great move. And up the inside of Peter McEldowney or not.
Quite.
He does like to do that one.
You lose ground again up the hill.
Yeah, the 400 loses that. In fact, look at the speed of Lockie's bike.
He's kept him at bay though.
I don't know if it's a newer one, is it? It's the Craig Johnson bike, isn't it?
Well, they're both 89 VFR 400s.
Okay. Just must be the Craig Johnson tune. But it is Boyd Whitman who heads the field down the straight, under brakes.
Into lap traffic, but that won't be any problem for Boyd given the gap he's got and the sheer pace that he's carrying.
No, he's done that very comfortably. What a ride. Last place on the grid.
Yeah, and he's happy.
Through to first.
Happy man about that. Fist pump on the line. Well done to the following 3 riders though too.
Yeah, Peter McEldowney will hold off Lockie Curtis and Jonathan Hughes. Rob Scott holds off Daniel Briggs. But you don't see that very often. Very last place on the grid all the way through the first. So absolutely outstanding ride there for Boyd Whitman. Good to see him out there and enjoying his racing.
And who's this following? Emma Reeder. He might be looking to put it up the inside under brakes.
Well, that's Nathan Toll.
He can't quite do it there, but I don't know how his drive's going to be onto the start-finish line there, Chris.
Yeah, they're both in Formula Basketball, so fighting for points. But Emma Reeder will hold off Nathan Toll. That's a great ride from both of those.
Yes.
So over the start-finish line now, we have bike number 27, that's Ben Boxhall from Father Grant. And last two bikes on track who may not, might just re-enter the pits, I don't know, Eleanor Renton and Christian Riley.
They're coming in.
Well, there's another exciting race for the day.
That was a great watch, that one.
It's good to see this Formula 3 class starting to build because it provides some great racing. But speaking of great racing, Tas Supersport, next up, bike starting to file out onto the dummy grid.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this race unfolds. I don't know whether we're going to see Marcus Delaney come back out.
Yes, he told me he would be back out, and there he is. Filthy leathers, immaculate bike.
Oh, he's got the good bike out now.
Yeah, but wearing the leathers of shame.
Oh,
Mud all over them. Luckily, didn't suffer any harm in that fall. Simply lost the front as we thought.
Yes, well, in regard to the leathers, time washes away all sins, Chris.
It does. It does. Speaking to Matthew Long, he obviously finished second right on the back wheel of Hamish Sellers. He thinks he's in with a chance of the win. He didn't get a great start in race one. But so too Hamish Sellers. He said he probably did button off it a little bit because he had a bit of a lead and then noticed Matthew Long riding his hammer. So I just think we're in for a fantastic race.
Yeah, well, look, Chris, sorry, Chip, I'm going to put the mockers on you. I'm going to pick you. I think Matthew's not going to let you have it for free. But, yeah, I think Chip might just have it.
Yeah, well, I'll be controversial. I'll go Matthew Long in this. I think he showed the pace in race one. If he gets a good start, I think he's going to be very hard to beat. Marcus, I think, would have been in the mix. I think that crash in race one would have just taken the edge off him, at least for the first couple of laps. He might not be prepared to push as hard as the guys in front.
Yeah, and certainly he will have swapped the wheels onto his dry bike there, so whether or not the internals of his suspension are compatible with the wet setup.
Well, it's a good point.
Because he's certainly into getting things set up very right, like myself. Put petrol on the bike and turn up and go.
Yes. Yeah, it's nice if you can do that, but to get the best out of them, you probably need to give them a bit more attention.
Oh, undoubtedly.
So this could well come down to who wins the start out of Chip Sellers and Matthew Long. Because they're both running similar lap times. They're both, experienced hard races.
And the other thing that will play out too is whether or not this dry bike of Marcus has the same launch control as the other bike. And certainly one of the bikes was plaguing him greatly with race starts last race round.
Well, actually, it's a good point. Marcus could actually mix it up with these two, and the two guys we're saying are the most likely to take the win. Marcus could actually be a factor in how good a start he gets. Daniel Riggs re-entering the pits. Obviously a problem with his bike.
Yeah, he actually his chain came off last race round on the two-stroke.
Okay.
So.
Well, red flag is in, so we're ready for a start. Race 2, Tas Supersport. Start's going to be critical. Red light is on. Racing, and it looks like Matthew Long has got the whole shot. Launches beautifully. Chip Sellers right on his back wheel, but that may be enough, I think.
Yeah, Matthew's come across quite tight and blocked the inside line.
Marcus Delaney third. Looks like Peter Bellchambers looking to get up the inside of Marcus and may get that done. No, Peter, I think Marcus is going to hold on. But it's Matthew Long. Leads the field. Bottom of the hill. Probably got a half a second lead over the Chip Sellers there. So Chip's really going to have to dig deep now. Hold on to Matty Long and look for, hopefully, a passing opportunity somewhere.
He'll certainly... Chip won't have as much of a weight advantage over Matthew.
No, I think they're pretty equally matched. Both on Yamaha R6s. I don't think either of them are particularly well kitted out with performance upgrades. So it's just going to be a good old battle, I think, on fairly equal terms.
Yeah.
Matthew Long probably got 0.2, 0.3 of a second. We're going to find out very shortly. They're coming over the start-finish line now. So Matthew Long, 0.3 over Chip Sellers. So it should be interesting. Both running similar lap times in race 1.
Yeah, Peter Bellchamber's still looking very good there in 3rd place.
Yeah, he looks very solid, doesn't he? He actually got the better of Marcus, but as I said, maybe Marcus is just readjusting that machine and getting his confidence back after losing the front in the previous race. Martin Long doing a great job there further back, heading the rest of the pack. I think who's that just got past him? David Bartels, I think. David's having a very good meeting. Rain starting to fall again. You see spots on the commentary box window, but look at that. Chip Sellers all over the back of Matthew Long.
Oh, closing strongly under brakes into the sweeper.
Question is, where would he be able to put a move on? It's not going to be easy running the pace they are.
No, the gap's staying very tight across the start-finish line into turn 1.
That was only a 62.4, so they're 2 seconds a lap off what they were doing in race 1, and it's still only a down track. So Matthew's probably got a bit more pace yet to produce, and that's probably showing because he's got Chip all over his back wheel. Peter Bellchamber certainly got clear of that pack behind him. In fact, it looks like Marcus Delaney's probably not getting on with that bike as well as he'd like. He's fallen back into the clutches of that second group.
But even still, this whole 600 field, 3 seconds. 3 seconds between the front runners and the back runner.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Interesting to see the lap times this time around.
Oh, Martin Long has a big lunge up the inside and makes the move.
So lap time's the same that time through, mid-62s. Unless the track's deteriorated, I wouldn't be surprised if Chip Sellers puts a move on.
Yeah, and Marcus Delaney coming under pressure from David Bartel.
Yeah, I don't know if they're closing down on Peter Bellchambers, are they? Interesting to watch that gap. What do we have there? It was about 3 seconds, so we'll keep an eye on it. Good drive up the inside by, I think it's David Bartel again, or Marcus Delaney, is it? But back to our leaders, just coming through Calvin's onto the back straight. Looks like Matthew Long's actually gapped Chip a little bit.
No, there's definitely a significant, maybe Chip's had a little moment somewhere. But yeah, that's a big gap, but Chip does close it up a little bit under brakes at the end of the straight.
So this time through, 61.7, flat 62 from Chip Sellers. Not a lot in it, but it does show that Matt's starting to up his pace a little.
Yeah, and also perhaps with the shorter race format. Yeah, Chip's running out of time to make that ground up.
He is. You won't want to let it get any bigger. 0.7 of a second. But yeah, like you said, maybe he did have a little issue on that last lap because he had been all over the back wheel of Matthew the lap before, but now it looks like that gap is actually extending. So I don't know if Hamish is having a few problems there. But I'd be expecting that's out to a second by now. Matthew Long down over the hump on the back straight. Still looking very clean and tidy.
It's very consistent from both of these riders.
So let's have a look at the lap time this time through. 61.7 last time, 61.3, 61.8. So half a second a lap faster by Matt Long, and that's showing on track because the gap is now out to 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, well, certainly just watching Matthew Long's body language as he comes through the end of the sweeper there, it's like very reminiscent of Brett Simmons with his knee hanging out over the gravel. So not quite to the same extent, but I don't know whether Brett's been doing a bit of mentoring since the 2 hour.
Yeah, I heard there was a bit of mentoring going on, but you know, despite any mentoring, I think Matthew's doing a fantastic job and has done on his own merits.
Yeah, that gap continuing to grow, Chris.
Yeah, there's not a lot in their lap times, but it's just enough. He's just slowly eking it out. So coming around to pick up the checkered flag right now. So Matthew Long, very, very nice and convincing win from Chip Sellers. That was out to 1.6 seconds in the end. Peter Bellchambers actually getting a bit of pressure from David Bartel. What a great ride from David.
Yeah, like another 2 laps. That might have been a much closer finish.
Martin Long holds off Matt Carey. Rob Carnicelli, a little bit of a lonely ride, and then further back to Luke Van Egdom. And our only retiree was Daniel Briggs, who didn't manage to start the race due to a mechanical, I believe. Light rain still continuing to fall. Looking at the big puddle there in the middle of the pits, Matt.
That is deep. I walked through that earlier on, Chris.
Yep, you can see rain falling on it and blowing in onto our commentary box windows as well. So we didn't expect it was going to let up, and it hasn't disappointed. I'll tell you what, though, back to my race predictions.
I think you're 2 from 2.
I'm more than that. I think I'm about 4 from 4. I'm on a roll. I should give up now, I think. Quit while I'm ahead. But very, very impressive ride there from Matt.
Yeah, not to take away from Chip Sellers there. Good ride.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that the pace was off a little bit compared to race 1. I didn't think that from here the conditions looked any worse, but they certainly were. Big thumbs up there from Peter Bellchambers. I think he should be happy with his race.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the weather vane out there, Chris. I don't know whether the wind sort of shifting around a bit out there. That might add to a little bit of the difficulty in reading the conditions correctly.
Yeah, you don't know. I think, sometimes the morning sessions seem faster. I don't know if I've never understood what it is. I know myself that I'd often race faster in the morning than in the afternoon. I have no idea. All I can say is that that race was a tiny bit slower than the previous one. But here's Safe Tassie Juniors up next.
Another race. Let's hope this bike stays up this time.
Yeah, well, Tom Turner certainly showed them a clean set of heels in race 1.
Yeah, I sort of expect him to do it again in this race. Oh, look at the camaraderie on down there in the pits.
Yeah, what they should be doing is trying to turn each other's kill switches off.
I do believe that's rather frowned upon, Chris.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Wow.
I think the dummy grid's okay, isn't it?
And they do have push starts and starter motors.
True. Now, a field of 5 making their way out. Unfortunately, Gus O'Halloran not being able to join us today.
Yeah, I don't think he could get wet tyres. He was stuck on the slicks.
Yes, that's what I heard. I don't know how they go getting wet weather racing tyres for, what are they, about a 14-inch rim or something?
I think
no, it'd be smaller than that. It'd be
they're
about
12. No, they're 12-inch rims. I suspect the only way you're going to do that is with a little handyman action with a knife. Probably not recommended, but
it wouldn't be the first time that people cut slicks to make some tread.
I do believe I may have seen a little bit of that out in the field today.
But current field, I think this race has not been reduced. I think they're doing 4 laps still.
That's correct, Chris. We're going to stay with 4 laps for these guys.
But Tom Turner is the man, not only riding well in this class, but also in the lights production class.
Oh, definitely. I think he's enjoying the bigger horsepower in the lights production.
Yeah, you can imagine those 150s are probably a bit tedious in a straight line, but gee, they're producing some great racing on a circuit like Baskerville with enough corners to make it interesting for the little bikes. But Tom has been a sensation, I think.
I was speaking with his dad during the lunch break, and Dad is proud as punch of his son.
Well, so we should be.
It's actually good to see Roy Turner up and about after his accident up north. Up and out of hospital. Seems to be recovering well.
Yes.
All right, we're almost set on the dummy grid.
So it's going to be question asked of Brodie Curtis. Is he going to be able to do anything about Tom Turner? We shall find out very shortly because red flag is in. The red light's on, ready for a start. And Tom Turner gets away beautifully.
Oh,
David Coward almost stalls it.
Yeah, well, I've got to take my hat off to Tom Turner. He's turned the start wheelies into just plain start launches. But
Brodie Curtis away nicely and right on the back of Tom Turner. I thought he was going to actually get the run into turn one, but
yeah, it was close. Tom just seemed to be able to carry a bit more speed and push on through, but he's pulling a gap again.
He certainly is pulling a big gap. So at the moment, it would look like Brodie can do nothing at all about Tom Turner. But further back, David Coward, Ava Connell and Jet Pryor. Nothing at all between the three of them, although David's just starting to gap Ava a little bit now. That'd be interesting to see if Jet Pryor can get the better of Ava Connell this time around.
Yeah. Did you manage to get to the bottom of the wet versus street tyres on the...
No, I didn't. I was actually just having a look at the front tyres on them sitting on the grid, but I couldn't quite pick up if one was wet, one was a road tyre. But that'll remain a mystery. All we can say is that Tom Turner is heading the field, coming through the chute. Look, I don't think he's entirely dropped Brodie off. This lap should be very interesting to see what Brodie can do.
Yeah, Brodie seems to be hanging in there, and there's a bit of a gap, but
2 seconds is a gap. The problem is the pace that Tom's running. It's going to be very hard 2 seconds to close down.
Oh yes.
They're still carrying nice speed through there. Is Brodie? Look at this battle further back. Ava Connell and Jet Pryor. That rages again. I'm not going to try and pick who's going to come out victorious in that battle. Bit of a lonely ride there for David Coward. It's always nice to have somebody else around you to spur you on.
Yeah, no, it does make a big difference. I've experienced the back end of the field plenty of occasions, and when you finally find some pace, and even if you're just chasing someone in the near vision, it makes a big difference to your own riding experience. But Tom Turner coming around the sweeper.
Yeah, look, I think that gap's remained about the same. It was 2 seconds last time round. Let's have a look. Tom Turner crosses the line now.
I'm
Brodie
picking
Curtis,
2.3.
Exactly the same gap. So, problem, as I said, is unless Tom makes a mistake, running that pace is going to be hard for Brodie to shut him down. But stranger things have happened in motorcycle racing, particularly on a damp track.
Yeah, it only takes you a little bit. You hook it, run wide, lose your drive, particularly on these small bikes.
That's right. It's a really good point, Matt, that they do have to keep corner speed up and momentum going because they don't accelerate that well. Ava Connell has actually started to gap Jet Pryor, so Jet's going to have to find something here. She seems to be very strong on the back part of the circuit.
Yes, definitely there.
Last lap board being readied for Tom Turner, who is coming over the hump on the back straight at the moment.
Yes, well, certainly Ava O'Connell wins the bragging rights for the loudest bike in this group.
Yeah, Tom Turner, another faultless ride. Comes round to greet the last lap board. So 1 lap to go, Tom. Make it 2 from 2 today. Brodie Curtis still tucked down and chasing, but again, 2 seconds is going to be a lot to try and pull back on this last lap.
No, I think this is going to take a near off from Tom Turner for Brody Curtis to have a chance, but
Yeah, well, they go putting the mockers on more people. Just looking back, David Coward coming over the hump at the moment. So, look, he hasn't got Ava Connell that far behind him. If Ava got away with David, I think she could just about challenge.
Yeah, I'd say 2 more laps, and those two would be dicing it out.
It's certainly looking that way, isn't it? So, the remaining races today, that'll be really interesting to watch because she looks like she's actually, let's have a look. It was 3.6 seconds between them last time around. This time, 4.1. So it's staying much the same, but she's running the same pace. That's what I say. If she got away with him, it could well be that she could put some pressure on.
Yeah, well, our leaders come into the sweeper now.
Yeah, Tom Turner coming through the sweeper. I'd say the margin stayed the same, but another faultless display from Tom Turner. Absolutely brilliant riding. So too Brody Curtis. Big gap over the rest of the field, and credit to both of these boys. So a little further back now. What's the gap between David Coward and Ava Connell?
I'm struggling to find them on the circuit, actually, Chris.
Well, so am I.
Well, I can see Ava heading down the top of the hill, isn't it?
I think that's David Coward going down into Calvin's, but I thought they were much closer to the leaders last time around.
I didn't notice them come in either.
No, they're still coming down now. So there's David coming over the hump. Would appear to be about 10 seconds further back than what he was the previous lap. Which would be because they're lapping about 10 seconds a lap slower than the guys in front. So that makes sense.
Yes. But Ava definitely has closed the gap to
David.
Yeah, David Coward.
Well, there you go. I think race 3 could be interesting. That will show her that she's well and truly in the running here. Got a fog visor though, so that wouldn't have helped.
No.
But she did manage to drop Jet off and get the better of Jet in this race.
Yeah, but yes, certainly no shameful effort there by Jet. Like, they're all putting all they've got out here and really hopefully enjoying it. I think the smiles that you can see in their visors as they come in back in through pit lane there.
Oh, look, without a doubt.
Sorry.
Without a doubt. I mean, first race meeting, we keep saying terrible conditions for anyone, regardless of your level of experience. And Jet Prize out there putting in on a great show for the very first race meeting. I think you should be very, very proud.
Yeah, and let's not forget the fact this is a state round, and these youngsters can be very proud of the fact that they're taking part in a statewide championship.
Exactly right. It's going to be exciting to see this class build because these juniors, well, I've seen them racing in the national class, all on Yamaha R15s, and I tell you what, it is exciting. So I'll be looking forward to seeing more juniors starting road racing here in Tassie.
Yeah, and certainly when you get the big fields of the small bikes, it's really coming down to the tactics, as you're certainly not going to have any horsepower advantage. But they're all going to be lightweight.
That's right. Look, if there's any people out there at all interested in road racing or getting their children into road racing, just hit up the clubs. Both clubs have contact people. Contact numbers on our websites, and there's people only too willing to help and guide juniors through into road racing. Just a very, very quick break. We'll be back in just a sec.
Chaps. Road tyres against wets. Is that what it is? I've said to him, don't race top. I guess that.
Yeah.
And I said,
Okay, some information just come to light that The question about wet tyres for Tom Turner or road tyres. Tom's on wets, and the other bike was on
Street tyres.
on street tyres. So
Yeah,
there you go. We were actually guessing that.
Yeah, so second place, an awesome effort from that young man.
So great ride there for Brody to finish only a couple of seconds back from Tom Turner on street tyres. So Superbike's out. It's always the one we look forward to, or one we look forward to, not the one. But it is usually quite spectacular with the big horsepower bikes.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see whether Jason Wiley has got a bit more of an answer to Brett Simmons today in the second race.
Got a terrible start, didn't he, in race one?
Yes. Yes, Jason Spencer pulling. Is Jason Spencer there? What a nice little wheelie over the hump, lining up.
Yeah, look, Jason's just lacking that little bit today in these conditions. He probably hasn't got enough wet weather experience on the 1,000. He raced the 600 in the 2 hour with Mitch Hawksley and won the 2 hour. So he's certainly not unfamiliar with a wet basketball raceway, but maybe just with that bike. And let's not forget that the man leading the field, Brett Simmons, takes a hell of a lot of beating, and he's doing it on his old Honda today.
Looks like
Mark Delante
is having a little bit of a problem. Is he
Has it
in the wrong
stalled?
grid spot, or
Wrong grid spot. I don't know. Maybe it's
he
stalled.
put his hand up? He's going back.
I don't know what he's trying to do.
No, he's mounting the bike.
Okay, so maybe he's just don't know. Picking up his grid spot again, so I don't know what all that was about. Red flag now in, ready for a start. Brett Simmons usually gets the starts of the day, but Jason Wiley will be trying everything to try and head Brett into turn one. Red lights on and away.
Jason
and
Wiley gets a much better start.
I think it's enough. Is it just?
I think he has got
Brett
Brett into turn one. No, Brett's still just ahead.
Brett does like to lean on people, not unfairly, but he holds his ground. He won't give an inch through there, and it works to his advantage.
Yeah, and I must say, if Brett was wanting to go through there on me, I'd be letting him go through myself.
Well, at this level, you need to fight your track space, not unfairly, as I said, but Brett's done exactly that. He said, the corner's there for the taking, and if you don't want it, I'm going to have it. Not that Jason didn't want it, but Brett didn't give him an option.
Yeah,
But a little bit closer this time, down the back straight. Given in race one, the two Jasons got caught up a little bit, but this time Jason
under
Wiley
brakes.
Wow, he closed
Having
up
a-
under Brett Simmons.
Having a look up the inside there.
So this really is going to be interesting. Jason Wiley has a much better run and much more reason to commit to this race because he's right on the back wheel of Brett Simmons. Nothing at all between these two, and the difference is going to be that Ducati has got some a big horsepower advantage. So both up the hill and down the straight, we've seen that it absolutely annihilates the older Honda of Brett's. Brett, however, manages to eke out a few bike links through the S's. Is enough to keep the Ducati at bay behind him, but this is going to be a very interesting contest between these two.
Yeah, certainly the control of the electronics, trying to maintain grip through that massive horsepower, the Ducati.
That lunge under Jason Wiley's under brakes. That's ominous.
He's going to do it.
There
Trying to
you
go
go.
again, and he's up the inside.
I was about to
He's gonna
say
make it stick. He has.
that means that move is possible, and he's just done it.
Oh, Brett
Simmons
comes
back
back
up the
through
inside. Wow, that's class for you.
And that's got to be psychologically tough for Jason to take that move back through the inside.
Well, potentially, but what he knows is that he's got the option of passing down the back straight. Brett's going to have to put on the hard move, so you've got to stay positive and understand your strengths and weaknesses. And Jason Wiley is still keeping in touch and knows he can possibly get past Brett. Big power wheelie from Brett Simmons up the hill. Both riders just going over suckers at the moment. The rest of the field a little bit strung out. Jason Spencer a little way back from Wade Schrader putting another great ride. Quinton Blakesley, Jeremy Huddleston, Thomas Jones, and Mark Delante. Yes, he ran to the pits.
He seemed very slow going up the hill. I wouldn't be surprised if he has entered the pits, Chris.
Okay, I don't know what the problem there was, but back to our leaders. Brett Simmons is still holding off Jason Wiley.
A little bit of a gap opening up.
Both riders in the 58s. 58-1 from Brett Simmons, almost into the 7s on a wet track. Unbelievable. Jason Wiley, 58-3. It just goes to show the quality of these riders, but also what wet tyres can do. Almost into the 57s on a wet track. Unbelievable stuff.
Yes, trust in your tyres, Chris.
Well, as I've said a few times, it has to come down to more than trust. You need to actually feel what your tyres are doing and how much grip they're offering. If it's all just, if they feel wooden and it's all trust, then you can end up on your backside at any moment. But as you can see, Brett Simmons rarely does that, and that's because he understands the feeling of his bike. But Jason Wiley's still all over the back of Brett Simmons. This is still anyone's race.
Yes, definitely. And on the trust, certainly I spoke to Larry Eaton and he packed up and went home earlier on today. New rear tyre, felt lovely. He said old tyre from storage for the front, couldn't trust it.
Another fastest lap there from Jason Wiley, flat 58. Could we see the first 57-second lap in the wet?
Would be a treat, Chris.
Well, it's pretty demoralising for people who can't do a 57 in the dry.
You're talking to one of them right here.
And that just goes to show, doesn't it? You've had a lot of race experience, and it just goes to show what an incredibly good time that is on a wet track. Jason Wiley still trying to get up close enough to Brett Simmons, but Brett's just so fast over the back of the circuit. He's holds enough margin coming onto the back straight.
Back marker may in between turn 1 and 2, perhaps.
Quite possibly. Both riders getting the last lap board. Now Jason Wiley looking to go up the inside, and that's not much room
Has
there.
he run wide? He has run wide. Brett's got it back. We've
Brett's
got a
not
back
going to like
marker.
that. Brett back up
3 wide.
So Jason Wiley now heads Brett Simmons down through the S's. That lap rider caused a little bit of confusion, but it's Jason Wiley who now heads Brett Simmons up the hill on the last lap.
We're going to see what the power of the Ducati can do up the hill.
That'll certainly get Brett fired up. It wasn't a particularly clean move, but can he do anything against the horsepower of that Ducati? That's the question. I think it's going to be a big ask because the Ducati's already got a couple of lengths coming through Calvin's.
Has gapped him a bit there, and Wiley has been fantastic under brakes into the sweeper.
Brett's very, very good through the sweeper, so don't discount what Brett Simmons can do through here. It's going to be a little too late, I think.
Gaps, unfortunately, too big. Short race, but fantastic race from both those competitors.
Oh, look, without a doubt. But I tell you what, that'll have Brett Simmons fired up. So
race 4, it'll be on.
I think you're absolutely right there, Matt. I think race 3 and 4. That was only race 2, was it not? It was. We only got through one set this morning, didn't we? Have I lost track? I don't know.
Yeah. Says race 2.
Yep, that's right. So we've got 2 more Superbike races to go. There you go.
Yeah. My day just got better.
Whether or not we get through all the races, we don't know. But a
few more people coming in.
Just to run through the final competitors. Jeremy Huddleston just coming around to cross over the finish line. And Thomas Jones. Has he already ran to the pits or not? Coming down the back straight at the moment. It's a great ride from those boys.
Yes, definitely. Can't help but notice the lead changed on the in lap twice.
Yeah, look, there's probably going to be a bit of feeling between the two of them after that, but that's what you get at high-level racing. They both want to go out there and win, and that's what you need to do at that level. So you understand that that happens in motorsport or in any sport really. Bottom line is they both rode absolutely brilliantly, put on a fantastic show for us, and I think we're in for a treat again in race 3 and 4.
Yes, and certainly if you don't have that competitive spirit, you're not going to be achieving the times that these guys do.
That's it in a nutshell, Matt. Without that, you're really just circulating. And the two of those guys showed us what high-level competition's about. So our Lights GP and Lights production class filing out.
Yes, I look forward to this race with the large grid numbers and the mixture of engine types.
Well, wasn't race 1 a cracker?
Oh, definitely.
Just one sec, Matt. So look, I'm going to go Taran Ocean again for this one. He went through, put a brilliant ride for the win in race 1.
Don't see Daniel. Oh no, there he is, 46.
You're going to go Briggsy?
Oh, could I do that to him again? Why not?
Now the big question is the Lights production. Chad Wiley, what a brilliant ride in race 1.
Oh, fantastic ride.
Can Jesse Woods do anything about it? Now, I'm also on notice that if Mike Green gets the better of Mark de Jong, we need to let the world know about it.
Yes.
So keep an eye out for Mark de Jong, the fluoro orange. Mike Green, I think right behind him on track at the moment, actually. Is that Mike? Looks like him.
Yes.
I think it's a white CBR 250, isn't it?
Mike Green is running a 2-stroke.
Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it's an NSR, is it? I don't know. Hang on. We've got the information on NSR 250. You're right. It's a 2-stroke. So the spotlight on you, Mike. We're going to be commentating your race, and you're going to get the better of Mark de Jong. So pressure's on.
Yeah, so we've got Jesse Woods coming into the sweep and out of lineup. Hopefully he'll be able to keep Chad honest.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be interesting to see how Jesse responds to this. We know he's a high-class rider. He wants to be winning this state championship. But look, Chad Wiley, race 1, he did the job, and now I think he's gone and had a chat to Dad Jason and told Jason what he needs to do, and Jason's just done that. So the wins are coming for the Wiley family at the moment.
It's got to make you wonder whether Jason's starting to wonder how long it's going to be before Chad's starting to tap him on the shoulder and, Dad, get on the bike.
Get off the Ducati, you reckon?
Yeah, my turn.
Well, I can see Jason just walking past in front of us, so we know at least they haven't swapped and there's not Jason out there on the bike. Okay, so red flag comes in the starter's hands. They're waiting for the red light to come on. So lights on. Racing, another brilliant start from Chad Wiley. That first stroke just gets such a good launch.
And Daniel Briggs, I should say, pulls a few little wheelies up off the start.
So is that Briggsy right up there behind Chad Wiley going down through the S's? In fact, look at him go around the outside and does so.
He's gone for it.
you might have picked it this time, Matt. Now, Jesse Woods also away to a good start. He's in 3rd position. Oh, that's Tom Turner right behind him, spinning up a little bit at the bottom of the hill. Poor start from Taran Ocean, unfortunately. He's back there in about 5th position, just going up over Calvin's corner at the moment. Oh, sorry, Suckers. Keep getting those two mixed up today.
Yeah, well, I spoke to Dane Griggs earlier on today, and he's running his 2nd bike, so he feels it's down on power.
2nd bike. Team, full factory team set up then?
I wouldn't go quite that far, but certainly both him and Dougie are running some lovely gear on those KTMs.
Well, it's Daniel Briggs, our pole sitter. Finally away to a good start and leads the field. Chad Wiley second on the production bike, so obviously P1 for production.
Yeah, Daniel Briggs has almost got a second. No, he has got a full second on Chad.
Now, battle to keep an eye on here is Chad Wiley, Jesse Woods. They're running second and third on track, but first and second in production.
Well, Taran Ocean seems to be applying a bit of pressure there to Jesse.
Yeah, we saw Taran come through from further back in the field to claim the win in race 1. So I would be expecting, given that he's on the GP bike, he probably will get past Jesse Wood shortly. And that shouldn't bother Jesse too much. He's in there for production points. But the man they need to do something about at the moment is Daniel Briggs.
He's pulled out a massive gap at this point in time in the race, so early.
Has Briggsy ever won a race?
Oh, I couldn't comment on such a thing, but I'm hoping he's about to.
I'm wondering if he may be in for his first race win coming very, very soon, as long as you don't put the mockers on him. Chad Wiley's still doing a beautiful job there in second place. Jesse Woods, I think, may have closed him down a bit. Taran Ocean round the outside of Jesse Woods.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he'll get that. Yes, he
it's
will. Gee, I
tight.
tell you what, it's a long way around, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he seems to make it work for him.
Actually, one person we're missing from this field in the small bikes would be our friend Michael on the 250.
Michael on the 250.
Oh, no, that's very vague.
Well,
He's going to kill me.
Let's move on from that. So
Yeah.
we've got Mike Green holding up, not holding up, getting the better of Mark de Jong at the moment at the bottom of the hill. So, Mike, there you go. You've gone out there on a limb. You said you're going to get the better of Mustard, and you have. Well, have at the moment. So, Michael on the 250, did he come back to you?
Michael Regan.
Michael Regan, there we go.
For a man who's larger man, he certainly makes the most out of the small horsepower bike.
Look at Daniel Briggs. Absolutely flying. What sort of lap times is he doing? 64.3. 2 seconds a lap faster than anyone else on the field.
Yeah, look, I'd say I'd be happy with that on my MC19 in the dry.
I don't see Jesse Woods making any inroads, though, into Chad Wiley. So the gap between the two of them is about 2 seconds. I think it's also going to be a big ask for Taran Ocean to do anything about Daniel Briggs. Briggs is out to a 5-second lead. Look at this battle further back, though. Mike Green's dispensed of Mark de Jong.
Yes.
And now Mark's got, who's that? Would that be Heath Fielding behind him, perhaps? No, Heath Fielding, I think it is. On this last time through, Heath was in front of Mark, so they've done a bit of a switcheroo there. Chad Wiley now has Taran Ocean all over his back wheel. See if Taran goes for the big move around the outside through the S's again. He's lining it up.
He's definitely going to be having a look.
No, won't get it done that time.
But, he'd certainly be letting Chad know that he's there.
Yeah, once again, they're running different classes, but it doesn't always matter. So how's this, eh? Coming over the line right now, 94, Mike Green heads Heath Fielding. Mark de Jong. He has not disappointed at all. Last lap board being readied. So just looking for our leader now. Coming through the sweeper is Daniel Briggs. Beautiful ride so far for Briggsy. One lap to go. Chad Wiley in second, still holding off Taran Ocean, but Taran's looking for a run up the inside, maybe
he's
into turn
put
one.
pressure on him into turn one, yes.
Oh, I tell you what, he's deep in there. Is he going to keep it together?
He's just held it, but
that's a nice move. Often comment that that's a hard move there into turn one. Things can get pretty tight pretty quickly. You need to judge it to perfection. But he's done that. Got the better of Chad Wiley, but of course Chad's still P1 in the Lights production group.
Yeah, looking further back, Tom Turner's putting in a nice race there on the MC.
Yep, you took the words out of my mouth there, Matt. I think he's done a sensational job. And you have to remember, he's swapping between bikes. Oh no, but further back, it's Heath Fielding's got the better of Michael Green, but now Mustard, Mark de Jong is all over the back of Mike Green, so Mike, come on.
Oh, they're sharing.
Oh, Mustard down the inside of Mike Green.
Yes. No, Mustard definitely works hard through turn 2.
Come on, Mike, now is your time.
And Daniel takes quite a comfortable win there, followed by Taran Ocean
Chad
and Chad
Wiley,
Wiley.
Jesse Woods. Rain starts to fall again. Tom Turner, what a day he's having, eh? Beautiful ride there. Just holding off, that'll be Marek von Batush and Nathan Green putting in a great ride too. Good ride from Grant Boxall. Very experienced rider. Back to Brodie Curtis. Maybe Dane Griggs. But Heath Fielding and then Mark de Jong has the better of Mike Green. So Mike,
Well, good 2 seconds there, I would say.
Good 2 seconds. He certainly gave it his best though, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly getting darker again, Matt. Rain's moving in.
Yeah, getting harder to spot that blue sky. Some nice dark grey clouds sort of coming our way. But yes, the leader's just pulling in off track, returning to the pits.
Bright future there, I'd say, for a couple of those junior riders coming through. Chad Wiley and Tom Turner, I think, watch out.
Yes, when we see these young fellas move up to the 600s, I think it might be time for me to retire.
I don't think anyone's going to challenge you for last place, though, Matt.
You never know. There's always someone, isn't there?
It's not going to be under pressure.
Well, technically, I have beaten Mike Jones.
Well, yeah. Who hasn't? Who's Mike Jones? Shame you're not listening, Jonesy.
Yeah.
You're overdue for us stirring you up a bit. So, next race group out. Golden Era over 500. Pre-modern Supersport. Pre-modern Superbike. James Ryan's been the man on the Golden Era FZR 1000.
See who becomes king of the carburettors.
King of the carburettors, nice one. Would there be any injected bikes in there? I don't know. When did injection even start in road bikes? I don't know. I need Roddy for that.
42 down there. That looks new enough to be injected.
Tim O'Halloran.
Yeah, 2004 GSXR 600 definitely injected. I think they started 2001.
Peter Bellchambers was putting a lot of pressure on James Ryan in that last race.
Yeah, hopefully get some nice tight racing again.
This weather's closing in, although looking west, it's starting to lighten up again. I think we're just going to see these showers just pass over. Typical sort of wet showery day here at basketball. Wet, dry, wet, dry.
Yes, there's certainly a bit more moist water falling on the windows up here in the tower, but yeah, it has lightened up over the hills there.
What's the temperature? We've made it to 9 degrees.
Well, we're both sitting up here in t-shirts, so you'd hear us probably a balmy, probably 15 or 16 degrees, I reckon.
Oh, awful in here, Matt. We don't want to rub it in, do we? Best seat in the house. Well, I've just been advised that GPZ 1100 from, what would that be, about 1983? 81 were fuel injected. and that rings a bell. I remember seeing the EFI sitting on the side of them. So yes, injection started way earlier than what we were saying. I don't think it was a particularly sophisticated fuel injection system from memory. It was probably about as good as putting a garden hose in there and turning it on. But it was fuel injected. Okay, red flag comes in. Now, watch Peter Bellchambers. That GSR 750 launches very well, but so too James Ryan on the big 1000. Oh, there was a bit of a jump start there from bike 74, I think. But James Ryan, big wheel stand into turn one, and will actually hold off Peter Bellchambers. Stuart Bug back there in third from Oscar O'Donovan again. So much like the first couple of races. First race, but the first race, of course, was split into two halves.
Yes.
James,
I mean, there was definitely some movement from bike 74, but whether or not advantage was gained, we'll leave that one up to the stewards.
absolutely not our call, but certainly to my eye, it did look like they rolled forward. But we'll leave that to the very capable hands of Clark, of course, Peter Woods, and his starters. So we'll wait and see if that penalty comes up. But back to our leader. That is James Ryan, tucked down hard under the fairing of the FZR 1000 down the straight.
Got a clear lead there.
Yeah, look, Peter Bellchambers did close that down in race one though, but at the moment James is off to a flyer. Looks like a good couple of second lead already. Nice ride again from Stuart Bug, not far behind, but this time Oscar O'Donovan all over the back of Stuart Bug.
Yeah, I think Stuart's going to come under a lot of pressure from Oscar this race.
Interesting to know what they're like in a straight line. A pre-modern ZX6R against a, I think, what's Bucky on, his golden era ZX7. Probably not too much in it, to be honest.
Usually the hill gives you a bit of an idea of where the power is.
Yeah, particularly on these bikes that aren't overly endowed with horsepower. You're right, the hill can sort them out. The key to a good lap time round here is a good fast run onto the back straight, and if you get that, it's amazing what you can do with a lower horsepower bike, as long as you get good corner speed onto the straight. But rain coming in a bit harder now.
Yeah, I think James is just starting to egg out a bigger gap over Peter.
So he's just gone through at a 65.5, which is similar to his race one time. But Peter Bellchambers 66.6, so certainly a second or so off. James has got that quite comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, and Oscar now right on the back wheel of, and in fact going up the inside
into turn two.
Stuart Bug.
I don't know that Buggy's necessarily going to take that lying down, although at the moment Oscar's just pulling out a slight margin down through the bottom of the S's. It's interesting to watch those two. Buggy's been in good form, although at round one of the club championship he unfortunately lost the front between turns 1 and 2. Reasonably spectacular crash. Took no harm out of it, but a few sparks and things, as you sometimes get with a bike sliding along on its side.
I think we might be spark free today, Chris.
I certainly hope so. James Ryan still heading the field, coming through the chute. Probably a 3-second margin there now. It's slowly eking that gap out on Peter Bellchambers. Great to see these older bikes still getting around so competitively.
Yeah, so actually James Ryan has pulled another second out of Peter Bellchambers on that lap. It was 2.7, it's now 3.7.
Yep, a 65.3 versus a 66.3, so exactly what you'd expect. Oscar O'Donovan just eking out a little bit of a margin now over Stuart Bug, enough that it would suggest that Stuart's not going to be able to challenge. And then further back to Daniel Mulholland, who is the bike we thought may have jumped the start, but still putting in a very, very good ride back there. Mark Eagling a little further back from Matthew Coward, Tim O'Halloran, Karen Webb, Don Fenton. I actually thought Don was one of our earlier forwards up at Suckers in this race, so hopefully that means that if that was the case, he's managed to repair his bike and get back out there and enjoy some of his day, which would be fantastic.
Yeah, well, certainly Matthew Coward is running quite a bit slower this race than the last race. His best lap last race was 68 something. He's currently circulating at about 72.
I'll tell you what I'm noticing, a lot more spray coming off their wet tyres now. We're saying it's raining, but it's now visibly wetter on the track. A lot more spray coming up. I wouldn't be surprised to see the lap time start to fall a little.
Yeah, certainly something that's going to make it a lot harder with the closer battles. If you're chasing someone down and getting a face full of spray, it's going to make it a lot harder to judge where you are on the track and also where you can possibly make a pass.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. That is a big factor, particularly these big wets. They pump out a lot of water, and a lot of that goes into the air. And if you're behind somebody, you cop it all over your visor.
Yeah, so certainly when it comes to Jason and Brett, that could play into things as well.
I'll tell you what, just absolutely brilliant riding there from James Ryan out the front. Faultless display so far, and hopefully that continues. It's just perfect wet weather riding, nice and smooth. He's slowed up by about 0.8 of a second on his previous lap, so that would be the extra water on the track I'm referring to.
Yeah, it sort of does play mind games with you as well.
Oh, without a doubt.
And certainly you can just see a line through turn 1. There is some water running across the track.
Last lap board is out. So we've got Karen Webb just coming through with Tom Fenton right behind Karen. But James Ryan not far behind them, so he'll come through and claim the victory, make it 2 from 2.
Clean win. What are you going to be? How many seconds out to now?
Now what's interesting here is Peter Bellchambers just crosses the line, but only a couple of seconds ahead of Oscar O'Donovan. So look out race 3. Oscar's building speed through this meeting. Stuart Bugg probably, that'd be 5 seconds back. Daniel Mulholland. Now we have Mark Eagling and Matthew Coward not at all far behind Mark Eagling. I tell you what, another couple of laps there, Matthew, would have been very interesting.
Yeah, so we saw James Ryan managed to pull out in the end pretty much a 7-second gap on Peter Bellchambers in second place. So he seemed to have quite a solid win without any dramas.
Tim O'Halloran just crossing the line, the man responsible for today's wet weather. Responsible because he fitted wet tyres earlier in the week. Oh, sorry, he took them off, I think he said. Whatever it was, he caused it. It's like you never wash your car if you don't want it to rain, because it will rain immediately after you wash your car. Great ride there from James Ryan. He must be cold and wet, but at least he's smiling. So too Peter Bellchambers. Great ride too from Oscar O'Donovan.
Yeah, certainly with these cooler conditions and the weather, like the wet weather now, the cold can really come into affect your concentration. And I've certainly felt it in the past where last race of the day, it's just mistake after mistake. So when you're wet through, it gets harder.
Yeah, absolutely. What you hope for is that you get into a good battle and forget about the coldness for a while. But if you have a lonely race, or even probably what's worse is if you're in the lead by yourself and you have to keep the concentration up and you're cold, that's when it becomes very hard.
Well, I certainly can't comment on being in the lead, but I have been getting cold and looking over my shoulder, just watching the rider behind me get closer and closer. then go past.
Okay, so back to race 1 of our third race set, which is going to be our Formula 3, Formula Basketball and Golden Air up to 500. I think we've had really, really good racing in every class, but just thinking back to this one, this is where we have our Formula 3 bikes at the front with, who do we have? Lockie Curtis, Boyd Witzman, who starts off the back row of the grid.
Oh, Boyd, last race, put in a fantastic ride.
So I look forward to that again. Who else do we have in there? So we had Lockie Rob Scott. Oh, Peter McEldowney on the SV650. Of course, Emma Reeder just edging out Nathan Toll for Formula Basketball honours. So it's certainly going to be on again this race.
And yeah, Jonathan Hughes won't be holding back. He leads them out onto the track.
No, not at all. But I tell you what, it is definitely a lot wetter for this race. The sky's starting to lighten a bit now, but it's had a fair old dump of rain onto the track. It's shiny and wet out there.
Yes, now we've gone from having sort of wet track to it's a properly wet track.
Still rain falling. We can see in the pits over the puddles. It's pretty solid. It's not hammering down, but there's still a good bit of a sprinkle of rain.
Yeah, I can see a gen set sitting out there on an island surrounded by water.
Yeah. Look, it's just tough conditions. Not only is it cold and wet out on track, but they come back into the pits and you sit there in a cold and wet pit. It's a tough day for everyone. And as we said before, you know, thoughts go out to our flag marshals who are sitting out there in rain and wind, unable to move. They do an absolutely fantastic job.
But certainly, it's not all doom and gloom out there in the flag points. It is a good opportunity to learn quite a bit watching other people race.
I totally agree with you, Matt. I thoroughly enjoy it. If I wasn't up here, I'd be more than happy to be out there flagging. I think it's some of the best race like viewing you get right in close to the action. You have a headset on and you're part of the general communication around the racetrack. You know what's going on. It's a good day. Maybe not when it's 9 degrees and raining, but other than that, good way to spend a day. And you become part of the whole community out here as well. So if anyone ever feels that they're interested in flagging, the man standing right here next to me, Matt Allen's the man to talk to.
And yeah, if you do want to get in contact with me, probably the best way is just shoot a message through on the Facebook page, and I'll get in contact with you.
Red flag is in. This is going to be a good one, Matt. Red lights on. Racing, and the SV650 of Peter McEldowney gets away, probably the best, only just from Lockie Curtis, who gets a beautiful start on the VFR 400, right behind Peter McEldowney from Jonathan Hughes. Now, what about Boyd Witzman? He's the...
He'll be making progress up the inside there.
About midfield as they go down through the S's. But it's Peter McEldowney and Jono Hughes, third crash for the day.
Oh, Jono. Bad luck.
He was having to make it count in those tight corners on the VFR 400. He's absolutely A-OK, but I tell you what, sometimes you just can't take a trick. 3 in a day for Jono, who's generally never falls off. I shouldn't say never, but very rarely.
3 times a day.
But he should have turned the alarm off this morning and slept in, I think.
Yeah, but back to our leaders coming down over the hump.
Peter McEldowney from Lockie Curtis, big gap now. Back to Trevor Renton, that'd be Rob Scott, Boyd Witzman right on their tail.
Oh, it's getting tight into the sweeper. Boyd will no doubt look around the outside here.
Lockie Curtis not giving up at all on Peter McEldowney in front of him. But
we're 3 wide through the sweeper in wet conditions.
There's spray everywhere, and Rob Scott holds off Trevor Renton. Boyd Witzman looking for a run up the inside. There's no room there, Boyd. He has to back out of it. Just misses the back wheel of Trevor Renton.
We probably push up through turn 2 here up the inside.
There's just no room there. There's 3 bikes going everywhere. The yellow flag. That's still for Jono Hughes.
Yeah, he's parked the bike up against the wall and clear of the riders.
starting to brighten up here, but it just goes to show how much water's on this track. It's very wet.
And there's nothing between the 2 leaders out the front coming down through Calvin's.
Not at all. It's still Peter McEldowney. Fabulous race out there in front from Peter. Lockie Curtis just desperately on the 400 behind him, looking for an opportunity, but under brakes, Peter's up to the task. He doesn't give Lockie even a hint of a gap to poke the nose through, but
he's coming through. He's looking a look around the outside. He won't have the drive.
Gets a really good early drive off the sweeper as Lockie, looking to run up the inside and turn. My God, that's tight. Oh, careful, guys. So down through the S's.
Oh, yeah, great racing. I was sitting down, back out of my seat now.
Yeah, it's like I said, this class has just really turned it on here today. So, look, I'd be thinking the win's out of the question for Boyd in this race. He's still trying to get past Rob Scott. Does that now, but I tell you what,
Rob wasn't handing it to him.
No, Boyd Witzman at the bottom of the hill now. The leader's about to go into Calvin, so half the racetrack almost. I don't think Boyd's going to do that in a shortened race. And like the pace these guys are running at the front as well, I don't think they're going to give Boyd that opportunity.
Okay, this is looking similar to the last lap into the sweeper.
Yeah, Peter backward and he's still holding off. Lockie gets great drive there from the exit of that corner off the end of the straight.
And then the SV has back. Oh, he's got him. He's going to push him.
Yeah, up the inside this time. Great move, Lockie Curtis.
Yep, clean.
Okay, we've just been advised by our steward, Sean Patmore, that races have now been reduced to 5 laps. So raise the stakes again. There's no time for a bad start. As if things couldn't get more exciting, they just have. Now, interesting, further back, where's Emma Reeder? She's in P11, but Nathan Toll has got the better of Emma. So in the Formula Basketball Stakes, Nathan has got the better of Emma Reeder. Poor old Jono Hughes, I can't believe it. 3 crashes in one day.
And what kind of weather to be sitting out there just waiting for pickup, getting wetter and wetter.
So I think what he needs to do is probably go and get changed.
Oh, I think he'll be probably aiming for a nice warm bath tonight.
He should come up here with us, warm up a bit, and provide some expert commentary on what not to do on a wet track at Baskerville today. Boyd Witzman certainly clearing out from Rob Scott, but well and truly behind the leaders. But look at Lockie Curtis. He's now past Peter McEldowney and flying.
Well, he's pulled a big gap.
1.4 seconds last time over the stripe, but I tell you what, I'd say it's out to 2 seconds easily. So now that he's got clear, he's flying.
You have to suspect that Peter's had a little bit of a moment there somewhere.
Look at the lap times. Lockie Curtis, 64.7. He's over a second lap faster than anyone on track. He looks absolutely determined. He's riding it like it's a dry race.
And I don't think we're going to see lap traffic come into play here, but the last lap board is about to come out for our race leader.
Well and truly clear now. Look at that. Peter McEldowney, 3 seconds in arrears. What a sensational display by Lockie Curtis. Around the outside of Eleanor Renton, I think that is, through the S's. Just carrying so much corner speed. It's just looking at his last lap time, 1:04.74. Beautiful display of riding.
Yeah. So the water seems to have backed off a little bit. It's still pretty heavy out there.
It's still showering, but the track is still just as wet. I don't think that's clearing at all. Cameron Rowell just going through, holding off Ben Boxall and Grant Boxall. Emma Reeder, unfortunately, just losing touch with Nathan Toll, but great ride from Nathan. But checkered flag time.
Yep. Rocky takes a clear win by 4 seconds.
Very convincing win. Peter McEldowney getting all out of shape on the slowdown lap there into turn 1. Tell you what, good ride though. And Boyd Witzman, a little too late for Boyd.
Yeah,
but
unfortunately, he couldn't mix it up at the front this rain.
Rob Scott, great ride there from Rob. Very solid campaigner. Now, the problem for Jono is he's got to go back and explain to Graham Keys what he just did to his bike. Not that I expect Graham's going to have a problem with that, because I'm sure he's usually delighted with seeing what his bike is capable of in the capable hands of Jonathan Hughes, but probably still never a nice feeling falling off somebody else's bike.
No, and Jono down both his own bikes today. He's wet and he's
Both?
dry. I don't know, it might have just been the one.
No, same bike.
Same bike.
Yeah, same session.
Yes. Well, in that case, at least he's got one very shiny bike down there.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't go out on that in the Supersport races.
I think he'd had enough of the 600 race after 2 crashes in 1 lap.
Well, just thinking that, in Mitch Hawksley's absence, I would have thought he'd be after all the points he could get. But great ride there from Lockie Curtis. Very, very impressive. So too Peter McEldowney. It's absolutely amazing that you can see a weather forecast for the type of weather we're getting today, and it plays out. Does it detract from the racing here at Baskerville? Clearly not. We've seen some brilliant racing here today.
No, and nice big hint of blue sky coming here.
It's not to say it's comfortable, but they're still putting on an absolutely brilliant display of racecraft out there.
And look, Chris, it is great to see some people out watching on the hill there. A few cars there. I mean, it's certainly not what the car clubs get, but we're certainly a smaller club.
Best kept secret, I think.
Yeah, I think Chris, the carekeeper, has a rather fortuitous residence there up on the hill.
Certainly a good view.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever convince my wife of living so close to a racetrack, but she does.
I don't know if the caretaker's house is for sale, or even the general manager's office. I think the last building left that might be available for you is the toilet block.
Oh, look, I've seen some Renault shows, Chris. you can work wonders with a bit of render on that Besser brick.
Absolutely. I can see your bedroom in the front of that toilet block. Bit of render, bit of landscaping, perfect. Deck out the front.
I just see it now. I couldn't be sinking into the hill any faster than my house anyway.
Yes. Anyway, bike being picked up at the moment, so why don't we just have a very, very short break. Come back for race 2, which is the Tas Supersport. Okay, Tas Supersport, Matt, on track. Certainly provided some of the most entertaining racing today. Race 2. It was race 2. We saw Matthew Long get the better of Hamish Sellers, a reversal from race 1. Interesting to see who's going to get over the line first in this one.
Yeah, look, I'm going to back Chip again.
Going to back Chip again?
I'll double down. It might be because Chip's dad let me ride his bike and Matthew's dad hasn't let me ride one of his yet, so...
Yeah, well, certainly any of my predictions, there's nothing about personal preference in it. It's just trying to pick people on form. In fact, I'm sure you'd agree that just about everyone down there, you feel like a close friends or good acquaintances. Actually, I often feel like I'm out there riding with them, and it's probably one of the toughest gigs for people's partners to be watching their loved ones go around. And I always feel like I'm a little bit apprehensive because a lot of my good friends are racing out there.
Yeah, well, certainly Corinne must have had quite a few moments.
Absolutely. Anyway, we're ready for a start. Sun is shining on a very wet track, but it still is wet. Red light is on now. Racing, and
Marcus is a bit slow off the line there.
I tell you what, Chip Sellers has got the jump.
And Peter Bellchambers has actually
got a nice run through, but got swamped by 4th and 5th place. But it's Chip Sellers from Matthew Long down through the SS for the first time. Now around the outside, who's that? Is that David Bartels? That is Marcus from Peter Bellchambers from Daniel Briggs, is it?
Yeah, it looks like Daniel's out there this time.
From Martin Long. And then we're back to, that could be David Bartels then. Bit hard to pick up all the bikes in the mist, but it is still Chip Sellers at the front from Matthew Long. So, like I was saying in race 2, the starts here have been critical because these guys are running a similar pace out the front, and it's not an easy track to pass on at the moment. Having said that, Matthew Long, I thought he was going to have a look up the inside under brakes at the end of the straight, but not close enough.
No, similar speed into the sweeper.
Oh, Chip Sellers out of the seat.
Moment. Oh, and
but he's balked Matthew Long. So Matthew didn't actually get to capitalise, but it was a big slide from Chip.
Yeah, so we'll see if that has put Chip off his pace.
Yeah, look, it can go either way. You can either know you got a bit too hard on the throttle, or you didn't expect it. Depends on which way it goes. But at the moment, he can't afford to back off because he knows Matthew's breathing down his neck.
And Marcus Delaney just not that far away either.
No, he's putting in a much more inspired ride for race 3. Is that Martin Long in P4? What a great ride for Martin. He's got past Peter Bellchambers. I don't know how.
Yeah, look out, Matthew. Dad's coming.
Well, look out, Marcus. He's next up the track. So Martin Long, wow. But back to our leaders. Nothing at all between them. Matthew Long looking for a run down the inside. No, still can't do it.
But Marcus is closing up on him too, into the sweeper.
Yep. Now,
yeah.
Chip Sellers a bit more tentative on the throttle that time round, through the chute.
And yeah, Martin seems to be making a little bit of ground on Marcus.
That's 63.1, 62.99 from Matthew Long. So identical times as you'd expect because there's nothing at all between them on track. But it looks to me like Matthew Long's got a bit more pace if he can get past.
Yeah. And Martin Long just put in a 62.5, 62.5.
Which is the fastest rider on track. There you go. Quicker than race leader, Chip Sellers.
I think Martin will be very happy with that lap.
Oh, why wouldn't you be? I'm not going to get into details of ages, but I think Martin's well and truly past 40. But,
just a little bit?
Well, let's be kind. At the moment, I tell you what, Chip Sellers just holding off Matthew Long as they come through the sweeper, and Marcus Delaney has now got Martin Long all over the back of him.
Yeah.
Looking for a way up the inside, Martin Long.
Yeah. Hamish has just put in the fastest lap of the race with a 62 flat.
She's nail-biting stuff here at the moment.
Having said that, Matthew Long, 0.02 of a second slower on that last lap.
Yeah, well, Matthew all over his back wheel, so didn't really have the opportunity to claim the fastest lap. Reduced number of laps, we're down to 5, so it'll be the last lap forward out very, very soon. I can see our starter getting it prepared, so I don't know if it's this lap or the next, but yep, sure enough, it's this lap. So Matthew's running out of time, looking for run up the inside, but Chip's so late under brakes. I don't know where Matthew Long is going to do this. Look at the way
Martin closes in on Marcus up into the start of the sweep.
Matthew Long trying to get a good run over the start-finish line, maybe up into turn 1. No, can't get that done. What's Matthew going to do here? And
Martin's having a little bit of a look, but
very tight through there.
Yeah, it wasn't close enough, but he was looking.
Matthew Long trying to go around the outside of Chip Sellers through turn 2, but can't get that done either. I don't know what Matthew's going to do other than a big lunge under brakes at the end of the back straight. Doesn't get any better drive up the hill.
No,
No, it's going to have to be under brakes at the end of the straight. But Chip is so deep on brakes down there. I don't know that, barring a mistake from Chip, that he's going to be able to, that Matthew's going to be able to get him. Martin Long was one to watch in the back of Marcus Delaney too.
Yeah, he's certainly at the end of the straight.
Here we go, at the end of the back straight, we've got Chip Sellers. Does hold on again from Matthew Long.
Between them.
Martin Long
closes up. He's having a look up the inside.
Still can't get that done either. Gentle on the front. Chip Sellers just holds on for a fantastic win from Matthew Long, and so too Marcus Delaney. Martin Long all over his back wheel. What a great ride from Martin Long.
Matthew Long was carrying so much lean angle through the end of the sweeper there.
Peter Bell-Chambers, great ride again from David Bartels. And now we've got Luke Van Egdom from Daniel Briggs and Rob Carmicelli. Back to Matt Carey. Yep. Tell you what, Briggsy having a much better time of it on the Lights GP bike than on the 600.
Yeah. But look, I've got to say that was the. I'm not going to say that was a race of the day, but it was a race of the 600 class for me for the day so far.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I think we've seen some fantastic finishes. Some of those in F3 were absolutely brilliant. 0.03 of a second, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was some very close racing there.
But that ride from Chip Sellers, I tell you what, Matthew Long applied so much pressure. Brilliant riding for both boys. But Chip Sellers, big out of the seat moment early in the race.
Kept it together, kept his composure, and continued on.
Absolutely.
But certainly Martin Long, what a ride from
the whole lot. But Chip Sellers, hats off, great ride, fellas.
And congratulations, Marcus, keeping it upright all race.
Yeah, so from Peter Bell-Chambers. He's hitting his head. I don't know what went wrong. I think he must have run off somewhere. But the 600 boys have turned it on again. What great racing. And look who's up next, the Here Safe Tassie Juniors. There's a few scores to settle in this.
Yes, and given the difference between tyre technology, surprisingly close between first and second.
Well, that's right. Now we know it's full wets versus road tyres at the front. But I'll tell you what I'll be looking out for to see how Ava Connell goes against David Coward, because she closed that gap down big time in the last race.
No, she's riding very well today.
And if Jet Pryor can get away with that front group, he's also shown that he can run with Ava Connell. So this is going to be good. Certainly David Coward and Ava Connell down there on road tyres. can't see the back wheel of Tom Turner's bike, but certainly does look like the front is a full wet.
Is it just the angle? But just looking at David Coward's rear tyre there versus Tom Turner's, it seems to be a big difference in width.
Certainly does. In fact, Tom Turner's or Brody's. I thought Brody's looked like a wheelbarrow wheel. Small.
Yes, well, certainly David Coward's rear wheel looked like an American slam drag bike tyre compared to the other guys.
Yeah, it did. It did. So I don't know. That maybe that's the hot setup. We need Barry Lack to come back up and give us the lowdown on what are the good wet tyres to run on the junior bikes.
It's like those crosses in MotoGP, down to the pits for the lowdown.
That's it. Yeah, we need our pit reporter.
We've probably got the technology, you never know. Could be something for the future.
Good to see Chip Sellers and Matthew Long down there swapping notes. Looks like Chip said, no, mate, I had you well covered. Matthew saying, next time, mate, you're holding me up. Those stories are only going to get bigger as the day wears on.
Yeah, looks like Dad and son with the Martin and Matthew down there having a bit of a debrief.
So Tom Turner making his way around to pick up his place on pole position. So from this angle, it looks like a full wet front and a slick rear. Can you see any tread on the rear of that?
Oh no, I'm gonna channel Rod and say I can't quite see without my glasses. No, I believe I can see tread on the rear.
You can?
Yeah.
Well, I can definitely say that Brody's looks like road tyres front and rear. It could just be the full wet on the front of Tom's that's making the difference for him.
Even look at the the depth of David Coward's rear tyre there.
Oh, it looks
like a fat bike.
It does. It does. Anyway, ready for a start? Red light is on. And racing, and Tom Turner again away beautifully. David Coward bogs a little bit, but Brody Curtis right on the back of Tom Turner. Unfortunately, Ava Connell stalled. Is she going to be able to get away? Yes, that's good. That's a real shame because she needed to get away on the back wheel of David Coward to try and get that toe. So missed that opportunity. Main thing is she's away and into the race. And there's no doubt at all that Tom Turner's using that wet tyre to his advantage. And I'd say that Brody's just going to try and settle for that second place today.
Yep.
Get some points in the bag. Take it to round 3. But, despite that, very skillful riding by both riders at the front of this field today. So Tom Turner makes his way down the straight. It'll be a bit of a drawn-out procession, unfortunately, this time. There's quite a gap between all riders. I don't know if we're reduced. No, we're still running at 4 laps for the juniors.
Yep.
It's interesting given that the other races have been brought back from 8 to 5. But Tom Turner crosses the line. Just plays with his visor as he goes over the line. But already probably out to what would that be? 5-second lead after lap 1.
Yeah, it certainly does seem a bit drier out there now too.
Yeah, the rain stopped altogether. A little bit of a breeze is there.
Yeah. It's only the tiniest bit of water being kicked up off the tyres now.
Which is going to be interesting for the next race, being the Superbike race. We don't often see Brett Simmons beaten around here, but we did it in the last race, so Brett will be out to even the score on that one.
Yes, but we certainly can't discount Jason. They've got a taste of victory and decided he really likes it.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't recall if the last wet round last year, if Jason actually pipped Brett in one race. I know he does enjoy racing that Panigale around here in the wet. Can't recall, but we know that both riders are very fast. We almost saw a 57-second lap time, which is it still blows my mind. 57-second lap time on a wet track. We haven't seen it yet, but we did see a flat 58 from Jason Wiley.
Watching the nice tidy line through turn 1, these youngsters.
It's amazing. Last year was their first year of running in this class, and I noted several times how quickly you could see them improving, looking like a bunch of people who started out not really knowing how to ride a motorcycle to nice flowing race lines, as you just said, Matt.
Yeah, and I believe I've actually seen some of these youngsters struggling with gear changes very early on to what are quite very respectable times given the bike capacity and the level of experience they're carrying.
So I think we have 3 graduates from last year in the lights production class. So we have Harley Phipps, Chad Wiley, Tom Turner, who's also running lights production, and juniors leading the field here today. And did Lockie Curtis race juniors last year? No, I don't think he did. I think Brody was in there and stayed in there. That's right.
And Oscar O'Donovan would have been.
Of course, Oscar's the other one, yeah. And look at what they're doing today. You know, Chad Wiley heading up lights production. So this is
outstanding effort.
Outstanding effort, but clearly this junior class is a good proving ground, and goes to show that guys riding at the front are not messing around.
I can just see down here in the pits Jono doing some very animated demonstrations of his last off. But he seems to be moving quite freely from the waving the arms, and
well, wait until he cools down a bit. He's almost worn out a set of leathers in one day, isn't he? Very close to it. Now, something that we may have missed while we're chatting there is that Jet Pryor has got past up Ava Connell. So not the first time today, Jet's got in front of Ava.
Well, Ava did have that big start, so I think you might find it's actually Ava's slowly gaining.
Of course, yes, you're right.
But we're now getting the checkered flag for Tom Turner.
It's 3 from 3 for Tom.
Yeah, he'll be a very proud young fella going home with medals from the state round.
Well, so he should. Brody Curtis is coming around to pick up second position. A little bit of a tour for Brody. Just making sure he finishes in one piece on those street tyres.
Yeah, well, if he's, I guess the important thing there is having the maturity to know that his work perhaps cut out for him, and not to go down trying when the odds are perhaps too far stacked against you. But,
yeah, I think a bit of advice from the support team might have made the difference. Oh no, so Ava Connell did just get the better of Jet Pryor on the last lap.
She's done a fantastic effort to come back from so far.
She certainly has.
And to show mettle too, like, you know, after being dropped by the pack off the start, gathering it together and pushing on.
But that's the second time today that Ava has got the better of Jet on the last lap. So you're right, to show the mettle of pushing on. She had a big deficit, so a great ride there again from Ava. But the man so far, Tom Turner, another brilliant ride. Just chatting to Brett Simmons before, talking about how exciting it is to see some of these young riders coming through. It's only, as we keep saying, the junior class is only new, but it's already producing some young, exciting races. And Brett would like nothing more than to have some of these people come up and challenge him. That's what racing's about, and we want to see a good succession of riders coming through in our Tasmanian road race community, and I think that's being demonstrated today, that we've got some fantastic young racers.
Yeah, well, I've got to say, Brett's still young enough for it to be a a Rossi Marquez.
Oh, not if you talk to Brett. He keeps playing it down, reckons he's too old, sore leg. Anyway, Brett's about to come out for the next Superbike race. Wade Schrader's the first bike out.
And so has the sun, Chris.
And so has the sun, absolutely. Jeremy Huddleston, probably one of the nicest presented bikes.
Yes, Jeremy did critique one of my spray jobs. Certainly wasn't prepared to offer me a job.
So next, Brett Simmons' Yamaha R1 that he's campaigning. Jason Spencer, having a bit of a quiet day by Jason standards, but still going around in I think third place so far for both races. Still bagging a good pile of points, but he wants to be challenging a bit more than just third place. Jason Wiley, Brett Simmons. I think Brett's going to be pretty determined in this one. It'll be interesting to watch them into turn one, because Jason does get a good start on that Ducati. So too does Brett Simmons. Traditionally always gets a good start, but they're not giving each other an inch going into turn one.
No, and certainly at this end of at their end of the field, the slightest mistake is very costly, and the other rider will take advantage of it straight away.
That's right. So what we've seen so far is that on the older Honda that Brett's riding, he manages to pull out a bit of a gap over the back part of the circuit. Usually enough so that by the time they get onto the back straight, he's got a few bike lengths lead, and it's not quite enough for Jason Wiley to be able to use the extra horsepower of the Ducati just to blast past him. So it's making for a fantastic contest.
Yeah, but certainly Jason really pulls up some ground in the braking area into the sweeper.
Without a doubt.
Yet then Brett has fantastic drive through the sweeper. So
yep.
Maybe a slight difference in riding styles combined with differences in machinery there.
Yeah, I think absolutely, Matt. It's both of those things.
And the competition alive and well as they line up on the grid.
Yep. What I think Jason Wiley's going to have to work at is staying in touch with Brett Simmons over the back of the circuit, so he can use the power of the Ducati down the straight. Unfortunately, unfortunately for Jason, Brett's strong everywhere.
Game face is on.
Absolutely. Absolute determination. The red flag is in. Red light is on. Racing. Jason Wiley gets away to an absolute shocker of a start.
But the Ducati box. But
yep.
No drive.
And that's Jason Spencer through into second. Jason Wiley going through now into third, but it looked like a clutch that just kept on locking up, and it bucked, and only now Jason Wiley through into second place, but you can't give Brett Simmons a lead like that.
It's going to be very difficult to pull back, especially in a shortened race.
He'll be, I could almost see it on his face on the line. He was absolutely gutted with that. He knew he needed to get away and be on the back wheel of Brett, but Brett doesn't know that yet.
No.
Brett will be out there trying to put a bit of a gap on, so he needs to keep it together.
You can see Eric down there on the wall, but I don't see a board in his hands.
You know, I tell you what, Jason Wiley's not that far off. I'd say it's 3 seconds. We've lost our timing screen here, so I can't tell you. But I'd be thinking at the moment that this is not entirely over. Jason Wiley's pushing hard, and it's. I'll try and count it for you. So 1001, 1002, 1003, 3 seconds. So look, it's
given the start he had, like he said. Oh, and Brett's gone down.
Well, there you go. That's what a bit of pressure can do.
Yep, Brett's gone down.
Brett's entirely okay. Runs away from the bike, but you know, if Brett didn't know that he had got the start he did, or Jason Wiley didn't get the start that he wanted, he's still pushing hard to try and make a gap. And
yep, mistakes can be made, like especially at the pointy end. They're pushing very hard.
So that was just a back end low side, trying to get on the gas at the bottom of the hill.
We've got a red flag.
Just spun it out, and that's what can happen.
So we will have a restart. Not quite familiar with the regs. Will Brett be allowed to restart?
Well, no. If you cause a red flag, you're disqualified.
Okay.
So that will certainly hurt Brett's championship. Not to say he won't recover from it, because he usually wins every race. But it gives the other competitors a bit of an opportunity to get closer to Brett.
So with this being the fourth race,
third Superbike race, isn't it?
Third race. Okay. So there's still.
Well, I'll tell you what,
time.
the recovery band's gone out, so why don't we just have a very quick break while Brett's bike's picked up. Back with you very shortly. So Taz Superbike's back on track for a full restart of race 3. It certainly appears from where we are that there was no harm done to Brett Simmons, which is fantastic. Just simply a bit of a low side spin out, just pushing as hard as he could at the front.
Yeah, no, he was quickly up and assessing the bike. Did the right thing, stayed out of the way till all the riders had passed before he approached his bike again, so well done.
Yeah, well, that's experience talking as well. It's not a good place to be hanging around on the edge of a racetrack while bikes are filing past. You want to get out of there as soon as you can. But you would think this would give it to Jason Wiley. Hopefully he can get a better start this time. Jason Spencer, the first bike on the grid.
Yeah, well, not that Jason Spencer won't have a good hard crack at it, but yeah, you have to imagine that Jason Wiley should have this one in the bag.
Yeah, look, Jason Wiley's had the wood on Jason Spencer today, so unless Spence can turn something around in this race, don't think he's shown that he's got that pace today for whatever reason. Even though he's a lap record holder here in the 600 class. But we're ready for a start.
So you can hear that Ducati.
A little bit of a creep there, I think, from Jason Wiley, but look, it's through from the back of the grid.
Yes.
Is Thomas Jones. He got mixed up in the leaders in that last lap. He's getting some flying starts, but look, Jason Wiley, he's the man. He's away down through the S's with Jason Spencer right behind him from Quentin Blaisley, is it? Yep, then from Thomas Jones and Wade Schrader, and that would be Jeremy Huddleston. But at this time, Jason Wiley in the lead.
You have to imagine that Jason should be able to take it a little bit easier than he has in the last 2 races. This one, but I'm sure he'll still be giving it a red hard poke there.
Look, you'd think so. There's no reason for him to do anything silly because there's no Brett Simmons out there in front of him. Pretty strange sight, really. But Jason Spencer, I don't know if he's going to try and dig a bit harder because he's got a better chance of a win. But to me, it looks like Jason Wiley has probably got the speed. He's out to probably a 2-second gap margin at the moment.
Yeah, Jason Wiley put in a 62.5 off the opening lap. I haven't been paying attention to see how that compares to any of the previous first laps.
No, I can only tell you it's quick.
But he's certainly pulling a decent gap over Jason Spencer there.
Yeah, I think it's providing Jason Wiley just manages that at the front. I think he's a fairly safe winner in this one. Interesting to see Wade Schrader get up past Quentin Blaisley as well. He's having a fantastic ride, Wade Schrader. Just looking for that. Where is he? Wade Schrader, 2007 Yamaha R1. Oldest bike in the field by quite a margin, but doing a fantastic job on it. So yeah. Jason Wiley, last time through, 59.0, backed it off by over a second a lap. Huge.
Yep. Yes, but getting back to Wade Schrader there on the 207 R1, you have to imagine there'd be a few ponies and a bit of technology difference between that and any of the other R1s in the field.
Without a doubt, but we do see that Baskerville seems to suit those bikes very well. We saw Chip Sellers do a high 54 on that R1 that his dad owns, or it was Phil's, wasn't it, before that? But I think it was a high 54 he did. So they work very, very well around here. So I'm certainly glad to see Wade Schrader out there doing what he's doing, because he's not far off the back of Jason Spencer. He's very impressive. So Jason Spencer goes through at a 61.2, Wade Schrader at a 61.2.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier on, should be it's good to see Wade out there, sort of C grader, doing very well.
That's absolutely right, Matt. He's got 2 A graders in front of him, and he's a C grader. He should feel very, very proud of himself.
Especially seeing the gap between him and next place isn't that big.
No, and of course, the man behind Wade Schrader is an A grader as well, in Quentin Blaisley. So it just underscores what a great job he's doing.
Well, it certainly bodes well for him moving up into the higher grades next year.
He has to win C grade first.
Uh,
Well, he doesn't have to. It's not a rule. But anyway, last lap forward out. Jason Wiley, he goes through at a 60.36, so he's rolled out of it a little, as you'd expect. Jason Spencer, 61.6, and Wade Schrader, 61.5. So pretty much status quo there. Quentin Blaisley just coming around over the start-finish line now, goes through at a 66.0. And Jeremy Huddleston at a 66.1. And finally, Thomas Jones having his first race meeting here at Baskerville. Fluoro gear flying on top of the leathers.
he actually had a very good start.
Oh, in this race and the last, he's getting blinders from the back row. But still doing a great job out there. First race meeting, as we say, very, very tough conditions. But Jason Wiley will come up through and pick up the checkered flag. Jason Spencer's coming over the line now for second, and Wade Schrader again, fantastic ride. 61.3 on his last lap. Quentin Blaisley just entering the sweeper. He'll come through and secure fourth position. From fifth place, Jeremy Huddleston. And sixth place, Thomas Jones. And the notable exception being Brett Simmons, who unfortunately had that spill in the first leg of this race. Hopefully we're going to see Brett back for the last race. The big question is, on which bike? Time will tell. Yes, I guess it depends on how repairable that older model Honda is that he was campaigning in the last race. He does have the newer one sitting there as well. But I think one thing's for certain, he'll be back on one or the other.
And I'm not even going to pass judgment on if it was me in his place, which bike I'd be taking out, because I wouldn't have been going that fast in the first place, Chris. But yes, congratulations to our race winner Wiley, who just rolled in.
Yeah, certainly well deserved. It was a high stakes game, and he won that round, so good on him. Lights GP and Lights Production up next, Matt.
Yeah, some more awesome racing.
So Briggsy got the whole shot and ran away with the last race. Now,
I'm going to put the mockers on him 3 times in a row. However, he came out with a good last round.
Fuel tank taped on with duct tape.
Special high-speed duct tape.
Is that what it is? Yeah. Certainly quality presentation.
Yes, you'll see it absent from Mark de Jong and Nathan Green's bikes.
Torren Ocean, he'll be looking for a good start. Race 1 winner. But I don't think he's ever going to beat Daniel Briggs.
No. And, so here comes Chad Wiley, looking for another strong race.
Yes, that's... can I ask the question again of Jesse Woods? Is Jesse going to take out the Lights Production win? And of course, Mike Green, number 94, still has to try and get the better of Mark de Jong.
And Torren Ocean and Daniel Briggs heading out slow. Daniel Briggs seeming to do the Casey Stoner last one to the grid, make everyone wait.
Yeah, look, they've probably got their own reasons for doing it. The only one I'm ever aware of is that you arrive with tyres hot, as hot as they can be. Some people don't like sitting on the grid. They want to get straight into racing. In fact, as you probably would agree, Matt, sitting on the grid for too long is probably not good for race nerves. It's nice to just get into it.
And certainly the 4-stroke is going to cope with a lot better than those highly strung 2-strokes that some of these boys are running. So
that's absolutely true. And we see the 4-strokes get much better starts. In fact, Chad Wiley, Jesse Woods, Trevor Renton in the F3 class as well, I think it's fantastic starts from a few rows back on the 4-stroke. Bike pulling off to the side there. That's Harley Phipps with
there's a shift lever.
No,
that has come
it's more than that. It's a side stand. What on earth is a side stand doing on that?
Well, I think looks to shift lever to me, but the reset.
It looks pretty heavy, but they're going to have to deal with that bike before we can get racing. He's moving it behind the wall, so we're okay. But I certainly hope that's not a side stand, because it should never have got through scrutineering as a race bike. But you might be right, Matt. Hopefully a shift lever. Anyway, we are very close to being ready for start. The red flag comes in.
Yeah, well, that bike's had a lot of work done
Red
over the
light
last
is
couple
on.
of days.
Racing, and again Chad Wiley gets an absolute blinder, so too Jesse Woods. Tom Turner through from the third row, but Chad Wiley will again head to the field. And look at Briggsy, he's got through to the flyer, so I think it's going to be a repeat, Matt.
Oh, the money I offered him seems to be working.
I don't think he needed a bribe to try and win the race. Tom Turner all over the back of Jesse Woods, so Tom again off to a flyer. Taron Ocean, I think, behind Tom Turner, is it? Or is that Nathan Green, maybe? And then, yes, Taron Ocean behind Nathan.
So a bit of traffic will interfere with Taron's chase of Daniel Briggs.
Yeah, it must be frustrating for Taron. On the 125 GP bike, they don't launch quite as well, so he often gets swallowed up off the line and then has a lot of work to do. Chad Wiley at the moment, he's the man, leads the field down the back straight. First to tip into the chute, but has Daniel Briggs all over the back of him.
Oh, Jesse comes up on the back of Daniel, but Daniel will probably start pulling away through the exit.
Now, Nathan Green, he's the next man. He's got Tom Turner all over the back of him. Taron Ocean going around the outside of Tom Turner. He's then got Marek von Bertusch. What a great ride from Marek, all over the back of Tom Turner. Still Chad Wiley, though, at the front, holding off Daniel Briggs. I don't know how much longer for. Daniel's looking a little bit impatient there.
Yeah, certainly having a bit of a sniff, but the Chad might just have him up the hill. And Daniel's having a little look, but no room.
And further back in the field, I can see Mike Green still heading off Mark de Jong. So that battle rages as well. Down the back straight come our leaders. Still, it's Chad Wiley from Daniel Briggs from Jesse Woods. Jesse a lot more competitive in this one, not far at all behind Chad Wiley. So this will be interesting to see if Jesse can get up there with Chad and put a move on him.
You certainly have a good sniff around the back of Daniel Briggs there, but pulling away again.
Taron Ocean looking to go around the outside of Nathan Green over the start-finish line, runs up the inside into turn one. It's a bit of a favourite pass of Taron Ocean's and does it well. He gets through very cleanly on Nathan Green. Look at that, Chad Wiley still heading up this field. I thought Daniel Briggs would have been through by now.
Yeah, and especially with the shorter races, every lap, it's just that little bit less time makes it that much harder to get past.
It does. Just wondering where Briggsy did it in the last race. I thought he just outgunned him down the straight. Maybe came out of the slipstream, but we'll see, because they're about to come through Calvin's onto the back straight. Yeah. Can Briggsy get it done?
Certainly, he's struggling to get a slipstream from Chad. Chad's just far enough ahead, but he's not really giving Daniel any help there.
Well, Briggsy's done the fastest lap at a 65.9, flat 56 for Chad Wiley. So Chad still doing a tremendous job at the front. Jesse Woods in third, doesn't seem to be pulling in or closing the gap down to the leaders. Taran Ocean, however, I think is closing in on the back of Jesse Woods.
Yeah, I do believe so. Jesse Woods did a 65.9 and Taran Ocean did a 65.2.
There you go, not much in it, but enough. Taran Ocean dropping off Nathan Green, having a bit of a lonely ride. Mark de Jong got the better of Mike Green, so not looking good, Mike. And in fact, John Cran's going around the outside of Mike Green.
Mike Green might be having a few problems there.
Oh, you've got to be careful going out on a limb, don't you, and stating your claim that you're going to win or beat somebody. Who's this re-entering the pits?
Not sure, but Daniel Briggs is not reeling in Chad.
No, and the last lap board's out, so this could well go to Chad Wiley.
It's looking like a strong possibility that Chad will take this one out.
That was Christian Riley just re-entering the pit, so won't finish the race. But yeah, 4 bikes pretty close together now. Chad Wiley going down through the S's. Daniel Briggs right behind him. Taran Ocean just behind third place Jesse Woods. But they're separated enough, I think it may well be status quo. Lap traffic though, I think that's probably Leah Renton right up there at Suckers. She may factor into this.
Daniel should get quite comfortably down there, but
yep.
Yeah, that gap between Chad and Daniel is growing.
But down the straight, Chad Wiley, he's got a comfortable little margin for at least a second now over Daniel Briggs, and being the last lap, I don't think there's much Daniel can do about it.
No, barring a massive incident from Chad, I think he's got it quite comfortably.
But I tell you what, Chad Wiley, take a bow.
Well done, Chad.
Production bike win outright in a Lights GP, Lights production class. Stepping up from juniors last year. What an impressive ride from Chad Wiley.
Brilliant ride. Certainly shows the capability of those Ninja 400s.
That's right. So it was Daniel Briggs second, Taran Ocean third, Jesse Woods fourth, Nathan Green fifth, Merrick Von Batush sixth, Grant Boxall. Nice ride from Grant. Seventh, ahead of Tom Turner. Eighth, Heath Fielding ninth, and Brody Curtis 10th. Good ride from John Crans there, almost getting on to, who's that? Ben Boxall over the line.
Yeah, there wasn't much between them. I think that last lap, 0.6 seconds between John Krantz and Ben Boxall.
Yeah, another quality ride there from all the front runners in this class.
Yeah, Jesse Wood seemed to have a much better race.
He did. Jesse's quickest time there, 65.6. Chad's 65.1. So still half a second or so of what Chad was doing. I think Chad certainly had the wood on him today.
Yeah, certainly. Taran Ocean managed the fastest lap of the race with a 64.2.
So we move on to our golden era over 500. Oh, is that rain again?
Why not?
Yep, light sprinkles have started again, just as the track was, I wouldn't say drying, but certainly no lying water. It's properly damp, but yep, the light sprinkles have started again. But as I was saying, golden era over 500, pre-modern Supersport, pre-modern Superbike. James Ryan's been the man so far. Peter Bellchambers has certainly thrown out the challenge a few times, but it hasn't been enough. Oscar O'Donovan's been threatening.
He had a good ride last round.
Very good ride.
But I do think the little Catchgrove Carby King could be a new race category, Chris.
It could be.
I don't know which group we're going to have to drop to accommodate such a thing, or whether I'll get any traction with the rest of the field with that one. But
well, if there is a battle of the age brackets, it's Golden Era that's winning so far. The older bikes are in the hands of Peter Bellchambers and James Ryan. They're showing the pre-modern bikes how it's done. Stuart Bugg, another one. He's in there in the Golden Era. So the pre-modern bikes are going to have to step it up.
yes, the ZX7R sort of relatively quite a heavy bike, particularly compared to the GSXR 750s, but still a very successful race bike in its time.
Oh, without a doubt. Probably one of the most successful.
Which I believe, and I'm a long way off an expert, was carrying close to 20 kilos more weight than the GSXR.
Yeah, look, I don't know, Matt. I can't remember that one, particularly at World Superbike level. I certainly remember watching the likes of Anthony Gobert punting them around. There was some fantastic World Superbike racing in those days. Rod Garrett, this is where we need your great memory for early years racing come to the fore. But
Phone a friend, perhaps, Chris, we'll get him in the line.
I've often said to Rod that I remember Matt Mladen punting his ZX7 round here, and absolutely sensational to watch. Matt Mladen, I don't think really showed what he was capable of. He started out his international career in 500 class, but I don't know if he lost his ride or chose to move, but ended up spending most of his time in the US racing US Superbike and won many, many titles. But I personally would have loved to have seen what he could do at world level. He certainly was a rider of that calibre. James Ryan, first bike on track. Sorry, first bike to line up. Sitting there at pole position. Peter Bellchambers, P2. Stuart Bugg comes through into third place. And then heading the second row, Oscar O'Donovan. Daniel Mulholland next to Oscar. And that's Don Fenton on the inside of the second row. The red flag's in. Red light is on. And racing, James Ryan looks to get away nicely again. Big wheelie.
Controlled wheelie. Superb skill level shown there.
In fact, I think the concentration went into the wheel stand rather than the race start because two bikes go past him. But he's going to reclaim that. Oh, no, not quite. He's second place. It's Peter Bellchambers who leads the field this time from James Ryan. Stuart Bugg, beautiful big wheelie. Looked like he was going down the highway, not on the racetrack.
Look, I'll give that race start of the day. Maybe not in terms of effectiveness, but certainly for showmanship.
Well, I think he actually had to put the front wheel down to turn it into turn one. It went all the way up there. He doesn't mind doing that, James, and it does look good.
I was waiting for him to step off and do the 1 foot peg sort of leg crossover.
Yeah, it wasn't far off that. It certainly was spectacular. In fact, Mr. Wheelstand, Julian Winlow, we haven't seen him out here for a while. So James is stepping up to the plate.
Oh, sun comes out, breaking through the cloud as they turn into the sweeper for the first time.
Look, this is the first time Peter Bellchambers has headed the field, so it's his opportunity to shine, and he's got about a second margin over P2 James Ryan. Little way back to Stuart Bugg.
Yeah, Matthew Coward made a move on Daniel Mulholland through the sweeper there.
Yeah, that's Oscar O'Donovan fourth. Matthew Coward. Oh, has a moment there, Matthew Coward. I don't know what happened. It looks like he sort of lost the rear and then sat it up. Unless his foot came off the foot peg. It certainly lost him a bit of track time because he's got two bikes breathing down his neck now. But anyway, he's off and racing again. But back to the front. Peter Bellchambers, head down, bum up.
Got a great lead happening there now.
So what's James Ryan going to do about it, if anything? Or is he deciding to share the wins around?
So last time round, there was only a second between them.
I think it's more than that.
This time round will be
2.6. Peter Bellchambers.
Someone's lit a fire under him and he's off.
Showing age is no barrier.
Well, Martin Long's another one showing that.
Without a doubt. Now, something Rod and I often talk about is that riding these bikes is actually very physical. For people who haven't raced a bike before, they probably don't appreciate how hard you're working. And as you get on in years, that probably becomes a little bit harder for people. So a wet race can be a bit easier on the body and rely a bit on more of your natural ability.
Yeah, it's certainly, especially with the size of these bikes. I know that in previous years I've raced 2 different rounds each class on the 250. Last race round, tried it with the 600. Not going to happen.
No, it takes it out of you, particularly if you're not training for it or you're not riding that regularly. But, look, I think Peter Bellchambers, this one's in the bag. Barring any mistakes, he's now out to 3.7 seconds. Like James has decided he was happy just with a good wheel stand.
Yeah, there's a good actual lap time. There was a good second and a half difference between Peter and James. So that gap's only getting bigger.
Yeah, I wouldn't have picked that. Would have thought James would have been out to rack up another win, but yep, this time no problem at all. Peter Bellchambers.
I'm sure Oscar can see Stuart Bugg up in the distance there. Probably not enough time to reel him in.
No, there's a good couple of seconds between them, I think, and the last lap board is being readied now for Peter Bellchambers, so Oscar's going to have to work very hard.
Yeah, no, there's only a last lap. There was only half a second lap time.
Good news, the sun is shining again. That sprinkle stopped, but Peter Bellchambers picks up the last lap board. James Ryan now gap out to 4.5 seconds. Stuart Bugg, I'd say 2 seconds over, 2.4 seconds over Oscar, so I don't think that's going to change much on the last lap. But look at this, Matthew Coward from Mark Eagling, Daniel Mulholland, not much between them. There could be an overtake coming here on the last lap.
Don Fenton comes across the line.
Yeah, a bit of a lonely ride there. Tim O'Halloran and Karen Webb. Peter Bellchambers under brakes at the end of the back straight, just entering the sweeper. Nice and steady does it.
Comfortable win.
Well done, Peter Bellchambers. That must feel good. James Ryan, hard to say what happened there. I think maybe Belly just got away to enough of a gap that James just decided to ride around. So Stuart Bugg third. Oscar O'Donovan, that gap stayed about the same. Bit of a contest back here. Mark Eagling, Matty Coward, I think, lost a position.
Oh, I think he has.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
0.05 between Mark Eagling and Matthew Coward over the line.
Daniel Mulholland right there in the mix as well. Don Fenton goes through.
Yeah, and actually, speaking with Matthew Coward earlier on, he said that his best wet lap time is about a 67, and he's certainly managed a 67.5 there, so he should be happy with the way he's ridden today.
And Karen Webb just rounds out the field. Well, just an update from our steward, Sean Patmore, that all races have now been reduced to 4 laps, given, I think, the number of pickups. But rather than take it from me, from the horse's mouth, Sean, welcome to commentary.
Thanks, mate.
What's going on?
Okay, because we've had a few accidents today and it's been taking a little while to pick things up. and clean the track up. Unfortunately, we've got to reduce the number of laps for the rest of the races down to 4 laps. We were looking at being on time up until that last crash, which put us back about 15 minutes, which would mean we're going to be racing in the dark, pretty much.
Well, we've had enough excitement today. Why not a bit more? Except that I want to get home.
Me too.
But Sean, fantastic racing again here today, Baskerville.
Absolutely brilliant. Everyone's done a fantastic job. Feel very sorry for John A. Hughes, having 3 crashes in 2 races, which is not ideal. But no, apart from that, it's been a great day's racing. Everyone's behaved themselves, and every class has been sensational.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. You know, I said before that when you see a forecast like the weather we had today, you come out here, it's 6 degrees, it's cold and wet. Despite that, everyone's walking around with a smile on their face, and they went out and put on such a spectacular day's road racing. You should never let weather to be a deterrent of coming to watch motorcycle racing here at Baskerville.
Absolutely not. There are some racetracks where it's so cold and miserable and horrible you don't really want to go to them, but Baskerville's not one of those.
Well, not when you can park on the hill in your car, see all the circuit, and watch racing of the quality of what we've seen here today.
Absolutely. I've been all over the country for many years at racetracks, and it never ceases to amaze me how good and consistent the racing is at Baskerville.
No, look, I'd have to agree with that. It's certainly a good motorcycle racetrack. It continues to produce exciting racing, and we've seen that across all groups here today, as you just said. It's it really just is very, very. Well, it's an exciting sport. We all know that, but it's just great that our local road race community just produces such good quality racing time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. One person I've been very impressed with today is Lockie Curtis on the 400.
Yep.
He's done a bloody fantastic job. I think it's only his 2nd race meeting on it, if I remember correctly. And even the first one at Simmons Plains last month, he was improving every time he got on the thing. And he's shown it today. He's just absolutely sensational.
Oh, without a doubt. That last race win, that's Craig Johnson's BFR 400.
Yep.
Looked like an A-grader that's been racing for years.
Yep.
You know, just beautiful, fast-flowing lines, determination, concentration. Absolute textbook.
Yep.
I was so impressed with that.
And I'm pretty sure his first road race meeting was the last one last year, I think, or he may have run juniors just before that, but he's come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I can't recall, but we were saying today what a success the junior class has been. Look at the graduates coming out of that. You know, already today we're Chad Wiley, Harley Phipps, Oscar O'Donovan. Yeah, these guys are already up there, mixing it up with the leaders. In fact, Chad Wiley taken out the all races of Lights Production so far.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant.
Tom Turner all over it. He's,
Yep.
You know, you just see the quality of the riders still in juniors right now. They're going to be the road racers of tomorrow, so it's exciting times.
Yes, and it's good to see the young ladies coming on as well. They've a couple of them come out of juniors into other classes, and
Yep.
they're doing an excellent job as well.
But bikes lining up now. So we've got our Formula 3 class, our Formula Baskerville, and Golden Era 500. Lockie Curtis, the man you was talking about, on pole position. Unfortunately, John O'Hughes absent after his crash in race 2. But again, Lockie Curtis away beautifully. But Peter McEldowney, I think, on the SV650 will get the run. Yes, he does. Just edges out Lockie Curtis into turn 1. The slightly higher capacity 650 certainly does help launch. But Peter heads the field down through the S's. Lockie Curtis right on his back wheel, and down goes Rob Scott. That's a shame because Rob was putting in a great meeting, but he's straight up on his feet. Looks at the bike a bit despondently and walks off. Unfortunately, that is what happens. But Rob, very experienced, knows to jump straight up on the tyre wall. Hopefully he's okay. He did actually lose that front pretty quickly and banged his shoulder into the ground. So I hope he's hasn't hurt himself. He looks absolutely fine, but as we said earlier, it's not until you cool down sometimes that you really know. But
Sorry, Chris,
no,
he
you go.
just looks a bit despondent when he's throwing things on the ground just then.
Yeah, well, it's not the most glamorous thing to do to crash a motorcycle, but look here at this at the front. Lockie Curtis, it's up the inside of Peter McEldowney into turn one. They're going at it hammer and tongs. Third place, Boyd Witzman. Watch out for Boyd. He was the race 2 winner. I think race 3 he got swamped off the line, so didn't get a chance to come through. But this time, I'd be backing Boyd for the win.
And considering how wet it is, Chris, and cold, they're still doing quite reasonable times.
Oh, sensational.
Yeah.
Well, did you see Jason Wiley did a flat 58 in the wet? Very nearly a 57-second lap time in the wet.
Yeah, that is absolutely amazing. There's been a couple of people today that have commented that they've gone faster today in the wet than they've gone in the dry.
Absolutely incredible. Look at this. Boyd Witzman now onto the back of Peter McEldowney. I really can't see Boyd being held back here. I think another couple of laps. I know we're running shorter races, but he's in the position now he needs to be. He likes to run into turn one. Looks to get up on the inside of Peter. And, I tell you what, that's tight. Backs out of it. That's going to be the challenge. He's got an SV650 in front of him that's probably as fast. So he's going to have to pass Peter through the corners. Good to see Lockie Curtis at the front, eking out a bit of a gap, but bigger capacity bikes behind him will really nip back in down the straight. Poor old recovery band's getting a workout today, Sean.
It is. I'd like to thank our new recovery drivers doing a fabulous job today.
Yeah, they'll sleep well tonight. But, back to our leaders. Boyd Witzman up the inside of Peter McEldowney. That'll make it. He'll make that stick at the end of the back straight, and now he's got Lockie Curtis to deal with. And the last lap board is being readied. So Boyd's going to have to put in on this last lap to not only bridge the gap to Lockie, which is only about half a second, but also get past him. I think the back straight would be where he's likely to do it. Sean, what do you think?
I think you're right there, Chris. The twin-cylinder SV650s just have a bit more pull out of the bottom corner. So I think they might, Boyd might pass Lockie about the hump down the back straight, I reckon.
Lockie doing a fantastic job out there at the moment. Now Boyd Witzman using the power of the 650 up the hill, right on his back wheel over Suckers. So I think it's playing out the way we thought. Boyd Witzman likely to draft him down the straight. And Boyd's not one to die wondering under brakes. Here we go, down over the hump. Boyd Witzman starting to pull out of the draft. A little 400 blows by him. There's not much Lockie can do. He's actually trying to challenge up the brakes. Oh, I tell you what, if he goes around the outside of Boyd Witzman, and he does, Boyd's going to be fired up.
Good grief.
Looking for a run up the inside, but I tell you what, credit to Lockie Curtis. You don't do that to Boyd Witzman very often, but it's not over yet. Right on the line. I think Lockie Curtis wins it by 0.02 of a second.
Another sensational ride.
And race here at Basketball Raceway.
Yeah.
I tell you what, it's not an easy thing to do to Boyd Witzman, to pass him on the outside under brakes and hold the line and you nerve all the way through the sweeper.
Yep.
Unbelievable racing. A little bit speechless there, Sean. That was
taking a deep breath.
That was sense. Look at this battle here between Grant Boxall, Ben Boxall, and Emma Reeder. So looking at the Formula Basketball, Nathan Toll has got the better of Emma Reeder again. So that will probably give Nathan the edge and the points for the day.
I think that's right.
One race remaining, so it's up to Emma to try and even the score there. Golden Era 500, we've got Cameron Rowell leading that. Good work, Cameron. From Ben Boxall and Grant Boxall. But here's the man of the moment, Lockie Curtis, coming back in off track.
I think he's pretty excited.
I think he should be very excited, and that was an absolute sensational last lap.
Yes. Yeah, Boyd's not the easiest person to pass anywhere.
Not at all. And look, absolute credit to Boyd Witzman as well. He kept that nice and safe. He didn't put a foot wrong, other than letting somebody else pass him on the outside. But kept, like I say, kept it nice and safe, and both riders finished well, and I'm sure they both enjoyed it.
Yes, because the conditions out there are pretty ordinary on the track at the moment. It's quite wet in places.
How are we going for temperature?
Just here, Chris.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, 10.2.
It's positively balmy.
I've got to say, it is actually quite balmy downstairs in the timing room because we've got the headroom.
That's not just the pressure of the timing room, is it?
That could be. I better get going now and leave you to it, Chris. Thank you again today for a fantastic commentary, and Matt Allen as well. Brilliant commentary all day. I hope everybody's enjoying the live stream. We had a few technical issues with the rain and stuff, but I think it's the best we can do today. So yeah, thank you for everyone for listening and attending the race meeting out here. All the competitors have done a fantastic job, and we've got a couple more races to go, so I'll leave you to it.
Thanks, Sean, for what you do.
No worries.
So with that will bring up the Tas Supersport bikes. Looks like we've got just a little bit of delay before they're being called up, so I'm just going to have a very quick breather as well. I'm sure they'll be out on track very soon. Okay, so Taz Supersport bikes heading out for their last race of the day. Impossible to pick this one, Matt. We've had a very, very close contest at the front between Hamish Sellers and Matthew Long.
Okay. Hamish hasn't come up on timing.
Well, he probably hasn't crossed over yet, but I'm sure he's going to be out there, given he was the winner of the last race.
Yeah.
But
It's not him at top of the hill there, is it?
don't know. I'm sure he's there. But I guess the other interest is that Marcus Delaney had a much stronger race 3 performance than race 2, having crashed out of race 1. Was that long ago that he crashed out of race 1?
Well,
I can't remember which race it was now.
well, there's
But
been a few crashes today, so.
of course, the standout from the last race was Martin Long.
Yes, and team track now. No, he's coming around. Line up on the grid.
We've got Matt Carey leading the field around to line up. Then we've got Martin Long, Matthew Long, Peter Bellchambers, Marcus Delaney, Rob Carnicelli.
Yeah. Chip still not showing up on the timing.
Luke Van Egden. Oh, no, Chip's there. Sorry, I called Chip as Matt Carey because they both have greyish fairings. But no, Chip's there, middle of the front row. So once again, as with previous races, this is going to come largely down to the start because these front two guys are so close. Big pressure on to get into turn 1 first between Matthew Long and Chip Sellers. Red lights on, racing, and it looks like Matthew Long this time has got the jump and will actually lead the field from Chip Sellers. Chip looking to maybe do the over and under. No, he's not going to do it. He's going to be on the back of Matt going into the top of the S's. Bit of congestion there.
Yeah, Peter Bellchambers trying to get around Martin Long. Oh, no, sorry, that's Daniel Briggs.
Marcus Delaney third, Peter Bellchambers, then it's Martin Long, Daniel Briggs, Luke Van Egden, I think Matt Carey. Oh, got me there at the back, I don't know. But look, at the moment, Matthew Long, he's actually stretching out a bit of a gap there at the front already as he goes through Calvin's onto the back straight. Chip's going to have to dig deep here because Matthew is off and running.
Yeah, now, Chris, you and Sean might have been breathing a bit heavy here. We're starting to fog up in here.
Yeah, don't blame me. But that last race was an absolute cracker. But this time, what's going to happen? It's Matthew Long leads Chip Sellers by maybe a second. Marcus Delaney, much stronger showing here, at least early on. Not far at all behind Chip Sellers. Then we've got Peter Bellchambers from Martin Long.
Both of those two are looking quite strong this race as well.
And then a big group of riders. You've got Luke Van Egden from Daniel Briggs, Matt Carey, David Bartels and Rob Carnicelli. Massive group all going left, right and centre through the S's.
A variety of lines taken through there.
But importantly, back at the front, Matthew Long is stretching out a bit of a gap over Chip Sellers.
Oh, definitely a gap developing there.
But look, as we saw with the Superbike race, the pace these guys are running at the front is no guarantee they're going to win. We saw Brett Simmons spin it out. It's certainly possible when you run the pace these guys are running. So
Peter Bellchambers giving Marcus a bit of pressure, Marcus Delaney.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's riding beautifully, Peter Bellchambers. But Matthew Long at the moment, not putting a foot wrong, heads the field through the sweeper, probably out to about a second and a half now. I'd say it was 0.8 last time through. 1.7 seconds is the gap, so Matthew Long slowly stretching that gap over Chip Sellers. Third place, Marcus Delaney, not far at all. I think he's definitely staying in touch with Chip Sellers. Peter Bellchambers all over the back of Marcus Delaney. Great ride there from Peter Bellchambers.
Yes, with 2.5 laps remaining, you'd have to expect, barring an incident, Matthew Long should have this one covered.
Without a doubt, as you said, without an incident, he's probably out to 2 seconds, and I think Chip's probably given up on that.
Well, he'll be fending Marcus Delaney off.
Yeah, there's probably, second between those two, between second and third? There's not much. Marcus is certainly close enough if he wants to have a crack here.
Yeah, Peter Bellchambers seems to have dropped off these two fractionally, just a tiny bit.
Yeah,
but he's still looking strong. Yeah, he's still looking strong.
So last lap brought out for Matthew Long. He goes through at a 60.8. Hamish Sellers, 61.9. 61.3 for Marcus Delaney. So Marcus is on the charge. He's actually right onto the back wheel now of Chip Sellers as they go down into turn 2. Close enough, I think, to put a pass on, maybe at the end of the back straight. Yeah. Peter Bellchambers, I think you're right, has dropped off a little, but the contest here is between second and third. Chip Sellers from Marcus Delaney.
Yeah, and it certainly won't be an easy pass. The pace being very similar.
Don't forget the big group of riders at the back. Luke Van Egdom, Daniel Briggs, Matt Carey, David Bartels going up over suckers at the moment. Nothing between them.
No, nice group of 4 at the back of the field.
Matthew Long down over the hump for the last time. Chip Sellers, Marcus Delaney, I don't think he's going to be close enough. He's right on the back wheel of Chip, but barring a great drive through the chute, I don't think he's going to get there. No, it doesn't look like it. So Matthew Long, very convincing race 4 win. Chip Sellers through in second place. Marcus Delaney right behind him. Peter Bellchambers, Martin Long. And look at this group.
Oh, this is going to be close over the line.
Briggsy right next to him. It's Matt Carey from David Bartels. And rounding out the field is Rob Carnicelli.
Great battle at the back of the field there today.
Wow, hasn't that class turned it on today? Shouldn't be surprised. They've been doing it for over a year now, the 600 class.
Yeah, a bit of a shame that we lost Jono out of that group today. A few others missing from the group that would have been dicing it up in mid-pack. Darren Grice, Brian Smith.
Yeah, what happened to Brian Smith?
I
He's
think
out there in qualifying, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think Brian may have done the discretion and valour tactic.
Yeah, because of the weather.
Yes.
Well, congratulations to Matt Long, top ride. But I think everyone in that field today really impressed. Good work, Chip. Belly's obviously pretty happy with himself.
It's good to see Marcus keeping the new bike nice and shiny.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good to go home with 2 bikes to polish, would it? I'll tell you what, though, you do crash a bike on a wet day and they look that much worse because of the mud they carry.
Yes, I was actually watching someone cleaning some of the mud out of Jono's Daytona, and there was quite a bit coming out.
Oh, it's amazing where it gets when a bike goes into a pile of mud at high speed. They get into every little orifice you can imagine.
Yeah, it must become very tempting, as much as it's not suggested to use a high pressure gun on a bike to clean it, but when there's that much mud involved, it must be awfully tempting.
Yeah, like I say, it's amazing where the mud gets. It's like it's been forced in there under maximum pressure. They do take some cleaning.
The Tassie Juniors starting to line up.
Yeah, David Coward, the first bike out. You can see Jet Pryor making his way out. David Connell, certainly one of the performers of the day.
Yeah, you have to expect a similar 1-2 at the start, and
it would have been interesting to see Brody Curtis running a wet front tyre.
Definitely. I think it'd be would have been fantastic to see them all running wet tyres, to be honest.
Yeah, true. Didn't have the luxury of wet tyres when I started racing. Didn't know about them, so I didn't care. I'll tell you what, they were dicey conditions on fairly hard road tyres.
Yes, well, I'm sure that was the case, that if the tyres got wet, they were wet tyres.
The good thing about it was you didn't have to worry about changing tyres. You didn't have to worry about tyre warmers. It was a true turnkey operation.
Yeah, it certainly keep the costs down a little bit there. I'd hope. No spare set of wheels.
No such thing. But, it's all relative. If you know no different, you don't mind.
No, that is certainly the case. It does, as we step up in the level of our riding, it does become a bit harder to step back down to the level of gear that you run. But I guess it's got to come down to what you're happy to run with.
Yeah, to an extent, until you're really getting to the pointy end where you can make use of some of the performance upgrades that you get. But by and large, the majority of people at club level aren't making use of their bikes, so a lot of the upgrades they make, I think, are largely superficial or feel-good upgrades. You only need to have a look at like I was saying before, Brett Simmons getting on an older model CBR 1000 and still cleaning up at the front. You don't need to be on the latest and greatest to win if you're a handy rider.
Yeah, and you certainly, as far as track days go, you don't have to have the flashiest and newest stuff to come out and then make the most and enjoy your day out at the track.
Very true.
A lot of fun can be had on some relatively cheap bikes.
Tom Turner, can he make it 4 from 4? I'm guessing he can, Matt.
I think the probability is quite strong.
With that front tyre, I think Brodie's probably going to say second place will do me today.
And he is a little bit far away to do the kill switch manoeuvre from there.
Yeah. Ava Connell, hopefully she can get a better start. It'll be interesting to see her get on the back of David Coward and make a bit of a contest there. It's, red flags in. Waiting for red light. It is on now, so we're ready for a start. And racing.
And Ava does get a
much better start. And in fact, David Coward doesn't get a very good start. So this is Ava's opportunity. But at the front, Tom Turner just holds off Brodie Curtis as they head up towards the top of the S's for the first time. But there you go. Ava Connell all over the back of David Coward. So this one will be interesting. 3-lap race, I think, Matt.
Yes, that's what the timing's telling us. Well, positions 1 and 2 as we expected, but certainly going back to 3rd and 4th, this could be an interesting battle.
Yeah, so something magical happens with Ava over the back of the circuit that we never see, but she managed to pick up a lot of ground. So it'd be interesting to watch her this time through.
You'd have to imagine that it's her ability to carry corner speed through Calvin's.
Where we can't see.
Yes.
That must be what it is. But at the front, Tom Turner tucked down hard under the windscreen, down the back straight. Probably a 2 or 3 second gap already over Brodie Curtis, so I think that one's going to remain pretty stagnant. But here we go. Ava Connell right on the back of David Coward. So I think you're right, Matt. I think Calvin's is her magic corner.
And certainly the way she's closing up into the sweeper there, she seems to have much more confidence carrying corner speed. She's got past David Coward too.
She's done a Lockie Curtis right round the outside.
She's going to tuck back in front.
David Coward looking for a run down the inside. I don't think he's going to get that. The door slammed in his face. David Coward maybe up the inside into turn 1.
Oh, I think Ava might have the confidence to go into the corner a bit faster than David now.
Jet Pryor is still keeping touch. Just dropping it back a little bit, but what's David Coward going to do now to respond? We know that run onto the fast run onto the back straight is Ava's strong suit now. So it looks to me like she's actually gapping David down through the S's.
Yeah, it does. She seems to be pulling away. I don't know what the comparative outputs of the bike up the hill are like, but the gap seems to be maintaining.
Well, the last lap board's being ready for our race leader, Tom Turner, who's just at the end of the back straight now. Brodie Curtis probably about 3 or 4 seconds in arrears. But Tom Turner coming through the chute now, so he will pick up the last lap board shortly. So looking back onto the straight, yep, Ava Connell's certainly gapping David Coward. So she certainly turned the tables. David hasn't given this away though. He's not out of touch.
He certainly hasn't pulled a heartstring and falling back at any great rate, but Ava is definitely making the most of her corner entries, making the most of that speed and drive that she can get out afterwards.
Absolutely. Certainly both riders keeping it very clean and tidy, but Okay, there's about a second gap between them. What's David going to be able to do about it? Jet Fry just coming through to cross the line for the last time. Sorry, second last time.
A little bit of a lonely ride there at the back, but to put in perspective, it is a reasonably small field at this point in time.
Oh, absolutely. He's done a fantastic job today. Tom Turner looking to make it 4 from 4, only half a lap remaining. Down over the hump for the last time.
Yeah, he's continued to pull ahead on that lap, increasing his lead.
Yeah, it looks rock solid there at the front, coming through the chute. Tom Turner will make it 4 from 4.
Congratulations, Tom Turner.
Absolutely outstanding riding there from Tom today. Brodie Curtis so too. We know he's running around on the sports road tyres, and despite his little off earlier in the day, has put in a very, very impressive day's riding.
Yeah, as I was saying, yeah, Tom Turner did manage to pull out a further 3 seconds on top of his lead on the previous lap.
But how's Ava Connell? She's actually managed to stretch that margin further over Dave Coward. All things going well, she's going to round out a very, very successful day's racing.
She's had a fantastic day out there.
Absolutely superb. Well done, Ava Connell. Dave Coward back to the drawing board. He's going to have to try and eke out a bit more horsepower out of that R15.
Might have to stop trying to pull a 180 round onto 180 rear section onto a 2-inch rim.
Maybe that's part of the problem. The weight of the rear tyre is smaller than the rest of the bike combined. But Jet Pryor rounds out the field. What a great day, first day's road racing for Jet Pryor. I'm sure he will have a big, big smile on his face this evening.
Yes, and congratulations to all the juniors riding today. Very envious of your chance to ride in a state championship, and should be proud of yourselves.
Absolutely, and as we've said a few times, anyone out there interested in becoming part of the Junior Road Race Series, just hit us up, either club, the Sports Riders Club, or the Tasmanian Motorcycle Club in Launceston. There's people who are only too willing to help guide you through, and even give you a maybe bike to have a try on. So come along, don't be scared. It's a fantastic community, north and south, great race group, fun sport to be part of. So reach out, we'll do our best to help you. Well, Matt, that brings us to Superbike. I think there's a score to settle in this.
Yeah, I think there might be. I haven't seen a yellow bike come out yet, though.
I'll be very surprised if it doesn't. It's a matter of which yellow bike. That's the question. Wade Schrader, first bike out. Speaking of impressive race days, he certainly had one. Should be in line to pick up the C-grade award for today, C-grade Superbike, and richly deserved. Mixing it up with A-graders.
Yeah, so no sign of Jason Wiley yet either.
Yeah, he's on the grid, right here in front of us.
Oh, okay. Missed him on the corner of the building, but yeah. Here comes Brett.
And that is the his new bike, not the old one, I believe, is it?
It looks a bit newer than the old one.
Or is it? No, maybe it is the old one. Let me have a look. Hang on. Yep, it is the old one.
Yeah.
So obviously it was a fairly easy repair job. No surprise, because it just looked like a fairly harmless little low side. But even somebody with the experience of Brett Simmons is still going to have that little incident in the back of his mind. He wasn't home and hosed at the time of that crash in the last race. He still had Jason Wiley in striking distance, so Brett knows he's going to put in this. I'm not sure which way I'd call this. What do you think, Matt?
Well, normally I would probably back Brett, but I think in this race I'm actually going to back Jason.
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit torn here. I thought Jason Wiley looked like he had a real head of steam up in that last race. And I think, with that little incident with Brett, it might just be enough just to have him err on the side of caution, and that could be enough to give Jason Wiley the win in this.
Yeah, Jason Wiley has actually been coming on slightly stronger as the days progressed. He did get bogged down in that last start, and was having to work hard to make a comeback against Brett, but he was making progress towards Brett before Brett's off there at the exit of turn 4.
Well, look, I'm going to go for Brett. I think he'll bounce back. I think he's probably fully aware of what he did wrong in race 3. One thing's for sure, it's going to be exciting. So, red flag is in the starter's hands. Bit of determination on the grid, ready for start. And Jason Wiley
has a great start. Brett has been swamped by the field.
Don't know what happened there. Brett Simmons did not get away to his usual fantastic start. In fact, he's last into turn 1. So I don't know if there's an issue with the bike or if he's just going out to actually see if the bike's any good after the crash. But not the normal Brett Simmons. It's actually Jason Spencer who leads the field from Jason Wiley.
Yeah, no, Brett definitely isn't riding the same manner he normally does. So
no, not at all. Only now getting himself up out of last place to second last, and the rest of the field's gone. So I don't know if Brett's even going to continue on in this. He may just come back into the pits.
Jason Wiley has made short work of Jason Spencer, and the power of the Ducati not that much different really than Jason Spencer's bike wheeling over the hump.
Where Jason Wiley needs to be careful here is he has no idea where Brett Simmons is, so he's still going to be pushing 10 tenths to try and hold on to that lead until he knows that Brett is, he's still circulating, but looking very slow. I don't know what's up there. He's riding around like he's only got one arm. He's almost coasting.
Yes, Brett Simmons actually did a 1:13.
I can only assume he's circulating for points, so there's something very, very much amiss with that Honda. I have no idea what it is, but the only thing we know is that Jason Wiley doesn't know that yet, so until Jason backs it off, there's still a chance that he can put a foot wrong.
Jason Wiley actually was 10 seconds a lap faster than Brett Simmons on that lap. So
yeah,
if we were based on that, if we had a slightly longer race, potentially Jason Wiley could lap Brett Simmons.
Well, yeah, that'd be a sight, wouldn't it? But look, it's not over yet. Like I said, I don't know that Jason Wiley understands yet that Brett Simmons is not a threat to him. So he's still going to be pushing as hard as he can. That last lap through was a 58.7, so there you go. Jason Wiley's still pushing as hard as he can.
Yeah. And certainly nothing to take away from Brett Simmons' talent. He's always going to be a far better rider than I ever could dream of.
No, I can only suggest there's something very wrong with that bike. He's nursing it around. He's riding it, honestly, like slower than on a slow down lap. In fact, he's holding up now. Last place is not even on our timing screen. His name slips my mind. Thanks, timing screen. Thomas. It'll come to me.
Yep.
Jason Wiley.
Jason Wiley's still pushing.
59.24. Backed off a little. Maybe he's had a look over his shoulder and has now noticed that he's got a nice big gap. But massive, massive lead. In fact, where's Jason Spencer? Oh, he's on the outside of the sweeper. What on earth has happened to Jason Spencer? He's come to a complete stop on the outside of the sweeper.
Yeah, I think that might be the end of his race.
It's as if the bike's completely stopped.
He's rolling it.
He hasn't fallen off it, has he?
Maybe he's had mechanical.
It certainly looks that way. I can't see any dirt or damage on the bike, but he's only just moving. Now looking to cross the track and park it on the inside of the sweeper, I think. He wants to get off there very quickly because Not the place you want to be. Jason Wiley comes over to pick up the race win. So Jason Spencer trying to get some points.
I think he's going to have to push it for another. I suppose if he crosses the finish line, he'll get points.
Yellow flag's waving.
Yep, he's collecting his points there by avoiding the DNF.
So that'll give timing having an absolute shocker. That'll be Wade Schrader second, Quentin Blaisley third. Where Jason Spencer finished, I don't know. Brett Simmons and our last place rider coming through now, not even on the timing screen.
Well, actually, Brett's still coming around here, so I think we're going to find Brett coming around. What won't be technically in last place because he may have completed more laps and the same lap as Jason Spencer.
Well, you don't see that every day.
No, I can't say I've seen in local racing someone collect points by pushing their bike over the line.
No, or Brett Simmons going around 61.5. It's saying his best. Oh, sorry, no, it's not. He's not even. Yes, he is. There he is. A 71 was his best time, I think. But I've got no confidence in this timing screen at the moment. We're getting riders dropping in and out, so don't quote me on that. We'll wait until they manage to readjust all the bike positions.
Anyway, certainly not the race we were expecting there, Chris.
Not at all. I was backing Brett for the win there, but something is definitely up with the Honda. Why they didn't send him out on the newer one is anyone's guess. I thought I heard somebody say that may have had a gearbox issue, but I don't know. But clearly, the older Honda didn't fare too well in that earlier crash, and there's something up with it.
Well, certainly up at the end of pit lane, there seems to be a bit of looking going on with Jason Spencer's bike. Hopefully it's not something as simple as a lack of fuel, or maybe that is preferable to a mechanical failure.
Well, who knows? But anyway, moving on. Lights, GP Lights Production.
All right.
Certainly been one of the standout classes of the day.
And shall we see young Chad Wiley take out first position outright again?
Well, we just saw his dad do that. His dad will claim outright honours in Superbike for the day, so it's looking that way for Chad Wiley for Lights Production.
Daniel Briggs and Taryn Ocean having a bit of a chat down there.
Don't know what's going on with the Mike Green, Mark de Jong battle, but Mike's only got one opportunity left. Now Quentin Blaisley pushing his bike back. I have no idea what happened in that last Superbike race. Quentin Blaisley pushing his bike back down the pit road. So whether or not a few people completely misjudged their fuel, I have no idea. Complete mystery.
I can see an official out of the track retrieving something down near flag point 4. Coming back in. So a bit of gesturing from Brett Simmons pointing down that way as well. Yeah, and undoubtedly we've got another retiree.
No, they're all turning round.
Oh, okay, we've been sent back. Maybe we've had a part fall off a bike.
Right, so I don't really know what that means. Pointing for people to go back with a green flag. There's a bit of a contradiction there. But
you can see the clerk, of course, trying to get information from marshals, I'd imagine.
Well, we certainly don't know, so all we can do is maybe just take a very short break until we know what's happening. Hopefully bikes will be back out very soon. Okay, so our Lights GP and Lights production bikes are now on track. Second last race of the day, and at 4:30, I think it's probably not a bad thing because it's starting to get a bit dark out here, Matt.
Yes, and at least we should be up for a couple of good races here. Certainly the Lights GP production race has been an awesome race all day. Ooh. And the Formula 3 Golden Era over 500 pre-modern Supersport Open race should be reasonably entertaining as well. So bike 15 must have only just made it out.
That's 151 actually. Marek Montush, he's very lucky to get out there.
Yes.
Particularly when we're already running behind time. But they've allowed him out, so he's good to go.
I think he may have been travelling at a pace enough that they weren't able to do anything about it, even if they had wanted to.
I don't think they saw him coming. First bike around, that looks like Jesse Woods.
Yep. So Marek's just at the top of the hill, so he'll need to be doing 4/5 race pace to get round to the start line. They are banking up and slowing down as they come around the sweeper.
The question for Jesse Woods is, can he turn the tables on Chad Wiley? I think he's about half a second a lap off his pace, so look, he's certainly capable of doing it. But Chad Wiley, he's going to take some beating. He took the win outright in race 3.
Well, there'll be a bit of displacement difference between the two bikes, or is Jesse running a 400
they're
as
both
well?
the same.
They're both on 400s. Okay.
And of course, Daniel Griggs, he's the race 2 winner. So look, this is anyone's. Taran Ocean in the mix. He's race 1 winner. So
I'm going to be hopeful and go 4 from 4 from Daniel. But not that he's winning 4 from 4, but I'll call him 4 from 4.
And then we've got Tom Turner, who's been mixing it up there as well. But start being all critical, particularly for Taran Ocean on the 125 GP bike. Red light is on. Racing. Chad Wiley once again gets away the best. Jesse Woods right on the back wheel of Chad Wiley.
And Briggsy pulling a nice couple of little monos, and he's just managed to pull in front of Jesse Woods on through turn 1.
Yeah, so pretty much a replay of the last race.
Daniel looks like he's on a charge.
Looking to go around the outside of... No, he doesn't get it done. So it's Chad Wiley, Daniel Griggs, Jesse Woods, Tom Turner getting another blinder. I think that's Nate Green there. And then that'd be Dane Griggs, would it? I think it is. Looks like a KTM. And maybe Taran Ocean firing up the inside into Suckers.
Yeah, well, Daniel certainly knows he's got to get past early, get past young Chad.
Yeah, what was interesting was the Ninja 400 of Chad's looked like it was equal in speed down the back straight to Briggsy's Grand Prix bike.
Yeah, he's
Different capacity, of course, but
closing in a little bit there, not much.
And this time, Jesse Woods right up there.
Oh, closing up on the back of Daniel there.
So it's Jesse's chance to try and get up on and challenge Chad Wiley, and he needs to do that if he wants to be the Lights production champion.
Yeah, well, look, whether it's Daniel making a move on Chad or Jesse making a move on Daniel, neither pass will be an easy one.
Taran Ocean just up the inside of Nate Green there into turn one. Obviously one of Taran's favourite passing places, as he's done a few times today. But still, Chad Wiley heads the field up the hill towards Suckers. Daniel Briggs right on his back wheel from Jesse Woods.
Yeah, the gap between the first three staying reasonably consistent.
Yeah, not much at all between them. So it's going to be interesting this time down the straightaway.
Particularly if Daniel can try and get a slipstream, that'll really help his two-stroke.
Here we go. He's actually got past him this time.
He carried a heap more speed.
Chad Wiley back under brakes, doing a Likey Curtis on him.
So that's probably balked Daniel a bit and giving Jesse the opportunity to make most of the four-stroke power.
Yep, so what Chad's going to be hoping for is that Jesse Woods gets up there and roughs Daniel up a bit to slow him up. But at the moment, very close contest between all three, and here comes Taran Ocean. He's only a couple of seconds in arrears. I don't think the shortened lap or race distance is going to help Taran, but so far, Chad Wiley doing what he needs to do at the front.
Jesse seemed to run a little bit wide there on the exit of turn 4.
Yeah, I think he's just lost touch there a little.
Yeah, would have just had to have backed off the throttle slightly.
But there's no doubt today is all about Chad Wiley. So far, he's the Lights production winner in all races and the outright winner from race 3, and looking like he could be the outright race winner in race 4. Daniel Briggs is going to try and change that though. He's right behind him again, but he knows that Chad's not going to take overtaking lightly. He fires it straight back. Here comes Taran Ocean. Look out, it's going to be a four-way battle here very shortly. Last lap board.
We have one lap remaining. Is it enough time for anyone to get past?
I'd be saying look out Jesse Woods. Here comes Taran Ocean, even through the S's this time. Round the outside, is he going to get that done? Jesse's going to fight back. Yep, he does.
Yeah, certainly Daniel Briggs is going to suffer if he gets in front heading down the back straight, because Chad's going to just try and balk him and make him lose his drive through the entry.
Still, it's Chad Wiley up over Suckers. Daniel Briggs, not right on his back wheel, but certainly close enough to still mount a charge. Down the back straight for the last time. Chad Wiley, Daniel Briggs, Jesse Woods, Taran Ocean. Who's it going to be?
I think Briggs is just that little bit too far back, but what's going to happen at the entry?
Taran Ocean looking for a lunge under brakes on Jesse Woods. Does get that done, yes.
But will Jesse have the drive for the engine characteristics?
Chad Wiley. Chad Wiley will keep the field at bay. He'll take 4 from 4. Daniel Briggs, Taran Ocean, and Jesse Woods.
Awesome battle at the front.
Nate Green, another fantastic ride. He comes through to pick up 5th outright. Then we've got Grant Boxall. What a ride from Grant. Marit von Batu, she's managed to get on track after his late start and put in a very solid 7th place. Then we've got Tom Turner rounding out a top day's racing for Tom. Mark de Jong, Dane Griggs. And then we're back to Mike Green from... Who we got then? Battle over the line.
He's
and
got
actually, Brody Curtis has got through on Mike Green right on the line.
Brody Curtis has just picked him by 0.01 seconds.
Good to see Harley Phipps back out there after his non-start, race 3. John Crans, Leo Renton and Heath Fielding all round out the field. Still coming round at the moment. Here comes Leo Renton. But lights today, I think, is all about Chad Wiley.
Yes, magnificent ride from Chad today.
2 outright wins on a production bike.
Against the talented two-stroke field that we've actually got here, sort of really is a credit to that young man on a production bike.
Well, that's it. It really should be the GP bikes leading this field around, and what we've seen today, I mean, the shortened race doesn't really help the GP bikes because they don't launch as well as the 4-strokes, but I think it's credit to Chad Wiley. Outstanding racing.
Well, it could bode for some interesting racing in the if Chad was to enter the 20-lap lights race, the 2-hour this year. See how he travels over a longer distance.
Spot on. Last race group coming up. We've got our Golden Era over 500, pre-modern Supersport and pre-modern Superbike. Oscar O'Donovan, first bike on track. Matty Coward lining up. Now, the question is, James Ryan, is he out there for a wheel stand or a race win?
Oh, that last wheel stand was so good, I'd almost prefer him to do the wheel stand.
That was a good one.
Particularly if he can manage to tip it in as well.
Peter Bellchambers certainly got a bit of confidence coming off the race 3 victory. I'd say it's not getting any warmer here, Matt. It's still looking pretty grim out there.
No, and if anything, we probably should be expecting the temperature to be dropping. The sun is not that far away from dipping.
No, 9 degrees. We peaked at 10.5 and now we're back to 9. Pretty miserable old day here at Baskerville, but despite that, the racing has been outstanding.
Yes, well, just to be very cliched with a Game of Thrones reference, winter is coming.
Yes, ain't that the truth.
But, our bikes are heading down towards Calvin's now. The back end of the field, heading up through Suckers.
James Ryan, the first bike around. He's just coming down the straight at the moment. There's going to be some very, very cold flag marshals. Looking forward to hot drink after this race.
Yes, I can attest to it being cold in the flag boxes, and I certainly encourage any competitor that sees a flag marshal come in to thank them for their time out there today.
Absolutely. It's giving up their time for free as a favour to the people on the track.
Yeah, and I'd like to say a special shout out thanks to Danny, our Chief Flag Marshal, who's been putting in the hard yards for a long time.
He certainly has. He's a very valued member of our community and always does a great job. Last race of the day, Matt. I'm going to go James Ryan. I think he's going to focus on the start more than the wheel stand. So red light is on, ready for start. Racing, and James Ryan gets away best, keeps the front wheel down, and this time will actually get through and lead the field from Stuart Bugg.
Yeah, interestingly, Stuart Bugg pulled quite a reasonable little wheelie there. It wasn't high, but it did extend for quite a few metres, and he's managed to get into second place.
Yeah, it was Stuart Bugg second. It is Peter Bellchambers third. From Mark Eagling, I think that is, from Oscar O'Donovan. Matt Coward. Then we're back maybe to Don Fenton, is it? It's a bit hard to tell. But James Ryan certainly pulling away at the front. Fires 1,000 down the hill towards Calvin's, where the big 1,000 gets into its stride.
So it's boding quite well for him today, for this race.
It's certainly looking that way, particularly with Stuart Bugg holding down second. Peter Bellchambers just blowing past Stuart Bug down the straight now.
Stuart Bug backs out first. Let's Peter Bellchambers through.
Yeah, so now it's James Ryan, Peter Bellchambers, Stuart Bug, Oscar O'Donovan has got through on Mark Eagling.
I think Stuart Bug better watch out for Oscar O'Donovan. It looks like he's got Stewie in his sights.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's run straight on there at the turn one.
I've been out there myself.
Looks like they're going to stay on it. Very slippery bit of grass, and they do stay upright. Fantastic. I can't say I know who that is. It's a hairy ride across there.
I haven't gone quite that fast to the west, but been out that way several times myself.
Well, I don't think you'd want to be applying too much brake or even engine braking out there. It'd be like glass. But look, back to our leader, James Ryan, down the back straight. Got the big 1,000 absolutely tapped down under the fairing. Not dropping off Peter Bellchambers too much at all, but probably a second and a half between them.
Stuart Bug not letting Oscar O'Donovan get away from him.
No, good battle between the two of them for third and fourth. James Ryan, he goes through at 63.4. I'll tell you what, they were doing fives in the previous race, so the damp track is obviously to his liking, even though it's getting very cold out there.
This could prove interesting. That rider has re-entered the track and may form lapped traffic for the front runners.
Yeah, that's right. The rider's going up over Suckers at the moment. Probably about 5 seconds ahead of James Ryan, but at the pace James is going, he's going to be onto him pretty soon. I think that may have been Don Fenton ran off there. It looks like it was.
Yeah, difficult to get your head back in the game and trust your tyres after you've been off in the wet grass.
Yep, it was Don.
But we'll stand over the hump.
James Ryan still holding off Peter Bellchambers by probably the same margin. Oscar O'Donovan still in front of Stuart Bug by not by a lot at all. I think Stuart might still be a chance here on Oscar.
Yeah, he's certainly good through the start of the sweeper and even on the exit, but whether or not he'll have enough pace to actually get past.
Wants to do it soon though, because they're on to the last lap. Oscar trying the MotoGP style leg out. I think Buggy was saying, what's up? You got a cramp?
As long as he doesn't try the Valentino Rossi leg cramp kick.
James Ryan just going up over Suckers. Half a lap to go. Down the back straight, over the hump for the last time for James Ryan.
Comfortable win, although he's still got another full 2 corners to go.
Yeah, never say never. Peter Bellchambers just down the inside of Don Fenton there, putting a lap on Don. So behind Don now is Oscar O'Donovan and Stuart Bug right behind him. But those positions will hold, so Oscar O'Donovan picking up third from Stuart Bug. Bit of a contest here between Mark Eagling and, who's that?
He's trying.
That's Daniel Mulholland. It came right down to the wire. There's nothing at all between them. 0.07 of a second. Back to Timo Halloran, who crosses the line now to pick up 8th place.
And Garen Webb entering the sweeper now.
Don Fenton, of course, having run off earlier in the race. Technically still has a lap to complete, but he would have picked up the checkered flag as he crossed the line with the lead group. So that will be the conclusion of racing, Matt.
Fantastic day, certainly from up here in the commentary position. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch this racing today. Lots of tight battles and lots of great racing.
Absolutely, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Really enjoyed your company today, Matt. Big shout out again to all our flag marshals and officials who've braved some pretty horrible conditions out there today. And of course, a special thanks to all our competitors who, despite the conditions, have turned on a brilliant day's racing here at Baskerville. I thoroughly enjoyed it. we're going to sign off. We've got a few things to do, so look forward to seeing you back here next time. I don't have the dates in front of me, so all I can say is have a look at the dates on our website, src.org.au. Look forward to catching up then, Matt.
Yeah, it'll be great. Certainly a best wishes to all the riders and a speedy recovery from any bruising and or strains they may have incurred during some of their crashes. Thank you very much for your efforts.
Right on time, the sun comes out. That's it from us. We look forward to seeing you next time here at Basketball Raceway.